Yeah. When I heard that some people cast their judgment as to who they should vote for, with the simple logical tool of anyone but, like when you utilize that kind of thinking, I'll choose anyone but that person. You create like what's the other side of a cult of personality? It's the same thing. It is a cult of personality. It's just a negative one. It's an inverted cult of personality.
I'm not sure the term.
Say again?
I don't know what the opposite term is, but I understand.
Yeah, it's crazy that it is, and it is way more common than people may think it is. It's crazy. Anyone but that person. Are you fucking insane? Have you put any thought into the policies of that person, whoever they may be?
Well, we had a funny conversation with a leftist woman on the other server. And we asked her,
that must have been
who
fun.
would Trump have to run against for you to vote for Trump? She was like, Satan.
That's fun. It's funny she didn't say Hitler, because these people really think he's Hitler reincarnate.
Yeah, I mean, these people get really extreme in their kind of devotion to these personalities. But that's fanaticism,
Yeah, and do you believe in the idea of the party switch or party flip in the U.S.?
I don't know if I'm familiar with it. If you want to give me a rundown quick.
Basically that in the past, let's say 50 years, the parties have switched, where Democrats used to be the quote enlightened ones, the forward thinking in the future, like looking into the future, and the conservatives were like the more old school ones. Whereas now it's the other way around, right? The Democrats are the party of the freaks, the ones that want to destroy, to change anything that has any connection to reality. And the Republicans have become, in a sense, more of a kind of classical liberals.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that, yeah. Just didn't know the term. Absolutely. I mean, back in, 70s, 80s, to be a liberal, you were anti-government, you know what I mean?
Mm.
But honestly, I think definitely more on the left side of modern day politics, people don't even know the definitions of what they are or what they stand for. It's just, all my friends or all the people I like are this, so I'm going to be that too. All the people I like are waving their hands in the air and rowing about this, so I'm going to wave my hands and row about this too, That's what it's descended into. It's the absolute worst version of a democracy possible. Even though democracy is a terrible fucking political system to begin with,
What do you think is a better political system?
I couldn't give you that answer, man. But I say people should self-govern. Should aim to self-govern. Aim to, resolve their disputes fairly, within their communities and such.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really convinced that humanity can operate at the macro levels we attempt to operate at. I think these pains we see in the world are completely expected. We just can't handle that scale, basically. We can't operate on it. And it can't last, And that's what we're seeing. So when it's like, what's a good political system for, to use the term globalization, a globalization level of, civilization, I don't think there is one at all.
That's like Dunbar's number, right? Or Dunbar's law. Basically stating that human beings are, in a sense, designed to know up to 150 humans, different people. And after you cross about that, after you cross or move forward from that number, basically things start falling apart. And it, like, the same logic persists everywhere, both in human connection, relationships, military or like organizations. A unit is up to 150 people. After that, it starts falling apart. Like the strongest possible.
Well, I think the fundamental problem is you get to a certain scale, you don't have any clue what you're actually serving. You know what I mean?
Right.
You don't see the fruits of your labor. Like half the people, like the average job nowadays, you don't see the fruits of your labor really, unless you're in trades, right, and you work locally. Then you can at least see what you kind of contribute to your immediate reality.
Mm-hmm.
But you imagine all these kind of corporate type people that just fly around all the place. That's all they do for all of their work. They don't see any of that. And of course it leads to what we expect. They're unfulfilled, depressed, yada yada.
Mm.
So I think that's the problem. You get to a big enough scale, you know, and this ties in with the loss of spirituality and that.
I think that's like a major factor in what we talked about earlier, where a lot of people don't know jack shit about politics, where they just do what their friends do or what's popular. I think that the loneliness epidemic, for lack of a better word, has played a very big role in pushing people to behave that way, because in the past where you had like a community or you were a bigger part. Now I'm speaking of particularly
this loneliness thing just wasn't a thing like some 100 years ago. Life was immediate. You stepped out your door, you had a street worth of people you knew. They were your brethren. They served you, you served them. Everyone supported. It's a total modern phenomenon.
You had no way of being lonely because you
would have to really consciously try hard to be lonely, or have some real severe social anxiety, stuff like that. That of course existed
en masse,
but not on the scale it does today.
Yeah, because like for loneliness, you guys talked about vacuum. For loneliness to occur, one needs to have some kind of vacuum in their life. And if you got like a fucking 3 kids by the age of 20, there ain't no loneliness happening. You're invested in trying to feed them and keep that
well, that was another thing. That there was more immediate purpose in life. By the time you were age 13 as a boy back then, you were shifted off and working, man.
Mm-hmm.
If you were a girl, you were homemaking. You were learning how to be a wife, be a mother, all this type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you learned life skills, and that gave you the confidence to push yourself out and yada yada. And you know where that goes. Your life opens up, doors open, and all that's kind of, it's not here anymore.
Life has changed so drastically. It's great. And it's like that's why I think all of these things we see right now, and I'll tie this up to my statement of how much life has changed. All of these things we see right now, I just don't think they are meant for us, those that have lived and seen a little bit, right? Or have any kind of understanding of what happened in the past. It's meant for the young ones to indoctrinate them and to show them that something different has happened rather than what really happened, right? Because if you have the smallest understanding of the past and what happened before you came into this earth through the stories of your loved ones, your parents, your grandparents, etc., you understand that this is all a bunch of bullshit. And again, that's the reason why I'm thinking that these TV shows, this politically correct bullshit, all that stuff, it's meant to change the opinions of the uninitiated, right, rather than those who have experienced and seen. The crazy part is that, dude, depending on how old you are, like a lot of people that think this in the same way that I just said they think, they still have grandparents on this earth. Like they remember, like they can talk to these people and ask them, how was it? Like the things you just said, right? These were the lives of people that have lived, and some of them are still alive today. And yet, people act as if that's not part of our history. That's not where we came from. Homesteading and, looking for a job and trying to, keep up with life and having a family, etc. People act as if we're on a completely different scale. When in reality, it's all bullshit. It's like, it's not how life was always. And people just, I don't know if it's wishful thinking or like, wishful ignorance, or I don't know what it is. How are people able to disconnect themselves from the structures that have used to be, that were before? I truly don't understand that. To such a degree, that is.
Well, there's been so many social agendas to villainize everything of the past, and we've had the shift, the kind of shift in reality that the coming of the internet has caused,
Oh, social media have fucked a lot.
For modern like aged, somewhere like 15 to 25, it's so impossible for them to believe that life could have been better with so much less in the past, because all they look at is what was materially available and how fast it was available. They miss all of the spiritual aspect that was of the past, the strong bonded family units, the community, the purpose that I was just talking about. You're seeing, getting the gratification of contributing to your community and seeing that right outside your door, They miss all these types of things. They don't realize they've never actually seen it in their lives or experienced it.
Yeah. Tragic, man. That's the reason why my modus operandi is just let it happen. It is what it is. Just watch where it all fucking goes, because for people to act the way they act, it's obvious there is no, like, we the people, or those who look differently at these things, you have no power here. Like, there is no way for you to affect that. And I understand that's kind of like a problematic.
You have power over your own life.
Yeah, agreed. That's exactly the reason why I'm saying, like, my MO is like, stay away from, like, people have this fervor. You start talking with people and they speak in such fucking assurance and that, like, absolute, like, confidence in the most either the most subjective matters or things that one could not ever be confident to such a degree in. And yet they are so confident in. And it just shows you how inexperienced a person is to be speaking that way, in regards to very fickle matters. Sorry. And when you think about it, you're like, okay, if people are so convinced in their truths or interpretation of truth, then what can you do about it? And therefore, it is futile for one to try and go against it, try to convince them otherwise. You could, like, sow the seed of doubt in their ways, and that's what I think a lot of people in this voice chat are doing. And I say that not in a, like, derogatory way or judgmental way. I say that it seems like that is the thing that people do, right? It's like, maybe you should open up your mind and think a little bit for a second. Consider this. This is an option you should think about, right? And then hopefully, because I truly believe that the people here believe in what they believe and what they talk about, they say hopefully one day their life's journey will bring them to the truth, the way I see it, which is like, obviously, to those who truly believe in the truth, the way they believe in it, it is the objective and final truth. So I guess you could, like, sow the seed of doubt in a person, or a seed that would eventually grow into this flower. But trying to convince someone in your ways, in this reality, it's like almost impossible. It's crazy. And the most idiotic things people are so confident in them, it's crazy. Hearing people talk about fucking Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Palestine, all that shit without even ever stepping foot out of their home country is insanity to me. 60% of Americans don't own a passport. People don't talk about that. Oh, I don't have to have a passport in order to be aware of what's happening. Dude, shut the fuck up. Like, I can't take you seriously when you say that.
Even if you go to these countries, you still have no clue, you know?
Yeah, like the complexity of these matters, like, and not only that you don't have a clue, you don't have power here. Yes, you are falling, at the best case scenario, you're falling prey to bigger consorted efforts in order to kind of push one way or the other in that conflict, right? Whether you're pro-Palestine or Israel, whether you're pro-Russia or Ukraine, but you're just a cog. You're just a little piece that is being moved. You don't really have an understanding of it. You start getting a resemblance of an understanding once you start listening and you shut the fuck up, in a sense. You know what? And without judging, just listening. What happened there? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Tell me more. Then you start somewhat understanding it, because if you allow people to speak, they will tell you. They will tell you everything. Most people are not fucking James Bond. They don't keep their mouth shut in the face of danger, or So, yeah, I guess because people lack these basic, understanding of basic logical mechanisms, I think we're kind of
think about it this way: you got boys and girls that start greeting because whoever they fancy didn't text them back within 5 minutes, worrying about fucking political issues like Ukraine and Israel.
Yeah.
It's like you're not even. You can't even handle yourself on the small. You can't even handle yourself emotionally on the smallest scales of life. You've got no business worrying about any of these bigger things, even though I think all these bigger things are orchestrated and all that type of stuff. They're pointless anyway.
But that's what I think is by design. It is by design, because all of these noises and that you hear, and they are designed to obscure or to nebulize what really is happening. And eventually, the powers that be will continue doing what they planned to do.
That whole matrix of life has always existed throughout of all of humanity. It's just right. What the immediate reach it's had into people's life is gone 10,000 fold in the modern era. Everybody has a TV, a smartphone, internet, everything, Before, it was much harder to, of course, sway grand swaths of people in the world to think a certain way. Now it's easy,
Yeah.
The Matrix was always there. It's just gotten much better tools now. And always the way out of the Matrix, and just in quotes here, Matrix, it's spirituality, It's finding oneself. It's understanding one's own authority and agency in this world,
It's crazy how these things...
That shit will always be poking at you. It will always be trying to drag you back into the shit, It wants you there,
Yeah.
And that's I don't know, I think it's by design, and I don't know who put it here, why, but it's there's supposed to be this permanent adversity in life, else how would we grow, how would we learn?
Well, I think a lot of these things aren't necessarily by design. A lot of them are natural occurrences, but the fact that they were not addressed, those that are negative, that is by design. The fact that
it's just a big system by shitty low vibrational people,
Yeah.
That just want to control and force their will on other people. That's it. That's all it is. They understand perfectly well that people come into this world completely bewildered. They have no clue. And they're ready. They're standing at the entrance gate. Here's the answers. Here's what it's all about, Trust us. And that's
And
how
then
people
people
get sucked in, and it goes from there.
and then people have the nerve of propagating the idea of being alone in this world, coming to this world and trying to be a lone wolf without a community that will guide you and, like live your life. Like what you're living, they have lived the closest possible version of it. They trust a fucking politician that has never even heard of them. They're a number to them, to that politician, more than they trust the people that have lived their lives. It's insane. Like this inability to understand how, again, to a degree, but your community is, you're part of it. Like they lived your life with some variation to it, but it's the closest version of it. It's insane, and people prefer, to hand themselves into the hands of governments, of structures, of whatever kind of institutions, rather than to the hands of their family, to the hands of these are the ideas that aren't, like, people are always looking, a classical capitalistic American could say, oh, that's a very commune type of idea. That's almost communist type of idea, which is insane. To hear that, there is no reason for people not to be able to try and kind of combine between the two good parts of these ideologies or ideas, right, of the West and the East. There's no reason for it. Like the amount of suffering, and people always try to kind of point out the worst parts in both, whether you're pro one camp or the other. If you're like capitalist, they'll be talking about fucking like, oh, you've survived by eating fucking potato peels in the communist regime, etc. And if you're a communist, you'll be talking about, oh, you're a pig that is destroying the world and blah blah blah, which is insane. You could try, if you want the truth and you want like the best possible outcome, you'd be striving to take the best side from that, like type of living and construction of society, and the other one, and try to construct like a fucking super or uber ideology, in a sense that will benefit humanity in every realm possible. But it's like we haven't reached that point yet, or we have, but the powers that be or the elites have successfully kind of swayed us into a different direction in order to, have their way. I don't know.
I don't know. I think we've seen like the sharpest and most rapid drop in general intelligence just in the last 20 years, 25 years.
That's
with
scary.
the advent of the internet. So, like, right at the moment in the human story, if this is the first time around, who knows? But right at the moment, where we have all this interconnectedness, we're at our dumbest, So, yeah, there's pretty much no chance we're going to figure this out, I don't think.
The irony is insane.
It is. And a lot of it is by design,
Yeah.
They have intentionally dumbed down people. But I think if you asked your average person what to do about this situation, if you asked your average person like 100 years ago what to do about this modern situation, they'd say, reel it back in. What the fuck are you doing worrying about shit thousands of miles away, Get a grip of yourself.
What, the whole bring our troops back argument?
Just whatever,
The issue is that
stop paying so much attention to any other fucking country. Pay attention to your own, because there's always problems, There's always stuff that needs figured out, or needs a little touch up and a bit of maintenance, you know. There's always something to concern yourself with at home
I understand what
versus
you're saying,
some
but
foreign land, you know.
yeah, but the issue with that particular argument is that although Western societies have this, what they think they have this monopoly on altruism, but they do not. They are far from acting in altruistic ways, and therefore their imperialistic inclinations haven't yet subsided. They are still practicing it. They're just calling it differently. So if you have these,
there's absolutely nothing altruistic about the West whatsoever. The current generation is being propagandized that the West is the good guys because of the event of 9/11, basically. Right. And they're completely oblivious to fucking the history
and
of wars and aggression from the West prior to that. And all they go off of is this little innocent country, America, United States of America, was attacked unjustly. They had to go to war, all this type of shit, and then from there,
but this shit doesn't work with the current. I've noticed that the impact that 9/11 has had on the generation that lived through it is immeasurably larger than the one that it has over the kids of today. Like if you read in fucking YouTube comments or like Instagram posts or whatever, you'll see the sentiment is not even close to what it used to be. People don't take it harshly, and that's like, I guess that's
of course, because now there's an even newer generation that just is born after it, and fucking it's just a footnote in some high school class, history class.
Exactly.
It's not.
The point I'm trying to make is that the argument of
I was born 91. What do you think? Like I directly emotionally connect to like the event of Pearl Harbor or something? Absolutely fuck all.
Of course not.
Of course I know about it. I've investigated it and studied it and yada yada. I know the actual story around it, but I was young and coming up and whatnot. It's just, that's just a fucking event that happened back then, and these were the good guys and those were the bad guys.
Right, but like just to bring you back to the point I was trying to make is that the reason why there is such a big problem with the point with this argument that I hear a lot of usually Americans that have it of bringing back the boys and not deploying troops or forces into the outer world and out of the country. It's very problematic because if you have any kind of ambition that is of the old ways, of imperialistic ways, of having some kind of footing in outside of your country, you can't do that. There's no way for you to do that. If you want to have 850 fucking bases around the globe, there is no way you'll be able to conduct that without having any people outside of the U.S. borders. And it's not only the U.S. that does that. It's Britain that does that. The U.S. is like the enforcing force. Britain is the fucking bank of the world. It's the same with all these countries. The Western countries. They want to continue having their force over the world, and yet they're every time there's something that happens with their soldier or citizen, as tragic as it may be, like you can't eat the cake and leave it whole. There's no way of doing that. And this. I think there's this position, this privileged position that people have. They think it's possible to do that is because of current day's economy. Western countries have developed into service-based economies, right? Netflix has to create a TV show only once or film it once, and then they serve it again and again and again and again to hundreds of millions of people around the globe. And this type of business or conduct has never been practiced or has never been available in the history of humans. And therefore this privileged opinion or idea of, we can affect other people and have them do as we will or as we want them to do without even putting any effort or having the most minimal effort possible is something that is possible for the human being, which is it isn't. You cannot project that kind of power without literally being there. It's impossible. That's like it seems like the biggest gap or misunderstanding in the like average Joe's mind. They just can't conceive the fact that no one will fucking do what you're asking them to do if you fuck around. And we've seen that, well, for example, with Russia and the sanctions that the U.S. have put on them. Right when the war started, they had like billions, hundreds of billions of dollars outside of Russia, and they sanctioned it. And what do we see now? Russia, China, fucking Brazil, South Africa, they have their own, union, and they're coming up with their own banknote, and no projection of power will stop them. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I can kind of hear that you're still at the point where you're kind of very concerned with just geopolitics.
Oh, that's my I guess that's the thing I have most interest in.
Like, it's good to generally know what's going on, but I don't think you should break your head over it.
Break your head how?
Well, you take a hammer.
Well, because you're talking about this supposed competition of all these different nations when it's just ultimately one big theater. They are all on the same team.
Well, yeah, or else you wouldn't have had the Jamborino.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I mean, like, trying to dig in and be like, this block, they're doing this shit because of that, and yada yada. It's like, fuck.
You wouldn't have trade routes
at the end of the day.
You wouldn't have trade routes. Back in the day when like nobody knew no other place, you know what you did? You went back and forth and took everything, right? When you didn't agree with the other people. Are they doing that right now? Are we just sailing with boats anywhere we want and going to take stuff from other places that aren't strong enough to do anything about it? No, nobody's doing that? Huh. Oh, America?
Well, I'm not saying that's not happening anymore. That's not my point.
No. I'm not saying that, brother. There's always more in my message than what you think. My whole point is, back in the day, that's what you did. Christopher Columbus came, conquered, saw his stuff now. You get what I'm saying? Today, we don't do that. Today, guys aren't just getting on boats and going to a land where there's just not as many people, and you go back and get 50 more people than what you count there and come and take that spot because they've all treated it out. It's all like America has this, Russia has, it's an agreement. And there's trade routes and there's this and that. There's not take this shit route. There's not, oh my God, watch it. There really is a war going on between these places. No. Silly.
Wait, hold on. You said something about Marino before? Like, that's what I didn't want you guys to breeze through it because I'm not familiar with it. DMOC?
What?
You said something about Marine or Marino?
Yeah, the marine, like to sail, like through the water, and the marine to take. Yeah,
but I mean, obviously, you could what you say. You could attribute that to modern day politics or like diplomacy. And would you argue it's a good thing or a bad thing, or just the way things are?
I'm just saying. The man behind the yellow brick road thing, the man behind the curtain, showing you one thing on the media, right? Because the media is so powerful. You have to understand how powerful the media is. If they can put something out and they have the ability, no matter what you say or not, like you might not watch that channel, but if they own pretty much all the channels, chances are somehow you're going to get their message. And that's strong because it's so hard to convince somebody. Like if they show you a cartoon every day when you're 7 years old and tell you this thing's real and show you something about it that convinces you from afar, it's going to be harder for me to convince you that that's not real because they've convinced you it was. They convinced you so hard that something that's not real is real with the ability just to show you stuff over and over again and tell you something. And if it sounds good and it feels right, then you're going to go with it because most people do. Why would you not? Why would I not? But all these people give you the illusion this person's going to go to war at this time and this and this and this. But it's really a chess game. These things are being implemented at the same time as uh, commerce and stuff like electronics, plastics, certain type of material, building sands, fuel sources, different things. It's just moved around the board and shit. And different people are taken out for different reasons. Now, if somebody's really taken out, it's because they're against the system at hand, or the system needs a scapegoat at that time, and they go in and then reset what they started. So the system will put a problem in hand, and then they'll come and fix the problem, wink, wink, and tell you, now you need our protection for this because of this, and this. And they've been doing it since day one. Fear, protection. That's how the government got to be the federal government. Protect your money. Oh, we'll make it okay for you to be able to go to this place or this place or this place and say, I want to withdraw $50 when my money's back there at that
Even
place.
though I do realize that such systems have existed, like in different cultures as well, but like in a more classical way or a different way. Like for example, the Muslims, the Arabs have had that system. It's called the uh, Dawa, if I'm not mistaken. I can Google it. Basically, you got a cousin in some other place, and you have and someone wants to borrow money from you. When you're in place A and he's in place B, so he trusts you obviously. So someone gives you money, and then your cousin gives that other person money. Like fucking 2,000 miles away. So they used to have that kind of a system in other cultures as well, and they still have it. That's how they fund like fucking terrorist cells in Europe, like in different countries around the globe. That's like a thing. So, nigga, are you retarded? Almost. Are you?
No, people do fun things for whatever reason. There are some nut jobs, but a lot of the terrorist stuff is done by our own people.
Oh, that's
They set
interesting.
something up, and then after they set it up, then they can make a rule for everyone because of what they did in this little spot. And it usually works every time. Like, so they'll crack your building down and say, well, because of this, now we have to have a law for this. Well, because this guy's building blew up, or because this guy's car did this, or because this happened over here with this oil slick, or this building did this, now we got to have a carbon tax. You get it?
Yeah.
And now it's just more control. So like the thing you thought wasn't happening is the only thing that's ever been happening. All these places, America, China is America, but China America. America's America, but America America. Russia's America, but Russia America. Do you understand? I can keep going. Japan.
So, is there a country that isn't that way?
I don't know. If there was, they have to be really quiet about it. They'd probably be getting fucked up by somebody.
Like Libya and all that shit?
I don't know. They'd probably be getting messed up by the world, like the big powers, and nobody else would say nothing. So nobody would be their ally, and they'd be getting fucked up. And
Yeah.
it'd be
Go ahead.
kind of like all the publics at hand. The public is ran by the military, but it's supposed to be the opposite way. When the military needs something, they take all your kids. When the military needs something, they take it. They get funded by the public. It's supposed to be The military that you have is supposed to be your people, and everything they get is supposed to be yours. But only a percentage is supposed to pay them for their. But they end up getting it all. The military, the media, all the governments. They just keep sucking everything from everybody. And they control everybody through the public too, slowly but surely, because what group in the public's gonna outdo their police at this point? None. Who can you have an uprise against? Not too many people. Your government will shut your ass down quick. They'll take a whole block down. They'll take a whole city down.
Yeah, but that's been proved not to be, like, in the most horrible case, that's been proved not to be as effective as they think. Just take into account the Vietnam War, etc. Right? When you have like guerrilla groups and stuff like that, it doesn't always work as people think, because that's the argument against like the Second Amendment in the U.S. Right?
I think a lot of the wars are fake.
That could be
A lot of
true,
the
but
wars.
eventually, like the point still stands. The fact that you cannot, no matter, like, you can have all the F-35s and the tank, like Abrams tanks you want. If you have like a guerrilla army, or force that doesn't want to be ruled, not gonna be ruled. Period. You'll just have to fucking erase all of them, and if that's your civilians, it's not gonna happen. The laws of big numbers. Like the United States alone has like what 335 million people in it. Like they play both into the benefit of the U.S. and if it fucks around in terms of too much aggression towards its own citizens, to its detriment as well.
Anybody who does go against any big group like the government, or anybody, any religious group, or anybody big that has any power that's connected the same way with the government or whatever, you get shut down. They'll demonize you. They just tell your public that you're bad. Put it in the media how you're bad. They put anything they want. They can twist stuff. They can make you be doing unalive stuff and doing stuff and people be like, what the hell? We didn't do any of that. And they'll show you some shit on TV, and then everybody be like, kill them, get them. And you didn't even do nothing wrong. Or you did. How would we know if we ain't the ones doing it? Politics, you say? When you got Putin in a robe that's blue with white stars, standing next to Bush in a robe that's blue with white stars, standing next to another dude in a robe that's blue with white stars, standing next to another dude. They're all standing next to each other like they're best buddies. They might even be cousins. I mean, who are the dudes that came from NASA actually related to these days? Who were their kin back that are still alive over wherever? You think the dudes at NASA ain't cool with whoever they were cool with before? Like back in the day, they grabbed you and brought you somewhere, and you had some people you were cool with, and there was some of them still around secretly. You're still going to be fucking cool with them. You're still secretly going to help them out. I've never met anybody in their right fucking mind that if you're going to war and actually unaliving people, that you take a group of those people and bring them over here and have them run your nation. Meaning everything to do with science, everything to do with all the sciences, all that shit, all the book stuff, all the TV stuff, the media, the news, the propaganda, and give them the keys to it. Cartoons for kids, Walt Disney, Warner Brothers. Are you fucking serious right now? Give the keys to some fucking war here. Some dudes you have that you grabbed in war. Are you fucking kidding me? Give the keys to artificial intelligence to the fucking very guys that you're trying to get this. Hold on, you gotta help me figure this one out. Give the keys to space. Give the keys to the ability to spy on everybody in the fucking world to some dudes that you grabbed at wartime and protected. Who were those dudes? Were those dudes really who you think those dudes were? Or were those dudes running the show every fucking the whole time anyway?
And it's just that America was fighting for the wrong side.
What side?
The ones that sided with the commies,
What's a commie?
the Bolsheviks.
You mean something you heard about in the news and they put something in a dictionary and now you think you know something? What if I said your family's a commie?
It could be. They were born in a
No,
commune.
no, 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 don't be funny. I'm not being funny. I'm saying
They were born in a
my
communist
family.
country.
No, listen. The word community means what?
Everybody's born in a community.
Fucking right. So everybody's a fucking commie. Everybody's born in a commune. Community. So everybody that you know or ever met is born in a fucking commune. We're born in an American commune. The Russians are born in a Russian commune, a Russian community, an American community, an American city, an American town, an American family. Your family is a community. Great great grandma, great great grandpa, all the way down. Moms, dads, brothers, cousins, sisters, aunts. If you all had a million fucking family members, would you be a Russian communist or would you just be your fucking family? Would you be a gang member or would you just be your family? Would you be a corporation? I mean, what the fuck? These labels have been put there to control you to think bad or good about whatever. So if I put you're a gang, now people are going to go after you. Now you can be put in jail. But if you're a company, You can do whatever the fuck you want. You're good to go. Isn't it weird? And if you're a religion, you don't got to pay tax. So the thing that's not supposed to be connected to state doesn't have to pay the state. But the state gives it its power to not pay tax. What the fuck? So the feds and the church are connected because the church don't have to pay federal stuff. It's free.
Yes, because the church has got a loyal title to their land, so they don't have to worry about paying property tax.
Deeper than that, brother. Church has always had enough power to combat or to like until like today. Today, government is pretty much stronger than the church with the ability of military. Now, if a church or a pope has the ability to control the military of ours, then he would be the strongest. Whoever has the ability to actually control the fucking military to tell them to go unalive whoever for real. Like not a movie prop, not blowing up fucking dirt somewhere and saying you're going to war and being fucking retards and spending money on nothing and shooting bullets in the fucking air because you're stupid. 2024, we should have the best targeting systems like fucking video games. We should have fucking targeting systems that don't miss their target. That don't mean we just wasted 8 million bullets. That means every bullet shot hit something and killed it. But instead, we got 8 billion, million, trillion, 40 billion, zillion dollars spent on bullets and missiles and other shit that's missing targets. What the fuck? Who in their right mind is saying, okay, shoot as much as you can at nothing and just keep missing? That's fine. Just keep wasting fucking bullets on nothing. Go blow up stuff that doesn't matter. That'll work. Shoot unguided shit at people.
Well, that's how they get people to spend money on munitions, right?
Yeah, when they can program each bullet to hit its target. Yeah, each little bullet could pop out wings. Yes, sir. Be like a little jet after a certain period of time. Have an extra little boost of propulsion. Make sure it hits its target good and hard. These motherfuckers ain't fooling nobody. They got invisibility cloaks. Who are you going to war with if people's really implementing invisibility shit? Who you gonna be shooting at?
And the space program is a great way to waste money on developing military assets.
And most of it's just ran by a machine.
Hello, newbie.
Hello.
Goodbye, newbie.
What up? Alias a circle. What up? Unmute circle. What the hell?
Okay, so as I was saying, you said the eyes are a tool. That's correct. The eyes are a tool, but it's not the only tool you have to use. You can use different tools to see further than the optical limit of your eyes.
You got questions and answers at the same time. That's rather telling. How are you asking questions when you think you already have
I'm not asking a question.
Okay, so your eye is a tool.
Yeah, and you can see different. You can use different tools to see further than the eye can see. So, yeah, and then when you do that on a beach and you look out to the horizon with that tool, you don't see if you have a boat that's going out, that with your eyes you see it go down into the water. With a telescope, you're still gonna see it go down into the water, even though you can see further.
Okay, and what does that mean?
And that means that there's a curvature.
The Earth is curved.
Yeah. Wait, what else?
You really have a bastardized interpretation of this.
Yeah, connect the dots.
What else?
Weird.
So a boat went out past you because they got a historical figure called Christopher Columbus who fucked this up royally. Using that same method, predicted the Earth was very small. Like you get a very small Earth if you use bottom-up obstruction.
But they also predicted that the Earth was spherical.
Dude, you just said that you're seeing things in the distance. So but when the boat disappears bottom up, that should tell you something, that it's not going over a curve if you're still seeing stuff further away.
But
it's
I'm
madness.
not seeing things further away.
You just said you were. You just said that, dude.
When did I say that?
Oh, Lord.
No, I said if you see a boat, if you have a boat, and with your naked eye, you see it go down the horizon and go into the water, and then you have a telescope and you look at the same boat and you still see it going down into the water, then that's a proof of the curvature. That's what I said.
No, it's no.
Yes, it is what I said.
How does that not point to the optics changing? Therefore, you're seeing it again. What in the world, dude? Have you ever made? I don't think you've made these observations in reality.
I have, actually. No, I have.
Well, have you ever watched a boat? Listen, have you ever had a distant landmass in your view in the distance?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a boat going out to sea disappear and still see the landmass?
Because the landmass is tall.
Well, find a landmass that isn't that tall. What landmass are you talking about? Since you have a specific one.
Okay. So specific.
Or do you just have an excuse at every turn?
No. Look, there's a lake in Sweden called Vänern that is if you're a foot off the ground, it is it's wider than the horizon you would have, and therefore I've tried this myself. If you see a boat, there's hills and hills on the other side. When you're standing up and you can see the hills from the other side, you cannot do that with a boat because the boat is smaller. You don't see the boat when it goes past the horizon, but you still see the hills because the hills are large.
Okay, so nothing to do with it going over a curve.
Yes, it is.
You just said because the boat is small.
The boat is smaller, therefore I do not see when it goes past.
Therefore, it disappears.
But since the mountains,
get out your binoculars, you'll see it again. Man, dude.
That's what I did. I got binoculars and I looked out, and I could not see the boat, but I could see the mountains because the mountains are taller than what the boat is, and therefore it's less hidden by the horizon.
Wow.
I guess the boat moved.
Yeah, the boat did move past my horizon.
Yeah, you've got a weird insta-rationalization for all of this, dude. It's kind of.
So you're not actually. Well, disputing what I'm saying.
It's your. I haven't been to your lake in Sweden, but
you don't have
there's
to do
something.
This in a lake in Sweden.
I get it, dude. I'm the one who asked you in the first place. You can watch a boat. This is something you can do to change gears, maybe to get through your, I don't know what I would call it. But if you ever watch boats at dusk and they're going out to sea, it's still somewhat daylight, and you can see the boat, and you can see the boat disappear. And then it gets darker and darker and darker. Well, wouldn't you know, you can see that boat again when it turns on its light. Have you ever noticed that?
Because the photons are...
Okay, well, whatever the reason, dude. Whatever the reason, bro. The photons were helping you see it in the daylight as well. And guess what?
But that's the photons from the sun.
Sometimes, listen, just let me give my little anecdote. Something you can do to help this sink in. I think you're sort of going with invincible ignorance or wishful thinking at this point. But what's funny is a lot of the times when the boats start turning on their lights, not only do you see that boat, but you'll see boats further back, little lights in the distance that you did not see those boats when it was daylight. In fact, you thought that the boat that you had originally were watching went over a curve.
Okay, so wait, just to clarify, hold on, wait. Just to clarify, are the boats, like, is the light producing? Are the boats far apart? The boat that I'm seeing, the boat that I'm watching, and then the boat that I see later on.
They're staggered.
Yeah, okay. Are they closer or are they far apart?
They're further and further and further away.
No, not further from me. Are they far apart from each other?
Oh my lord!
I'm just asking. If the boat is like,
if they're farther away from, dude, man, you just have a way of bastardizing everything. Well, just forget about it. Forget about it. Do your own observations of this. Try to recreate this, okay, and see what you can see. If you have access to water with boats on it.
Yeah, that's
because you have this weird. You talk out of both sides of your mouth.
No, but I'm asking you to clarify what this is about. Because that's what I'm asking.
To boil it down to you, you're telling me a boat goes over a curve when you see it disappear bottom up. Well, in reality, if you hang out at the beach when it gets dark, you'll not only see that boat again, but you'll notice that there were boats that were much further out that you couldn't see in the daytime because they were really small. But when they turned their light on, voila, there they were the whole time.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking for a bit of clarification.
So boats aren't going over curves. You're only imagining it.
That's because I'm asking for a bit of clarification here. First of all, what time of day are we talking about here? Like dawn, dusk, night, dusk. Okay.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, you can watch boats. Okay, going out to sea. Oh yeah, or we'll call it before dusk.
Before dusk, so like
before sunset. Yeah, you can spend the whole goddamn day at the beach if you choose. My point is, you're telling yourself when a boat disappears, it's going over a curve. You can watch a boat disappear. You can tell yourself it's going over a curve, yet when it gets dark and it turns its light on, there it is. And not only is that boat there are boats beyond that boat.
Okay. That's why.
So this whole idea that you guys have that horizon is, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth, because you tell us that your understanding of a horizon is that it's based on atmospheric conditions, it's based on limitations of the optics, and then out of the other side of your mouth, you say, yeah, the boat's going over it. It's a curve.
Hold on. I'm not
just restart then.
No, I'm not restarting here. I'm trying to talk about the same thing that you just talked about.
You'd be better off restarting if you're saying no.
I'm trying to replicate this exact thing that you're talking about at dusk seeing it. That's what I'm asking.
Well, hold on. Let's boil down your claim in the first place, because you told us 10 minutes ago that you've said it both ways. But you started this whole thing with boats go over curve, therefore I know earth ball. That was you.
Very simplified, but sure.
Okay. So now, after the last torturous last 10 minutes, we know that's not the case, correct?
No, because the thing that I did still applies. My experiment still applies. Because I see it go over
your
the curve of the
experiment's
horizon.
it's a little clumsy because
How? Why do I have to do it specifically
the
at
Swedish
dusk? Why doesn't it happen
mountains.
at dawn?
Well, these are apples and
day.
oranges. These things are apples and oranges. What we're talking about, because you're talking about a hill, and I'm just talking about you have your example. I have my example. I was just telling you something you could test out. Maybe it'll get through your thick skull.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I want to test this out in real life. I want to do this experiment in real life. Okay, so can you just tell me the details?
Yeah, but
experiment?
you began your whole thing. Yeah, dude. I wouldn't call it an experiment.
Yes,
it's just watching boats. But time out. You started this whole thing a half an hour ago saying, "Don't bring up Black Swan. It's been debunked. Refraction."
Yeah.
Correct. So why are you going to ask me to parse this out again? It makes no sense. If you have instant excuse for refraction, where did you learn? Where did you learn to apply that excuse? When?
How is that relevant?
Well, I'm just asking. I don't know. Just asking.
Okay. Well, when the atmospheric pressure or atmospheric refraction is high.
No, I'm not saying. No. I'm asking at what point in your life did every time you see something in the distance, repeat it. When you saw something in the distance, at what point in your life did you start giving yourself the reason for that as refraction?
When I started learning about what the horizon actually was.
What was that? 10 minutes ago?
No, I would say that would be about.
You did give a decent definition of horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not a geometric location where the Earth starts curving away. You've conceded that it has to do with the atmosphere and all types of different things, correct?
Yeah, atmosphere.
Okay.
Optics and elevation. That's what they have to do with.
Okay. So not Earth curve. If the Earth were curving away from you, it would be curving away from you.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let's get some shit out of the way first. The horizon is the horizon where the sun, no, not the sun, where the sky and the surface of the Earth appear to meet. That is, it happens because of Earth curvature. It can happen on a flat surface if you take into account atmospheric pressure, refraction, optics, and elevation. It does happen there too, but on a flat Earth, you would also be able to see further if you had better optics, which it does not happen on Earth. It does not happen on a globe Earth. It does not happen in reality.
Yeah, this will be the last I'll have to say because it's not getting through to you yet. Why? No matter what the optics you have, okay, the air's not transparent, especially when stacked over long distances. There's going to be fog somewhere. There's going to be a storm somewhere. There's going to be a rain somewhere. You can open up your newspaper any day, and they'll tell you what what the conditions, the visibility are for the day based on the conditions.
Okay, but I'm sure that it's not.
Well, don't act like you should be able to see forever if the Earth is flat, because there's weather.
You're further than the horizon.
Well, we do.
No, not with optics.
We do.
No, not with better optics. With better atmospheric refraction. Yes, we do.
My goodness.
Not with better optics.
So it's just an excuse.
No, it's not an excuse because you're talking about two different variables.
Well, you're the one who considers chanting refraction a variable. Since when? That's my question. Since when did refraction help you see further? At what point in your life did you come to this?
Do you not
understanding.
think that it does? Do you not think that it does? The refraction is what? The refraction is a variable to determine
No,
what your horizon
no,
is.
I do not think no.
See, you
This
don't know.
refraction thing, this refraction thing is made up that you're talking about.
It is. It's
When
how you
you say, oh, I see the horizon beyond the second oil rig, that's because of refraction.
Yeah, 'cause
That's just made up because Fata Morgana, dude, you are just off the chain.
No,
That's not
on
a
the
case
chain
of
right now.
Fata Morgana.
yes, it is. How is it not?
Well, Fata Morgana is the floating boats. That funny enough,
that
if you change the hues of the
Fata
picture, you can
Morgana,
still see the horizon.
Yeah,
I
so
think you're lost, bro. I don't know what to tell you
No.
because you're telling us. You said if the Earth were flat, we would see further. Well, we do see further than the limitations of the 3959 mile radius
You're
ball.
simplifying it too far.
Oh, sorry.
With better optics, okay? Yes, with higher atmospheric refraction.
You can see further with your own bare eyes than they say are the limitations.
Thanks to atmospheric refraction.
Oh my
I'm
lord!
not denying that, but then
so okay, that's why I'm asking. When is it in your life that you convinced yourself that everything you see in the distance is just a projection? It's not really there.
That's not an actual argument.
When did that? No, that's the argument you're making. So I'm asking you. When did you come to this realization? Yes.
When I learned
that's what you're saying. You're saying anytime I see beyond the limitations of this 3959 mile radius ball, which would be 3.2 miles from a 6-foot observer, and you can see beyond 3.2 miles, when did you realize that you weren't actually seeing it? You were just seeing a projection of it. When did you come to this realization?
Can you explain to me?
No, dude, just answer the question.
When I learned about
I want to know if you're just. I just want to know if you're just making endless excuses.
No, I just told you when I learned about what it was. That's when I thought that into.
When you learned about what it was.
Can you explain to me why it's inverted? Can you explain to me why it's inverted?
What's inverted?
The horizon that you see. If you see things on that fake horizon, it's going to be inverted. It's going to be inverted. Can you explain why it's inverted?
Well, you just told me that the oil rigs was Fata Morgana, and now you're talking about inverted. So what the hell? Or what? Show me the picture and where something's inverted, because the oil rigs aren't inverted.
Hold on.
You're getting further and further and further away from the horizon being evidence of water ball. By the way, as far as
you're looking for the word inferior. By the way, inferior.
He's talking out of his ass, Mark G. Don't try. You're the one who fueled his bullshit artistry. Fire.
Hold on, let me get a good picture.
Yeah, never mind. I'll let someone else talk to you because.
Here, check it out. Check it out, Sweden dude. I posted at 43 after the hour. You're going to tell me when it gets magnified up over a horizon. That's your atmospheric refraction.
Wait, what did you post?
Everything I'm talking about, the reason why you can see so far. I'm waiting to see behind that big tree that's in the background down on the lower part, that big black tree there. I'm waiting to see around that. When do I get to see around it?
Wait, in the middle?
Yeah. What time of day?
When you get to see around it. What?
Yeah.
What do you mean when you get to see around it?
You're very confused.
That's not inverted. No, that's not what I mean by saying inverted. Or what? I am a bit confused right now about what you're asking of.
You don't know what refraction is. You're just
I'm asking. No,
he doesn't know what inverted means.
I'm asking you right now. What is it that you're asking me?
Bro, why are you throwing out words and you don't know what they mean? Like, can you just look them up before so you don't embarrass yourself like this? You know Thank you very much.
No, but I'm confused about what you're asking for. Because you said like show me when it's gonna be when I'm gonna see the other side. When inverted means upside down, or it can be upside down in the opposite position, order, or arrangement. It doesn't have you don't have to be able to see the other side. It can. What happens is you just see it upside down. So I'm confused about what you're asking. Guess we're not gonna. Okay.
Just have silliness. That's all. We don't really respond to silliness.
But I'm just asking you to clarify what it is you're asking for.
In that refraction, because you don't like the black swan. In that refraction, tell me what part in there is when you see the shit in black swan.
You want in the picture you sent?
Yeah, all moving. You just click on it and pull it into some editor, and then stop it wherever you want if you want to do that. And tell me which part is the black swan image. And by the way, there was no refraction that day. There was only a 3-degree temperature difference, so there was no crazy refraction that you were hoping for. So it's thought it burst your bubble.
So tell me why it doesn't happen when I go there and do it myself. Tell me whether there's images
that 6 a.m. Do it at 6 a.m.
Okay, that's not relevant. Tell me why I can go to the same place and see different things.
Temperature warms up over the water, makes all kinds of crazy shit out there.
Shouldn't that make it meet? Shouldn't that make
do it at 6 a.m. when the black swan was done?
Okay, hold on.
Don't try to replicate something somewhere else at a different time and different temperatures. That's not how you replicate things.
Okay, hold on. Let me send this picture real quick. You see how it's the same place? Same place, and the same thing doesn't happen twice. Yeah, it does happen. Yeah, Phantom Morgana. Yeah, atmospheric refraction is higher in the day or in the morning because it's heating up from.
Oh, in the morning there was nothing there. Oh, you tell me when there's 6 a.m.
That's
when
morning.
There's no temperature change, then it gets worse. Is that what you're telling me?
But you said there was a 3-degree temperature change.
Yeah, 3 degrees. So the other picture, there's like a.
Well, you're talking Celsius or Fahrenheit?
A 20-degree temperature.
You're talking Celsius or Fahrenheit?
What do you think?
I'm talking fucking Kelvin,
I don't know.
you idiot.
It doesn't matter. It's 3 degrees is 3 degrees.
3 degrees Fahrenheit is different than 3 degrees Celsius.
I get it, but it's not much. Nothing to split hairs over.
I mean,
we're using Fahrenheit over here, Einstein.
Fahrenheit. Okay, good. Because I'm Swedish. I use Celsius, so that's why I'm just asking.
Yeah, I know. I get it. That's why you asked.
For these guys, if there's like 1 degree temperature change, that's enough refraction to make you see the back of your head.
No. I don't know why. Is it common that you guys just over exaggerate things?
You're the one who.
There was a Clover who said that you'd be able to see the back of your head if the conditions were perfect. But you guys act like
and the conditions for it to be perfect is it's unrealistic. It's not going to happen.
Okay, that's the point. The point is they made their globe unfalsifiable. And it ties into what you're trying to ask. Hey, flat earthers, why can't you see forever? And you're given all kinds of answers when really what they're saying is on the globe you see forever. There's no limit to how far you can see, either in the sky or on the horizon. All it takes is the right variables, and you see forever.
Yeah, but you don't get the right variables. They're not really natural. They're not naturally occurring.
So why are you asking for them?
No, because what I'm asking you for is naturally occurring. Because I'm not asking you to see forever. I'm asking you to see farther. That's not forever.
Your Fata Morgana doesn't work because that inverts the image. Those oil rigs are still right side up. That's exactly where. See,
no, that's because the oil rig is above the Fata Morgana.
In Fata Morgana,
water is not above.
Pay attention. This is how those globalists got to the claim. You're there. You're standing in their corner. You just don't know it. They said that what you're looking at here is an even number of Fata Morganas. One Fata Morgana flips it upside down. The second one reverts it right back up. Then upside down, right side up, upside down, right side up. You said what you're looking at here is like 12 Fata Morganas in sequence all the way across. And they gave, maybe someone's got that picture, where they show the line bend, each one bent like a red line bending into the curve of the horizon. And this guy, Mick West, showed it. He showed here's one and drew the ray tracing, how the lines invert. So you're there. You could see the back of your head. You just cut that a little short to like you can see for 20 miles.
Okay, hold on. You were kind of yapping there for a little bit. So wait, hold on. So people saying noticing the infraction means there's not a Fata Morgana? Or I'm confused about what that whole segment was.
Okay, your Fata Morgana thing is supposed to look upside down.
Yeah, that's because it looks
right side up.
If you're implying that the oil rigs don't look upside down, it's true. They don't. That's because they're above the horizon. The bottom is being obscured by the horizon.
You're purposely lying to people.
No, I'm not.
I can hear it in your voice. You're just telling a lie.
No, I'm just a bit amused here that you don't know how horizons work.
Okay, if that's true, stop asking. If you think I don't know how horizons work, why are you continuing to ask? Why would you keep asking?
You don't want me to ask you about the horizon?
No, let's follow your worldview here. Let's see how.
No, but you haven't asked me about how my worldview is.
You just displayed it. You're irrational. Your worldview is not rational. You have a claim on the table that you know how horizons work. You don't explain or take questions on that, and you think you know somebody who doesn't know how horizons work, and you ask them questions. You're like two Fata Morganas into complete irrational thinking. Your worldview is irrational, illogical, and that's what we have to get to cut to the chase. Why is that? Why would you be so irrational and illogical? And it turns out that you're bricked, that you've got some agenda-driven worldview that you're trying to push. You're not actually trying to have a conversation.
You're doing it though? Isn't that what you're doing right now?
No, thank you. I don't care what you have to say, because I can show you, like right here. Look at how the mirage flips.
Yeah, but no. Okay. So yeah, the water. Yes, the water is flipped.
No, not the water. The image. The image on the horizon is flipped.
Yeah, but that's because it's behind the horizon. The oil rigs are not behind the horizon, naturally behind the horizon.
Yeah, on the globe target,
they're above it.
That's the problem.
No,
on the globe they would be blocked by the horizon. They're too far away.
Yeah, but that's the base is too. No, look, the base is too far away.
This is perfect.
The top part is not too far away. You can still see the top part. Okay, 8 inches per square mile.
Here we go. This is perfect. Here's from Wikipedia, the globe-tard Eldorado.
Are you using Wikipedia as a source?
No, you guys do that. You know how many times we get people?
I've never used
look
Wikipedia
at right here.
as a source.
This shows, look at, this guy's got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Fata Morganas. Or 5. He's got 5. Oh, well, I guess what's the first one? See how it reverts? It's upright, upside down, upright, upside down, upright.
Wait, hold on. In what picture?
Yeah, I just posted it. This is from Wikipedia.
Oh, that picture. Yeah, I see 3 Fata Morganas. Like
not that one. That's a good one for old dude posted from the same source. Look at the one I posted. It's a graphic kind of demonstrating this.
The graph.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the
see how it flips each time.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you're looking at. That's what they say. The globe side. Why you would see the back of your head. It would keep flipping up, over, and around the curve of the earth, over and over and over again, constantly lifting the image higher and higher until you could see the back of your head. You've got the same claim. You just cut it off at 20 miles.
That's a different claim, Crit. That's not. Yeah, that's not a Fata Morgana.
That's from the Wikipedia, Brenda.
No, I mean, yes, you're showing a Fata Morgana, but it's a different claim to say you could see the back of your head. That's not because of Fata.
Yeah, super looming.
No, it's none of those.
Okay, we'll go talk to Rumpus.
Yeah, he explained it. You're just misunderstanding what he said.
No, that's exactly what he said. You straight up. Hey, so on the globe, how far could you see? And after being around the bush, he's like, fine, you can see the back of your head on the globe. Exactly it. I mean, there's no misunderstanding. He means it. When he says you could see the back of your head, that's what he means. He actually means you could see the back of your head. He doesn't mean you could not see the back of your head. There's no limit to how far you can see.
Why are you talking about that? His claim?
Because you got the same one. You just have it a little bit shorter.
Yeah, you're echoing the same sentiment.
He's saying he's claiming an unrealistic thing. What I'm claiming right now is very realistic.
Wow.
It's no in a
and what is it?
World,
which is it? Which one is it again?
World,
Italy to Africa.
Be able to see the back of your head.
Well, it's only 24,000 miles. You guys see things that are hundreds of light years away. What? Huh?
No, I'm just confused about what you're asking.
Can someone post a reference to that back of the head claim, please?
You want a good laugh, do you, Mark G? It's an oldie.
I'm always up for a good laugh.
The classic. Yeah, he said a high enough ladder, clear, the right conditions.
I can't hear.
Yeah, I'm new, Brenda.
They don't like people white knighting, so.
No, it's not white knighting. It's just when someone says they don't know what you're saying, they don't track what you're saying, they don't understand what you're saying. What you're saying is wrong. It's wrong, what you're saying. And you didn't hear what the person said at all, or what the reference is. It's a break. It's a cognitive break with reality. It's a complete epistemological collapse. Because Brenda is here for one reason, just to distract, just to shut the conversation down, to try to turn it into a shit show. It's TMZ BuzzFeed top 10 flat earthers, number one will surprise you. It's the same thing. She says exactly the same thing, whoever the speaker is. If it wasn't me, if someone else was talking, she would have said exactly the same thing. You didn't understand it. You didn't hear it. You want to hear a funny thing? When we came to this server, they said, "Hey, we're really open to minority groups, and we want to have more inclusive space. It might be a rough go of it. It might be a little rough when you get here, and we want to warn you about a couple of our users." And we're like, "Oh, don't worry about it. We're prepared. We know that there's a lot of flat earth, anti-flat earthers who are kind of freaks. We want to tell you about a special, some really scummy ones who really kind of like do false reports. They try to talk about TOS. They do a lot of weird shit, and we want to get you guys prepared for that in case it happens." And they're like, "Okay, sure. Let maybe like who are you talking about so we can be prepared." And they said the first person we want to tell you about is Brenda. They were like, everyone in the room just started bursting out laughing. Yeah, we know Brenda. Okay, like Brenda.
Yeah, that lady's our biggest fan.
And they started laughing too. And they're like, "Holy shit, she's like that everywhere." And we're like, yes, that's exactly what you see is what you get. That is exactly what you get. And it was like the most, like, it was a really fun and engaging moment that they're like, "Hey, okay, you guys are probably a good fit. You're the right type of flat earthers we've been looking for."
I really do think that in Brenda's head, like, if you say you don't understand, that proves the globe somehow.
Yeah, it's like an I win button, or that was easy. I don't remember like Office Max, where they got some IT solution that they're looking for, and it just like, boom, that was easy. I don't mind keeping Brenda off mute if she's functionally normal. As soon as she starts flipping out, telling people all about themselves, okay, that's not going to work here. And you know this.
Wait.
And you've been told this.
Wait. Hold on. Are you saying?
Yeah, she just starts cheerleading and she doesn't even know the game.
No, but
what I'm saying is we're getting back on topic, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but Zvart Magic, that's why you want her back in the chat, is because you're getting pinned down. Your claims are being pinned down. Yeah.
No, she said she wanted to debate, so I want her to debate.
No, she's just cheerleading to a broken scoreboard. She doesn't know what's going on.
Okay, how about this? You want to debate, she wants to debate. You've got a claim on the table that she disagrees with. And you guys also agree with another claim that you would not see, or I mean the other one, that you would see whatever a flat earth is wrong. So you've got one that says, "Hey, you'd see forever. You think it's not possible. You two just fuck off to one of their channels and go debate. Have fun with it."
But
no one's stopping you. It's a free country. Go do it. If you really want. See, what I'm doing here is highlighting how you are irrational. Your worldview is not based on the irrationality. You want to debate, and you want Brenda to debate, and you guys have a topic you can debate, but you don't. You don't even offer yourself what you want and what you need.
Crit, I believe you can only mute or block people only for breaking the rules of the server. How did Brenda break?
They mute people all the time.
They can mute it. Well, yeah.
Yeah. If you come here for a fair debate, you're come to the wrong place. I'm gonna just say that.
Brenda wants to debate.
Hold on.
Okay, Mike, if you think I can do that, I'm going to have to kick you from the room, and you're going to have to go talk to my boss. Go open mod mail and get feedback on that, because I don't think I can. Hold on, Smart. I'm trying this admin note. I feel like that you are not listening and not paying attention to who runs this room. So you need to learn this, and you're not going to be able to learn it from me. So I'm going to kick you from the room. You need to go open the mod mail. And when you bitch about the room, they'll just block you from it. And then you'll see what's really going on. Then you'll finally get it. It'll finally sink in that whatever your subjective take on however we mod the room is just your take, man. And you're supposed to vote with your feet. And bitching, whining about it is called concerned trolling, which is actually one of the rules we listed.
Okay, so it's funny.
No concern trolling. So my take is that you're acting like a child. You want some discipline, and you want to see, will I follow through? And yes, I'm going to follow through. So go open your mod mail and figure out what the fuck you're on about. Get feedback from someone you're supposed to listen to.
Yeah, okay. So what's funny is, yesterday, I did open a mod mail because I was disappointed in how you moderated both this channel and when Nathan Oakley was here in his debate channel. And
did they block you from the room? That's impressive. Normally what they do, if people start bitching about the Flat Earth room, they just make it disappear for you. They give you a role where you never see the room anymore. They just you got like a hidden role that just blocks you from it. They help you fix your shit.
No, so what I said was that you were all extremely biased. That's what I said. And
I know you are. Read them all.
No, hold on. And what I got in response was, well, first of all, what I got in response for Nathan Oakley's thing is that he specifically requested that all the flat earthers, that all the mods are flat earthers, so no globe earth mods.
What's a globe earth? Wait, hold on. Let's break this down. What is a globe earth mod? What does that look like?
A mod that believes that what? Wait, why do I have to explain that to you?
Well, I think
a mod who doesn't think that the Earth. Well,
I think you've got this fucked up because if you go to their channel, Flat Earth Debates, Science versus Pseudoscience, they have moderators who are globe earthers. They got a special role, and they got like a red role, globe earth moderator. So I think you don't know what you're talking about. You added context where you don't know what it means, and then you open mod mail, and then they took charity on you instead of just bouncing you out of here. And look at all the weird content that could have been left out today if they just would have locked you from the room. You don't, okay, basically they say, so you don't want to talk to flat earthers. And you'd be like, yeah, no problem, we'll take care of that. We'll add your name to the restricted list. You can't access some of the guest channels. And then you're like, wait, what? See, what it does is it shows that you're not rational. You're not a rational, logical thinker.
Okay, no, look.
You're irrational. Dude, you're irrational.
Can I talk? Can I talk, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So, what I said was that Nathan Oakley specifically requested that for the event that there were only flat earth moderators moderating.
What does that even mean?
That the only people who moderated there, by his request, were flat earthers, meaning that it was not a fair debate. It wasn't like there was a lot of bias involved. That's
you've been allowed to say whatever you wanted to, Smart Magic.
What?
I said you've been allowed to say whatever it is you've wanted to all day.
Yes, but have I been muted when I'm doing the same thing as you are? Yes, I have.
No, you've been muted when you go into like this repeat thing. No,
like
no. When you start yelling, no.
Like what you do when you say,
"Wait, do you want to be a moderator?"
Wait, hold on. That's what you said. I'd be happy to be a moderator. I could be a Globe Earth moderator. I'd be happy.
Then go make your own room. Do this.
No.
Let's do it rational. Let's do it.
You want me to make a whole another flat Earth?
Let's do it rational. Let's compete in the marketplace of ideas. You go make your room. I'll make my room. And we'll see who wins the marketplace of ideas. Don't try to hijack something we built already with a method and practices behind it. We had meetings, discussions, we hashed it all out, and you just want to jump in once we already got to the goal line? That's not the way that works. If you think we're doing it wrong, you go do it right, and let's see what happens.
I think he dropped.
Maybe he took your advice. He's gone.
Maybe. I'll ask again, back on topic. Does anyone have a reference for that quote that you could see the back of your head?
Yeah, it'd have to be dug up. It was from like 3 years ago on a FED episode. Probably somewhere in the 1100s, or I don't know.
Yeah, people have it clipped and stuff.
Yeah, it's been clipped. Next time I see it, I'll...
Okay.
What do you need it for?
Want to hear the context.
He just wants to stick the finger in the wound. The context, well, that was the context. The context is wherever you want to begin with the refraction chant. That's the context. It was someone in a full-blown refraction chant. Then they said, yeah, if I have a powerful enough zoom, the right conditions, and a high enough ladder, yeah, I can see my own ass. What's wrong with that?
Is because that's just how can I say it? It's ignorant of what refraction really is. That's why I wanted to know the context and who was saying it.
Well, you guys, no, this guy wrote the Black Swan off because he said it's just a minor version of that. Things being projected up, you're seeing things that aren't actually there. This guy could look straight out at the horizon and see his own ass. That's what you guys are claiming every time you guys see something in the distance beyond the limitations of the 39, 59 mile radius ball.
Refraction is a thing. Matter of fact, you can't look through the atmosphere without experiencing refraction.
Refraction is the thing. This magical terrestrial refraction, seeing around curve. You guys have made this all up in your head, because I guarantee, Mark G, say you leveled out. I'll try to make this brief. This is just a thought experiment, I guess. But if you leveled out, say 3 miles, you had a 3 by 3 mile thing. We'll call it 5 miles. And you built a wall, a vertical wall, with the curve of the 39, 59 mile radius ball of the surface. You following me?
I think so, yeah.
So you have this wall that if your right shoulder is up against this wall, you and your friend are standing there. You just built this wall. It goes on to the end of the place that you leveled. Well, if that wall is curving, because that's what you say the Earth's surface is, curving. If you sent your friend out walking along this wall, your friend would he would probably disappear before he reached that 3 miles. But this whole idea that once someone goes around the curve, that they magically reappear, that's this terrestrial refraction thing you guys are talking about. And it wouldn't happen in real life. If you sent this person out with a light or whatever, if you sent them out with something enormous, I don't know. It's just your guys' boat's gone over curve chant gone wild. That's the context of it.
Let's get back to the idea. So is refraction a thing, or you just think it isn't a thing?
Well, you're talking about this thing you guys talking about is terrestrial refraction.
Well, atmospheric refraction. What do you mean terrestrial?
Yeah, but this magical idea that you're seeing around a curve. Mm-hmm. That what you're seeing in the distance isn't actually that thing. It's just a projected image of it. That's your guys' imagination.
Well, I mean, it's there. It's like seeing something in the mirror.
What do you mean it's there?
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm trying to equate it. Let's say you see a reflected thing. Let's say you're backing up in your car and you still look in a mirror, like not the cameras, but you look at a mirror. Is that thing there, or is it in the mirror? It's both. Depends on the way you want to consider.
Now we're talking about reflection.
Right. But refraction is a version of reflection. It's just the angle is
stop the cap.
So
yeah.
Anyway. They're related concepts,
so
right?
When was it that you learned that everything you see in the distance isn't actually there? When did that come into your purview?
Well, it's there, right? Just like if you use a mirror.
It's not there. It's not there. It's just a refract. No, we're not talking about reflections.
What's the difference between reflection and refraction? Is only the angle of incidence.
Because a mirror looks back at you.
A mirror, the angle of incidence is the angle of reflection. With refraction, the angle is different depending on the media, right? It's the same concept, though. It changes the angle of light. Right?
Okay, so when was it that you told yourself, when was it that you realized that everything you see in the distance isn't actually there? At what point in your life was that?
That's not true. You're saying something
what do you mean that's not true? That's what you just...
So what I'm saying is that...
Is it there, or are you seeing a projected image of it?
A projected image of it. I'm seeing the real thing. I'm seeing the real thing from a different angle. How about that?
Yeah, you're standing in the same place, bro.
Standing in the same place, I'm seeing a thing from a different angle. Like I'm looking in a mirror and I see something in a mirror as opposed to seeing it directly.
No, I don't know why you. Scott Mackey used to do this same bullshit. It's funny enough because when I brought up the wall thing, he started talking about mirrors. It's crazy.
Oh, okay. Well, it's easier to understand with a mirror, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not talking about mirrors. There aren't mirrors out in the distance.
Here's the thing. I will give you guys credit for. I do believe obviously refraction is a thing, and I understand it now pretty well, actually.
Well, you're talking about terrestrial refraction, though.
Well, I don't understand terrestrial refraction.
This whole idea of refraction. It used to be refraction hindered your vision.
It does, in a way, yeah.
Okay, in a way, it hinders it, yet allows you to see things beyond the curve of the Earth.
I'll give you a good example. Look at the.
You guys are all just talking out of both sides of your mouth. It's just.
No. Look, I said in a way. And I was going to bring up an example. Look at the black swan image, right? You can see farther than you want to, but if you actually look at that image and you look at the two...
Time out. What does that mean? You can see farther than you want to. What the hell does that even mean?
I'm about to explain. I can explain.
You can see farther than you want to. What the hell?
You can see in that image farther than you would otherwise without refraction. However, it comes at a cost too. So if you look at that image, look at the top of the oil rig, the derricks and stuff. They're all distorted, right?
Look at the water. That could be due to heat.
What do you think refraction is?
When you look off the hood, well, hold on. You're saying you're out of both sides of your mouth. You're saying it's causing it to warp severely, yet give you a crystal clear view of the horizon beyond it. Give me a break, though.
That's exactly opposite of what I said.
You guys want your cake and eat it too. You guys are just all over the place.
Opposite of what I said.
So the context.
I said
the context of the original. See the back of your head on a ladder with a powerful enough zoom. This was the context.
Okay. Anyway. So what I said was you can see further than you would otherwise without refraction, but it does come at a cost. It distorts the image. And you can see that in the black swan, for example.
Yeah, but time out. The purpose of the black swan has nothing to do with what the oil rigs look like. It's the horizon beyond them. Because even if those oil rigs weren't in operation, the sun beaming off them would cause warping. I mean, that's what you see out in the ocean. The point of those, oil rigs are time out. Because you guys have been trying to muddy the waters of the last guy said the black swan didn't even matter. But the point of it, those oil rigs are distance demarcations. The point is you're seeing the horizon beyond those. They're just, you guys have been complaining about them bending forever. The horizon is beyond that. Do you understand that? Yay or nay?
Hold on. You said something which I want to point out.
Yay or nay? Do you understand that the point of the...
You're
Do you understand that the oil rigs are distance demarcations, nothing else?
That's not true. You're presenting photographic evidence.
That is true, homeboy.
Presenting photographic evidence, which
it's in reference to the horizon. All they are distance demarcations. So you can ballpark what the horizon is beyond it. That's the point. Period.
Yes, and you're using photographs.
Everything else is just an excuse. I've seen these things with my own eyes, not those oil rigs, but I've made my own long distance observations with my bare eyes.
Sure. Anyway,
you guys need to as well.
All right, let me point out one thing. You said that
then maybe you'll realize this whole claim that everything you see in the distance isn't actually there is hogwash. But go on.
Okay, let me get back to one thing you said, which was the heat from the sun makes the top of the oil rig shimmer, or whatever you want to call it.
If they were in operation, the heat of whatever's going on there can cause it.
What do you think that causes that?
Marky, what do you call that? It causes the top of an object, the heat from above. Like
I don't know. It's a version of refraction. Yeah.
And would it be called heat haze?
It's not haze, but there's a term for it, and I forget. It's a version of refraction.
It's like what you see off the hood of your car.
Yeah, that's refraction.
Well, that hinders your sight. That doesn't help you see further.
Exactly. That's my point. If it were,
so you don't know when you chant refraction what the hell you're talking about.
Again, I will go back to my statement. You can see further than you would otherwise without refraction, but it comes at a cost. It distorts the image. Part of refraction is distorting the oil rig. The oil rig photo is not a clean photo. It shows evidence of refraction in and of itself.
It's a still of a video.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've seen. And if you look at earlier in the video, you can see less refraction. Right? If you move the video up a minute or two, I've got it captured somewhere. You can see a version of that experiences less refraction, and the oil rigs are further down in the water. Right?
No, that's not a minute earlier in that. You'd have to show it to me.
That's a good question. That's good. Actually, I'll go grab it.
It zooms into those oil rigs. Anyways, the point of the oil rigs included are distance demarcations. That's it. Whatever else you want to bellyache about, it matters not.
Well, that's what you want to claim. The fact is you're using a photograph.
What you want to claim, just like the last guy, that this refraction chant is just your invincible wild card. He wants to see.
Are you claiming the atmospheric refraction doesn't happen?
The guy. Oh, dude. This atmospheric refraction you're talking about, this special terrestrial refraction of it going around a curve, you would have to produce that the Earth's a ball in the first place. Otherwise, it's just circular reasoning. But the funny thing is, the last guy, he was bitching because he couldn't see, I don't know, Africa from Italy. He wants to see forever. Yet anytime he's shown something, okay, that he's asking for, he goes refraction. That's been debunked. So it's just become some coverall wild card. It's weird. And anytime I ask anyone, when is it that you came to this realization that everything you see in the distance isn't actually there, they won't answer. The last guy said, well, I understood it when I understood it. I asked you, and you said, let me ask you something else. So whatever.
Well, no. Let me explain to you why I come to these rooms, right? So to answer your question, actually. So I came in.
Ask you? I missed it.
He asked me when did I start believing in or understanding refraction, and it's because of black.
You, bro. I asked you, when was it that you came to this understanding that everything you see in the distance isn't actually there?
Well, it is actually there. We're just seeing it.
But you're not seeing the actual thing. You're seeing a projection of it.
Do you wear glasses?
That's good.
No.
Okay. Well, anyone who wears glasses are seeing what you're claiming, that the things they're seeing aren't actually there because they go through a lens.
Glasses in the sky.
It's the atmospheric refraction is essentially a lens.
Now he's turning the mirrors into glasses.
Yeah, they're all the same. Would you like to explain?
No, a mirror and a lens are not the same.
It's exactly the same. Works the same principle. The light has to travel further through the media, therefore slowing it down more slightly than other parts. That's how, when you have convex or concave lenses, how they focus light by changing the angle of refraction. Anyway, I'm going to mute up. And I'm going to go look at the black swan, pull those images for you.
Yeah, but hopefully it's sunk in that the purpose of those oil rigs that you guys have been complaining, oh, they're bendy. these are the consequences we have to get now. The purposes of them are distance demarcations. You get that, Mark G?
Oh, I said I was going to mute, but I understand that's what the claim is.
Well, no, that's the whole purpose of that's, dude.
I know.
It wasn't supposed to confuse you. It was supposed to be a simplified version, because the problem is you guys won't go out and make your own observations. You guys have to nitpick ones to death and just completely change. Oh, that's the claim you're making, that it doesn't have. No, that's why that one is so prominent, because the distances are known to a certain extent. And therefore, when you see the horizon beyond them, you can ballpark that. So the horizon is beyond 9.6 miles, because that's where the second oil rig is. So it's who knows? It's 10, 12, 15 beyond it. Who knows? It's not the third. It's not the 3. Well, hell, that's a 1 foot observer site. So that would be 1.2 miles. Should be the limit. But oh, I forgot, you guys, refraction. Come on, guys, you know the thing, the heat off the hood of your car. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, same thing. Mirrors, glasses.
So, again, I didn't get an answer. Do you think refraction is atmospheric refraction is a thing or not?
Well, the one you're talking about is the curving around the curving Earth. So if you want it to be a thing, as much as you want it to be a thing, show us the Earth curving. Because this is just some circular reasoning nonsense, what you're doing, if that's all you're going to do is chant refraction. So show us the Earth curving.
No, I would say, here's what I would say about this.
The Earth is a ball in the first place. Start there.
And, hold on. This is what I would say.
No, you can't. You just have circular reasoning tactics.
Hold on. This is what I've said in the past about this image and refraction. If you introduce the concept of refraction, that does not prove globe at all. Because you cannot determine, if you introduce refraction without very precise measurements, you couldn't determine whether you're looking at something over a curve or over a flat surface, right? So that basically, at best, for the globe, renders this image a non sequitur or a moot point. That's it.
Yeah, unless you see the back of your head through the telescope, right? Because if you saw the back of your head in a telescope, and it was you're seeing around a ball. So how about you just substantiate that? Try to start there at least.
So I'm going to
prove the Earth is a ball in the first place.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Because otherwise, it's just circular reasoning nonsense.
Yeah, we should have glow binoculars for a surveyor, and then when they look everywhere, they put their little electronic binoculars on, surveying binoculars. They automatically show you Earth curve no matter where you fucking look. Because we supposedly have this number down to the fucking millimeter, correct? And then you guys, the Globers are like, what is this? How far is this? Well, you retards, if you don't fucking know, then what are you even talking about measuring shit for?
The issue is that the problem comes when the globe makes these unfalsifiable claims. You know it's curved because of how flat it looks. You know you can only see as far as a geometric horizon, but refraction allows you to see the back of your head or further or whatever. See, it's like these unfalsifiable claims. You can prove the Earth is a globe if you go to space. There's always this caveat, this asterisk attached to all this globe proof that makes it unfalsifiable, hence unscientific.
I agree that unfalsifiable claims are unscientific, and I also agree the refraction is problematic because it is so difficult to measure or to actually use in a practical way. The going to space, though, would falsify it, though, right?
Would falsify what? The globe?
Show us.
Well, either one. It would falsify either. It would say, okay, the flat Earth's false or the globe's false, right?
Yeah, it's been 50 years since anyone's been to space. And counting.
Except for last week.
No one's been to space. That's still Earth.
Stop the cap.
Suborbital and low orbit flight is well within the Earth's like system, well within any sort of container or dome. You don't see the curvature from that height.
Well, depending on what measurement, which standards body you go by, it's at least 80 miles. Do you agree it's more than 80 miles away from the surface is space, according to Globe Earth?
No, space would be you leave Earth, go into another place that you call space.
Yeah, and then Earth starts spinning.
And then go
and then
someplace
you see
else.
Earth spinning and...
If it's just space, because when I was following the Apollo program, they talked about how dangerous it was because, like, once they left Earth and they were flying in space, they would continue forever. They had to hit the moon so the moon's gravity would catch them. They said if you missed, they would just keep going. There'd be nothing to stop them. So if that's the case and people are going to space, what's stopping them from going anywhere else? It's like going on vacation. Someone says, hey, Crit, I heard you went on vacation. They're like, yeah, where'd you go? I went to my house. And they're like, what? They're like, yeah, I just kind of like got on a skateboard and like skated around my house and then went back in my house. And they're like, that's not on vacation.
That's a losing argument, Crit, because you could go on vacation in the same country. You could go on vacation in the same city even.
Yeah, or if you're going to
and then you can go abroad. So there is a range there, which is exactly the same as going to space. There is a range. You could go into low orbit space. You can go further out. If you're
going to go on a space flight, go on a space flight. Don't just taxi around the airport and then just go right back to the terminal and then say you went on a flight. These guys didn't go to space. It doesn't matter how they preface out this like artificial boundary. Say, hey, if you get this high, it's space, but another foot higher, it's back to Earth again.
Okay.
At some point, you would stop measuring. Astrophysically, you would leave Earth. This is like, I tried to talk to you about this last time. When you go to the moon, they don't say they're 240,000 miles above sea level. They stop counting sea level at some point. That is when you got to space. When you're then thinking about point A to point B, and you're measuring from like the center or the distance traveled.
Sure.
When they tell you that I'm 20 miles above sea level, and that's astrophysically outer space, you're like, dude, no, you're still on Earth. Stop pretending.
Yeah, let me draw an analogy for you. It's like saying I'm going to drive from New York to Chicago, right? And at some point you're saying, "Oh, I've left New York," and like I've left Earth, right? And then you start saying, "Oh, I'm 300 miles from Chicago, or 1,000. I can't remember how far it is. Let's say 500 miles from Chicago, right? So as you get closer to the thing you're targeting, you say you start measuring it in that, right? But it doesn't really mean that you're not making that journey, right? I don't understand that you haven't left New York. You've left New York, but you start measuring it to where your destination is.
So it'd be like
you cover the same distance in Europe, and you're in a different country.
You left New York, and you're still inside New York, and you're like, "Where'd you go?" Well, I just started measuring from like the Eiffel or the Statue of Liberty. So I'm 10 miles from the New York Statue of Liberty. So where are you? Are you in New York still, or are you not? No, that's New York. I'm 10 miles from New York. Yeah, New York is much bigger than that.
Sure, but at some point, the distance from the Statue of Liberty means that you're left New York. If you're 100 miles away from the Statue of Liberty, you're no longer in New York, regardless of how they draw the boundaries.
Well, yeah, you could be New York State.
Could be New York. Well, yeah, it could be New York State. You could also be easily New Jersey.
20 miles above the surface of the Earth. That's not even measurable from an Earth point of view. If you took an orthographic view from outer space, somebody 20, 40, 80 miles above the surface wouldn't even be measurable. That would be like you wouldn't even be able to, like, say if you were to like make a globe. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said it best. If you take a classroom globe, they went 2 millimeters above the surface of that globe. You would barely be able to fit a piece of paper between them and the surface. And you're trying to tell me they went to outer space. They're in outer space.
So what's your argument here, Crit? Are you
my argument is
are you saying the definitions are wrong?
No,
you guys call everything space that's air is our argument.
So every time my argument is this:
like that bird must be in space. Look at that stork. Look at that owl swoop down from space. You guys are crazy.
My argument.
Are fucking nuts.
If you're gonna go to space, let's see it. Because the last time they said they went to space was 50 years ago.
Are you saying the definitions of what we call outer space is wrong? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying like if you were to go to outer space,
right? So how are you defining?
You would go to outer space. You would go there.
Well, that's what people do by the definition. They don't reach that.
They did it supposedly 50 years ago, and never again.
Right.
So if you are okay, I would say there's three things there. There's object A. There's a space between object A and object B. So you got object A, object B.
Like purely arbitrary, what you call where you draw the boundary.
No, I would say, what would you call that area between Earth and the Moon? Is that space, or is that the Earth's atmosphere?
Well, that's why people have agreed definitions, and you can look them up.
So just call anything outer space. Because say you're in space right now. You're right now. You're
could do if you got everybody to agree
that definition. I agree with Crit. I agree with Crit. You're now in outer space.
Well, yeah, we're all in outer space.
If you want to make that definition and get everybody to agree to that definition, it'd be pretty stupid. I wouldn't agree to it. It's kind of useless.
Yeah, so is 2 millimeters above the surface of your average
that's not useless
classroom
because 2 millimeters on that scale is actually quite.
You're 238,000 miles away from a moon ball. What's that moon ball doing? You see it spinning? Do you see the moon be a ball? Or do you see one portion of a flat moon? What do you see, Mooner?
Holy shit.
You're 238,000 miles away from a moon, motherfucker, in space right now.
So right now, when they say Voyager is breaking the heliopause, that Voyager is like billions of miles away, like, I don't know, 15, 20 billion miles away. That is no difference than 20, 30 miles away. That's the same. It's like that meme from the Office Space. Like, hey, corporate wants to know which one of these are different. And they're like 20 miles away.
Oh, shit, you just brought up a fucking Office
15, yeah, 15 billion miles away. And you're like, they're the same picture. That's the same distance.
Who said? See, you're the only one that's saying that's the same distance. Nobody ever said this.
The moon's 93. Look the same.
What do y'all have against
they supposedly look like the same distance, don't they?
No.
Stupid
ass. I nailed it. Apparently, the Voyager as of September is 15.2 billion miles away. Is that outer space, or would that be low orbit? Are they counting?
Space is 64 miles and
are they 15.2 billion miles above sea level? Hey, Parmesan, is Voyager 1 15.5 billion miles above sea level?
Probably sounds about right. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, they're measuring it above sea level.
A billion kilometers, I think.
Yeah, are they measuring it above sea level?
Distance, basically, yeah. Distance from Earth.
Is that from the center of the Earth? They're not measuring from like center to center.
I don't know the details exactly.
Well, they would have to measure from the center of our orbit, right?
Yeah,
so it'd be from the sun.
Maybe, but those discrepancies are probably. Well, actually, no, they're probably not negligible.
Okay, so
I don't know the details.
Because they stopped at some point. Voyager got so far from Earth, it stopped measuring the distance to Earth and started using the sun as its distance marker.
Because it couldn't see the Earth anymore.
So it started off with, hey, how far is it above sea level? Okay, how far is it away from the core of the Earth? How far away is it from the sun?
Okay.
That's what you're looking at. You're looking at that switch. At what point do you switch from just being sea level on Earth to using Earth as like a mile marker.
When it makes sense for your particular mission. Like, what's your argument here? I still don't get it. You can switch whenever you see. You can say this is no longer a good baseline to measure against. Let's measure against something else.
Yeah, when do you start measuring?
Whenever
you drop
it makes
sea level
to switch. Whenever
when do you drop sea level?
Particular mission.
At what point do you drop sea level and you're in space?
At whichever point for your particular mission, it'll probably be different for each mission.
Okay, when they went to the moon, this is the topic I was raising. When they went to the moon, they said how dangerous it was because they had to hit a bullseye. They basically threw themselves off the Earth. They left the Earth, went into space, and they had to get caught by the moon. The moon was going to catch them. If they missed, they would just have continued on for forever.
Okay.
No.
So they left the Earth.
Give it like one more kick.
They left the Earth, went into outer space, and went to the moon. If they missed the moon, they just would have continued in outer space. You're talking about someone in low orbit. What's stopping them from keeping on?
Oh no, let's
gravity.
Of Earth, gravity of Earth, right?
Let's go back.
So they're still on Earth.
No, you don't have to be on Earth to be affected by the gravity.
Not like 99%.
Is the moon on Earth?
99% of Earth's gravity.
Is the moon on Earth?
So how much Earth
is it?
And
it's still affected by
how much
gravity.
Earth's gravity is still on low orbit?
You don't have to be affected by most. That's not the boundary.
Yeah, how much
gravity doesn't never turns off. You just get too far away to feel it.
So you're always in space. It doesn't matter if you're 1 foot or 15 billion miles. That's all
not how we define it. No, we don't.
It's all just outer space.
In space, like normal people don't define it 1 foot being in space.
Well, you could.
I've told you the definition is 100 kilometers. Anything over 100 kilometers is considered out of space.
And why not? Why do they keep going? How come at 100 kilometers? Why do they stop? Why do they just keep going?
Why do they stop what?
They stop leaving Earth. Why 100 kilometers? They stop there in that space.
Nobody stops at 100 kilometers.
People stop at 100.
That's the arbitrary distance. People have decided arbitrarily that we'll call anything.
Okay, let's just arbitrarily call it 1 foot.
Yeah, except that will be very stupid, and nobody. Luckily, people are a bit smarter than you, Chris.
So yeah, apparently,
they've decided the more sensible boundary.
How about this? Where does Earth's gravity stop? You said it doesn't stop. Apparently,
I didn't say it doesn't stop.
It does.
What are you talking about?
At 13 million miles, the gravitational effect of Earth is basically zero.
Basically, yeah.
Earth's gravity no longer has a hold on you.
At what distance again?
13 million miles.
Yeah, that'll be basically zero. Yeah.
Okay, one thing, Crit. Officially, the distance to Voyager is actually measured from Earth. And it's measured, it changes because of the Earth's orbit. It's measured from the distance from the radio antenna to get a bounce back signal from Voyager.
Sea level?
It's the distance from the antenna, actually.
Oh, there you go.
So sea level?
However high the antenna is, I don't know. Probably high, though. Probably on a mountain, or at least elevated.
It'd be more interesting is to know how do they communicate with it when we're facing away from it.
Well, they communicate with it. It takes a long time to get signals to and from.
Did you hear about the intern who pushed the wrong button and supposedly rotated it? The space lore for Voyager is fucking epic. That is some hilarious shit.
Then on the intern, I heard about some malfunction, which made it send data gibberish instead of the proper.
I think that was Voyager 2 that you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Voyager 1 got hold on, maybe I got that wrong.
Yeah.
You're dealing with circuits made in 1975.
Yep.
And subjected to solar radiation for 50 years. Crazy.
They've already outlived their expected life by a long time, I believe.
Yeah, it's supposed to last 2 months?
Yeah.
Now it's been
so far beyond what we thought they would.
It's a miracle.
Yeah, it's like Stephen Hawking. He's got ALS and he lived for 50 years. The average lifespan for someone with ALS.
Holy shit.
Defied disease.
Yeah, it's like ALS would tell you've got like 3 to 5 years. And this guy lived for like 50. They forgot. They lost the plot. They're like, oh shit, that guy, yeah, he probably shouldn't be alive still. He is like, you know, like the disease, especially how aggressive his version was. Like someone could say they got a real mild form.
It shut him down right away, according to the documentary. And he stayed that way.
You know what people say? Oh, he's a genius. I'm like, dude tried to pull, like, you can watch a documentary. He tried to pull a surprise party for time travelers.
Yep.
I go, you are not a genius.
He didn't try. He did have a party for.
How would you just give a surprise party?
Theoretical.
How do you do a surprise party for time travelers?
It wasn't a surprise party. It was just a party for time.
No, it's literally a surprise party. It was like, surprise. There's a big banner on the wall.
It was publicized.
It was publicized after the fact, so if there were time travelers, they would have been there.
Yeah.
It was just a hypothesis that he had. He wanted to do it. Shits and giggles, you feel?
Yeah, pretty dumb.
I don't know. I think it's hilarious.
I think it was pretty funny, considering the fact that like he actually thought time travelers were there.
Like that was scientific, or is it more just kind of like a laugh? Like
anything can be scientific if you put a hypothesis in it. No, so.
Here we go.
Shitting in the toilet and seeing what the temperature is pretty scientific to me.
Stop the cat.
So scientifically, we can prove my invisible unicorn is in my garage, right?
Yeah, you can.
Dude,
don't do it. I would just walk out into my garage. I would just walk out into my garage and see that there's no unicorn there. So that proves there's a unicorn.
That's how you cope with your schizophrenia. That's not my issue, you feel?
Yo, it is true though. Like what he said on the ISS, Scott Kelly was known for examining his own shit. He was curious how space flight would affect his body, and he was routinely known to examining his poop during his time in the ISS.
In the West, we don't get into this, but a lot of cultures they do that. They examine the feces for determined health.
Well, it was
not a Western thing.
Do that as well.
Well, you got Don Patet who turned his poop into coffee, and Scott Kelly who like.
I'll let you know.
I think he was trying to recycle corn.
A lot of medical procedures require a stool sample. Not procedures like tests require
like fecal matter.
Yeah, that's not science, though, is it?
It's medicine.
What is you think medicine is science?
Have you had fecal transplants?
He's wading into and he's scared.
I think he realized that he was just going with the flow.
Exactly.
Because remember, he just said, I'm not a scientist, so I can't tell you how it's true, basically.
Exactly. And then he realized he's one of the people following along. So it's like, yeah.
But that was good though. We got out from somebody the second, at least in my experience in this room, the second fucked up ancient Greek guy. First, it was Eratosthenes. People call him like Etheretos. They fucked that up. And now we got Pythagoras fucked up. I can't even fuck it up because I know it too well. But you know what I mean? That's guy number 2. It's great. Love this place.
Oh. By the way, I posted that video, boys, in the side chat. You should that interview. It's a classic. You got to watch it. You haven't seen it.
So how the William Duffy thing going along? I heard that thing is not about to take place now. So
The what?
the William Duffy, them going to Antarctica. I heard they having like problems with that now.
That is what it is, bro. They got like a countdown clock, bro. Got an official website and a countdown clock. You can visit the website and check out the news. See the countdown clock.
If it don't happen, William Duffy is the biggest troll on the internet.
The reality is, bro, like it's a stacked game, you see. So even if they do find some like amazing evidence for the flat Earth, they're not going to publish it. And any fuck ups or any like normal stuff which would support the globe, they're going to show and embellish and all that kind of stuff. So because as that interview showed that I posted or any other, they can't even show you any proof for a basic fucking drop over distance. And what do you think they're going to be able to show over there? Nothing, dude. It's either going to be a scam or a nothing burger. It can't be the third option of like, yay, breakthrough. Wow, like they've uncovered something. They've lifted the veil. Breakthrough. Oh, wow, they give these guys a medal. These guys are heroes for our society because they've made us see the truth. It's never going to be that option. It's just, it won't be. So, you know. How it is, dude. That's the world we live in, dude.
Well, it's on national.
Out of the three possible options, it's going to be one of those two, not the third one. Yeah.
I don't know. I just seen like Candace Owens like talk about like, holy shit. Totally forgot she's like into the flat Earth thing now.
What the fuck? You know, you're back. Did you figure it out? Did you think about it?
No, man. I had to take a shit, but I was thinking about it while I was doing it, so I'm still undecided though.
Are you back?
Oh yeah. So you did think about it, but you said no.
I always think about this stuff. Like every single moment of my life, I'm thinking, what is this? Like, what the fuck are we? Like, what am I? You know?
Okay. So the answer to my first question was a yes, but you said no. And then you said 15, 20 other words, and now you finally said yes.
No, that's not what I said. That
definition.
Sir, I asked you. Is it not? I asked you. Have you thought about it? You said no. I said, well, you know, said something. You said, oh, I was taking a shit, and oh, well, yeah, I did think about it.
Come on, stop yanking your dick, sir. Stop messing around. Stop, man.
That's funny. Come on.
Double speaking.
Stop doing it.
Well, now that you thought about it, maybe we can continue, right? Take it away, Grizzly.
No, this guy's got. He better roll up his sleeves and start making some sense out of here. Stop evasions. Stop this bullshit.
Yeah, I agree.
Come on, sir. Roll up your sleeves. Come on, sir. You turn on your brain. Come on, sir. Focus.
What do you think about? What do you thought
it's
about?
just that it's nothing consequential. Yeah, it's nothing. Let's talk about the Earth. Like, what do you guys think of the Earth? Is it like curved or like, you know?
So why are you playing dumb now? Why are you doing that?
Because I don't want to have my opinions and worldviews changed.
Oh, so you're attached to some sort of dogma, and you don't want the truth.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with my reality. Like, what's wrong with being comfortable with the current reality? Like, you know,
that reality is false.
It's not reality.
If that reality is false. I'm sorry. If that reality is false.
Okay, I will not accept that. I will not accept that. My reality is real. You are a figment of my reality. You do not talk to myself like that. Okay.
Okay.
If it is shown to you that your current view of reality is false, does it make you comfortable to believe in a false reality? Is it comfortable for you?
You don't even know what your nature of existence is. Like, why do you care? Like, why is this important to you? Like,
just answer that
just
question.
accept the fact that you may be a non-existent computer program in some matrix.
Why are you so afraid to answer my question, dude? Why are you so afraid?
I'm not afraid. Why would I be afraid? I'm not afraid.
Answer my question. Why is it? Well, why is it the case, sir? Why would it be the case that it's comfortable? It makes you comfortable to prefer a fake reality over the real one? Is that really comforting?
I mean,
blue pill, red pill.
Yeah,
So
I kind of like the Matrix, to be honest. I don't think it's like, horrible.
Why the fuck did I take the red pill?
You're telling me it's comforting for you. Oh, no, so you're telling me it's comforting for you to have something fake instead of something real, really?
Yes. What's wrong with being valuable? Why are you so obsessed with being perfect? Like, we're all imperfect, so there's no reason.
Listen to what you're saying, dude. It's ridiculous. You can't be serious.
It's ridiculous. It's human. It's human.
Dev, check this out, bro. Okay, let's entertain your notion for a second. Okay, if you went around your life thinking 2 + 2 = 5, or worse yet, 2 + 2 = fish, and someone came to you and said, "Ah, man, it's actually 4." Are you gonna respond in the same way you responded now?
Of course not.
And why is that?
Because I still operate within my own subjective world, right? I'm still a participant in it, right? I haven't rejected this reality altogether, like lived in the mountains or something.
You got to say that your worldview.
I mean, I still hold my opinions, if that's the question. Like, do I have opinions on certain views on reality? Yes, I do. But I still operate with the subjective reality as it is, though, right? There's nothing wrong with it.
He said your worldview was 2 + 2 = fish. That's your worldview. And someone corrected you and said, no, it's actually 4.
Right. Two contexts. One in which the answer is just wrong, right? 2 + 2 = 5. That's not correct. But then another statement that 2 + 2 = fish. It's an undefined. It's a malformed question. There's a category error there. So you have two problems, and someone comes to you and says, "Here's the correct answer. Everything's solved." Are you going to accept that and say, "Thank you, you helped me," or are you going to say, "No, dude, I'm comfortable thinking 2 + 2 = fish," or 5?
Choose wisely.
It sounds like what you're really asking is, am I capable of logical thought and reforming my reality based on logic, right? That's what you're asking. And if that's the question, then yes. If you provided me some objective way to say, okay, this is the actual reality, then I would accept it. Yes, I would.
Thank you. Okay, so number one, my question.
That being said, there's no way for you to create such evidence for it, right?
Okay, so that's your problem. Okay, so number one, I did not ask you what you said back to me. Okay, you coalesced or condensed my questions and rephrased it. Okay, that's not what I asked you. Okay, but fair enough. So you answered correctly. You would say, "Oh, well, it's logical. I would rethink." Thank you very much. So apply that notion to other subsequent questions. People in this room, in this room, may have or do have, in my experience, but from your point of view, may have. So if you can be open to that, maybe you might learn something also. Like 2 + 2 does not equal to fish. Thank you.
Fair enough. I don't argue against that. There's nothing wrong with providing objective evidence.
Is there an objective way to define what mathematics are?
What do you mean objective?
Well, you're the one that used the word earlier.
I mean, you can make sense of mathematics as it is, right? It makes sense. 2 + 2 does equal to 4.
Why does it make sense? Is it objective or subjective?
It's the answer. So, well, you have to constrain the.
Come on, man, answer it.
He's gonna.
I'm trying to answer it, right? You're operating within the confines of your reality. So yes, within the confines of this
Operator,
reality.
my reality or yours?
I don't know. I don't know whose reality are we in.
I asked you the question, so it would be your reality.
It's just a math problem.
Yeah,
it's language.
Yeah. I mean, look. I'm not arguing that math doesn't exist. I'm just saying.
What?
Wait, sir. Could it be the case that 2 plus 2? Wait, sir. Could it be the case that 2 plus 2 is 5 in someone's reality? Is that possible?
That's not what I'm arguing, right?
That's what we're
No,
arguing.
I'm saying, is it possible? Is it possible or not?
You can have subjectively. Let me
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me think about this, and I'll phrase. I'll come up with an answer. I'm a slow thinker. I'm a slow thinker. All right, just
Yeah, you know what I have?
Let me percolate.
I got a big rolled up newspaper. Every time you stick your head out of that turtle shell, I'm gonna whack it.
Man, you on the sidelines, man. Like 10, 15 minutes. You just took a break just now. You're back in the game. What's happening?
Hold on, man. I gotta think. You know, these are very hard questions, very difficult, very substantive questions, and I don't want to. I don't want to corner myself into like a bullshit answer, and then you guys go, "Oh,
Take
we
your
got
time, dude. I'm eating right now. It's lunchtime for me, so just come back before I leave.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know a basic addition problem was so hard.
It's not about the math. It's the question of reality, right? He's trying to corner me into some sort of inescapable logical loophole, right? I get it. Like I don't want to pigeonhole myself into that. Yeah, like I know what
I did.
No,
dude, go, buddy, bro.
This man's been in the game, bro. This man's been in the game 2 times. This man has been in the game 2 times. He's carried the ball 2 times, and he's failed to make progress with the football.
It's okay, guys.
Fumbled it.
You know what he needs? It's all right, guys. You know what he needs? Let him go take his second shit. His brain will clear up, and then he can come back in 10, 15 minutes. Maybe he'll have an answer.
Don't fumble it
Sounds
next
good.
time. Man.
Maybe you sound like you need to get a girl or something.
Bring your A game.
That too, but that's still not. That's not going to change my reality, you know.
Maybe that clears his mind.
Damn, dude. Go think about the question I told you.
Get off the toilet. Get a woman.
I mean, that'll clear my mind. I'm not going to argue
away from the computer.
But, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Is that Joe? What's up, Joe?
Hey,
I don't know if you.
Doing?
Pretty good. You know, I tie up solipsist people like him up in knots all day. It's what I do, man. It's fun. I love doing it. They think it's the highest form. They think it's the highest form of thinking.
Yeah. You know what's fun about it, though? Because we're already a few steps ahead. Right? The only answer that this guy can come back to us with, okay, when it comes to the numbers thing, is an answer that involves swapping the meaning of the characters. You know, like you think about the number 4 meaning what we think of 4 things. If you swap that icon...
Yeah, I actually want him to surprise me, Mick. I don't want to know. I don't want to know, dude. I just surprise me. Come up with whatever you can come up with.
Let me surprise you right now. Alpha.
I'll go for
Here's the question. Here's the question. Is every single mathematical proposition, every single equation logical in this universe? Every permutation of logical, like is it always? Is it always logical? Is it always?
We're not talking about logical. We're talking about objectivity and subjectivity. That's the premise.
Yeah, but I'm just asking you, like, is that what you believe?
No.
Like, what's your position on that?
No. The answer is no to that question.
Okay, so you in some realities you do believe that some form of mathematics can become illogical, or they can produce illogical.
What are you talking
results.
about, sir? What are you talking about?
Yeah, because you use some reality. That's begging the question.
Yep.
Yeah, any reality, right? Your reality, whatever you define as reality.
It would be begging the question because you're using your premise that there's multiple realities.
Hold on, so let me explain it to you, sir. Very simply, right? There are multiple different possible realities, right? This reality could have been different, right? It's contingent.
Yes,
reality, right?
Go on.
It could have been different, right? So if you think about it, there's many other possible realities. But here's the ball game, bro. Just listen very carefully. Mm-hmm. There are some things which could be different in all these different realities, and some things which have to be the same in all these different realities. You see? You understand? There are two categories. Stuff that could have been different, contingent facts, and stuff which has to be the same, necessary facts.
And that's just Grizzly going down the rabbit hole with you.
You know, the things that would be.
Why does it have to be necessary?
Hold on, Dev. The things that are the same are you being wrong in every reality.
That's so funny.
I'm saying some things have to be the same in every reality. They couldn't be otherwise. It couldn't be the case that, oh, this thing could have been different, but no. Some things have to be different. Some things don't have to be different. Like you being wrong
in every reality. That's what's the same.
What's one thing?
Hold on. So when it comes to mathematics, and 1 + 1 is 2, that's the same in every reality. It couldn't be otherwise. The same in every reality. Any reality you conceive of. But if we talk about the color of leaves or the shape of leaves, that could all be different. Stuff like that. How tall trees are, what color the grass is, right? That could all be different. Yeah. How sunlight works, how many planets are in the sky. All that could be all different. That could all be different. We could have a reality with 1 million suns, with one sun, with blue grass, with red grass. It doesn't matter. But for mathematics, always the same in every reality. Same with logic.
Here's where you're wrong, though. Here's where you err.
The laws of logic will apply in every reality as well. Every possible reality.
Here's where you're wrong, though. I never said it's not possible for 2 + 2 to equal to 4 in my subjective reality, right? I can have a subjective reality in which 2 + 2 does equal 4, and all the mathematical proofs that we have currently check out perfectly. You know, they always work, right? You can say this is still.
You couldn't think of a reality. You couldn't think of a reality where 2 + 2 is 5. You couldn't think of that reality. You couldn't even imagine such a thing.
Let him finish, Grizzly. Let him finish.
But you wouldn't tell the difference, right?
You would tell the difference.
You wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the subjective reality in which I made 2 + 2 = 4 and the actual, the true objective reality.
Every reality already. You don't need you to make it that way. It's already that way in every reality. You understand?
It doesn't have to be, though. It doesn't.
It has to be. I mean, it's necessary. It has to be. It's necessary. Yeah. You understand? Very simple. Contingent and necessary. Two different concepts. Yeah.
Why are you so afraid of just not the nature of existence? Like why are you so addicted in finding some objective reality in your existence?
Because there is objective reality. That's the point.
There is not. You don't know.
You can't talk about reality without it being objective.
How do you know you're not hooked up to a computer right now? How do you know?
Because I'm not hooked up to a computer right now.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know the stuff that you're eating is actually like the stuff that you're actually eating?
How do you know that How do you know that I am hooked up?
You don't, right? You don't.
How do you know
we develop some definition.
Okay. How do you know we are hooked up to a computer right now?
I'm not saying I know. I'm just saying it's a possibility, right? Therefore, if it's a possibility, there's a interpretation to the reality, right? You can say 100% that
okay, wait a minute. Hold on. A possibility does that mean that it's true?
It means that it also does not mean.
So a possibility means that it could be. Is that concrete?
Yes, it means it's not concrete.
So wait a minute. Hold on.
That means objectivity is also not concrete.
You're not listening to the question. Is it yes or no?
All right.
Possibility could be. Is that concrete?
No, it's not concrete.
Great. So that means. So do that mean that it's true?
I'm not saying that it's true, right? I'm not arguing that we are all hooked up to the matrix and that's the objective reality, right? That's not the argument I'm making. I'm just saying. The same way I can't tell what my reality is, Alpha cannot 100% be sure that his reality is true either, right?
Hold on.
You're not going to speak for me. You know that, right?
Right, yeah. Nobody's speaking for Alpha. You just putting words in his mouth. I asked you that question.
No. He said he made a claim. I'm attacking his claim, right? That's what he's been doing, right?
Right now I'm attacking yours. If you don't have anything that's concrete, You don't have anything that is objectively true. All you have is just so stories, and it could be, and it's a possibility. Then, by its very definition, that is flimsy at best. Any idiot could come up with any explanation.
It's uncomfortable. I'm not saying it's a satisfactory answer, but that may be the nature of reality.
It's not wait a minute. Hold on. Right, you cut me off. It's not an answer at all.
I'm not saying it's an answer. It's a possibility, right? It's one of many possibilities that we could be in, right? There's nothing wrong with saying that.
Right. But you're just speculating. So you don't have any observation. You don't have anything that is concrete. But yet, and still, there are observations. There are actually things that is concrete that we observe in reality. That's what make it objective.
There is no objective reality, right? There's no... You can use math or logic. 2 plus 2 equals 4. Therefore, we are real. That's not satisfactory, right? That does not satisfy the requirements of reality.
No, that's 2 plus 2 equals 4 is a language. I'm not talking about that. We have things that we observe in nature. That is reality. It's objectively.
How do you know it's real? How do you know it's real?
Hold on, because it's been observed. It naturally.
How do you know the things that you observe are real?
Listen, it naturally occurs always.
How do you know that it always
in the end, you just think, how do you know you're real? How do you know this is real, man?
It's uncomfortable. I'm just saying.
It's not. Wait a minute. Hold on, Grizzly. It's not. Hold on, Grizzly. It's not uncomfortable. It's not uncomfortable for us. It's uncomfortable for you to basically ignore all of the things that we observe in nature.
And then, bro, when you talk to these solipsist people, they're trolling anyway, right? I'm saying when they do this solipsist troll, in the end of the day, nothing's real. How do I know? You can know anything, can't know anything. It's just retardation. It's literally like autism out here.
Yes, they have. Okay, listen. They have things that's called philosophy, and then they have things that's called theories, and then they have things that is natural law, which is physical. Anything that we observe physically that occurs always, it becomes a law. It's no longer a theory.
Bro, this guy is struggling to even accept his own existence right
these
now,
are some of the things that is objectively true. Now, nobody is saying that we know nobody is saying that we know everything about nature. There's a lot of things that is undiscovered.
This guy is struggling to accept.
But the things that are discovered, it cannot be argued against because it's concrete. That's what make it objective.
My brother, this guy is struggling to accept his own existence, bro. He's still hanging on to that. He's still thinking, do I exist? What really exists? Am I a brain and a job?
I know I exist. I already told you. I exist, right? You're misconstruing. Like you're putting words into my mouth now because I never said I don't exist. I know
you're struggling to accept, bro. You're struggling to accept the objectivity of the reality around you. You're struggling to accept that because you're a retard.
Incorrect. I said I exist. That's an objective truth that I know for myself. That's the only thing about reality that I can prove.
The reality around you, sir. You're struggling to accept that objectivity.
Yeah, because the reality around
there's
you.
There's no way I can objectively say it exists.
Hold on.
For me,
natural law. Look, nature around you will exist even after you cease to exist.
How do you know?
Because it existed before you.
How do you know? That's the problem, right? There's no way for you to prove that.
Anybody that was older than you know that these things in nature existed before you, and when you pass away, it will exist after you.
You know something? Here's something interesting. I was arguing someone in the one of the.
Wait a minute, hold on. I want you to respond to some of the things that I'm saying instead of just moving.
I know. I'm trying. I'm trying to respond to things.
The things in natural law existed before you. You can ask your grandparents, your parents.
Okay.
Right.
Let me respond to that.
Therefore, when you die, right? Because we all going to die one day. Entropy will always increase. It will not, all that. Second law of thermodynamics, things like that, natural law. When you die, right, if this natural world would continue, it will exist after you. So it's in this reality, which is concrete, it would exist with your mind or whatever you believe in your mind or your subjective reality or whatever religion that you have. It's going to exist while it existed before you was living. The natural law is existing while you living, and this natural law existing after you cease to be here or whatever, right? So that reality we all live in, which is nature in itself, right? have natural laws that occurs always before us, while we live in, and after us. And that's the reality that we objectively can observe, test, and manipulate. All of these things are objective because we all experience it. Not just because we all experience it, it's because it was here before we even had the ability to experience it, and it will be here after we have the ability to experience it. Right?
All right. So
unless you still think we live in this. Okay.
What I was going to say was.
You're going to move on.
No, I'm not. Look, let me respond. Okay, I listened to you, right?
Okay.
I listened to you. Now let me respond. I was talking to a gentleman in one of the Christian chat rooms, right? He said, what was it? He said, okay, we were arguing about like dinosaur bones, right? How come we found rocks 4 billion years old and the Bible, makes the claim, based on theologist estimation, the universe, the world, the earth is, 3,000, 6,000 years old, right? And I asked him, like, how do you know? Like, we have bones, right? We have millions of years of history, natural history in, like, the rocks, the strata, right? We have a bunch of evidence, and the response I got was basically that God made the universe, the earth, as if it was old, as if that amount of time actually passed, right? So basically, on a snap of a finger, he created the dinosaur bones to be that old, like 4 billion years old.
Are you going to respond to what I said?
My point was, like, listen to like the theme of my response here, right? Like, I'm saying,
respond directly to what I said.
The Christians believe that the God created a universe in which it was already old. That there's a reality.
I'm not making it.
Let me finish every time. Okay, I mean, if you're not gonna let me talk, like, go ahead and talk.
Maybe it's the case.
I'm gonna let you respond, but I want you to respond directly to what I said, which is
I'm trying to respond. You're not.
Still man my argument instead of monologuing about some conversation you had about what.
A quick question about his example.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a quick question, Dev, about your example you gave, and then you can respond to the other dude. Yeah. The example you gave, can I just ask a quick question? Would it be possible that, for example, in the reality, the Christian you spoke to, is it possible that in his reality was made 6,000 years ago, and in your reality was made 4 billion years ago? Could that be the case at the same time?
Assuming that we both exist? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, right now. You spoke to that Christian, right? Is it possible that his reality was made 6,000 years ago and your reality was made 4 billion years ago? Is that possible, right, at the same time?
I can't confirm that. There's no way for me to say that's a possibility. I can't say if it's a possibility. I don't know my existence beyond my own existence, right? You're asking me a hypothetical which I can't verify.
Well, your entire argument is a hypothetical. Remember, you only said that all of the things.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's scary, man. I'm not saying this is
everything that you hold on. Everything that you believe in is only a possibility and is only guessing.
Yes,
but we do have things in nature that you refusing to respond to,
which you have no way of measuring as being real.
Called natural. Well, we do.
How?
Have that.
How do you know? How do you know?
Natural law based on observation. What is measuring?
How do you observe? With your eyes, right? You look around.
What is measuring?
How do you know what you're measuring is real?
I'm asking you a question. What is measuring?
Why? Like, where is this going? Like, what's your argument?
The first thing that you said out of your mouth is, how did you measure? So what is measuring?
I said, how do you know that you're measuring?
What is measure? Exactly. What is measure?
You define it. Go ahead. Define what you mean by measuring, right? You said we know reality because we measure it. So you define. Why are you asking me?
Great. You brought it up. I want you to explain to me. That way we be on the same page. What is measuring?
That's not. You said that we know reality because we measure it, right?
No, you said that. You asked me how would we measure it.
I did not. I you know what?
You responded with how we would measure that.
I'm asking, how do you measure it? Right.
What is natural laws? What is that?
You're the one.
I explained it earlier. Right? I explained it. Yeah, no, I have made the claim. I'm trying to see if you actually listened to what I said.
I am listening, but you're not.
Okay, still, man, what I said to you. The argument that I did make.
I don't see the relevance.
Remember the argument you were supposed to be responding to when you went on monologuing about the conversation you had with a Christian? So still, man, the argument that I did make, and see how was that related to the conversation
Just make
you
the
had
point
with a
you're
Christian?
trying to make, man. Just
I made it already. I made it already. I'm trying to see if you actually listened to it, to respond to it. Remember you said you was responding?
I tried. You interrupted. So we're kind of going off track now. So there's no point in me trying to respond.
Right.
So what's the point?
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something again. How was you trying to respond to what I said when you did not have you?
I told you an example, right?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Listen.
There you go.
That's how I know. That's how you interrupted me right now. That's how I know you ain't listened. How did you even attempt to respond to what I said to you? The point that I did make, the argument that I actually made 2 times, in fact, when you can't even tell me right now what the hell I was even talking about.
Yeah.
Every time I try to respond, you interrupt. So there's no point in me trying to engage in.
Not even
So
no, the only time that I interrupt was when you went on monologuing about something that I haven't even said.
All right.
I didn't say
you know what?
anything.
You know what? I'm done with this conversation. Like I'm done with it. Like, you guys can move on to whatever you want. Like I'm just gonna listen. Like every time I try to speak, like that's.
Right.
Come on.
I guess because I wasn't talking about dinosaurs, I guess you wanted to get into that conversation.
No, it was a simple point I was trying to make, and I got cut off. So why would I even bother, right? Like,
so you fumbled the ball.
Your entire argument was that nothing in reality is objective, such as nature. I explained to you how nature is objective.
There's only one objective. No, there's only one thing that's objective, right? I'm not saying nothing is objective. I'm saying my
making the point again, and he cut me off.
My existence is objective. That's it. Nothing else is.
Okay, so only you exist.
I know I exist. I know my consciousness exists. In what form, I don't know. That's it. That's all I know.
And how did I debunk that earlier?
You didn't.
I did.
You said we made measurements. We have natural laws through observation.
You said that.
I get that, but I'm saying my question to that was, how do you know anything you're observing, any information, any data collection that you're getting is even real? How do you know it's not fabricated by a supercomputer in an alien data center somewhere?
Great,
how do you know?
Great, because these phenomena that we have measured and we have observed occurs always. It was these natural phenomena have been occurring before me and you, and it will be occurring after me and you.
How do you know?
Grandparents' history, historical records.
How do you know they're not fabricated? How do you know your entire history, your entire worldview, like your entire existence?
Because it's okay. Hold on, because they're occurring right now and they're being tested even to this day.
Asked why. He doesn't care, dude. He's a solipsist, dude. No matter what you say, he's going to say, "How do you know that's real? How do you know that's real? How do you know that's real?"
He still have not yet to debunk anything that is concrete, such as reality.
Because he's autistic, dude. You're talking to an autist or a troll.
No, I'm not a troll. This is what I believe.
Then you're an autist. Fair enough. Then you're an autist. Then
you ruled it out. I'm a successful.
You ruled out one of the options.
I'm a successful citizen of my subjective reality. All right.
Okay, check this out. You could believe whatever you want to believe. That don't mean that it's objectively true. Just like you said yourself.
Oh, I know. Like the fact that I have a job, the fact that I'm talking to you, I don't even know any of this is real.
And everything. Okay. Well, guess what? It is.
I mean, that could be my brain telling myself that I'm real, but I don't know.
Your brain can tell you. Your brain can tell you a lot, but when your brain shut down, natural law would still be existing. Natural phenomenon would still be occurring.
That could be the case. I don't know.
Quick question, bro. So, do you generate your reality around you, like all the trees? Do you generate those, or are they pre-generated before you arrive to see them?
His answer will be he don't know. It's only a possibility.
Well, let's see.
There's no way to know.
Do you generate the reality around you?
There's no way to know.
Well, you told me you know you exist, right?
I know.
But you told me you. Well, so you objectively know that's objectively true, yeah?
I have a sense of self. I have a consciousness. I know I'm asking these questions, and by asking these questions, I know I'm
that's real. Wait. So you know you're real. Wait. So you know your experience is real, but then you see things like trees, right?
Yes.
Did you generate those trees, or something else generated them?
I don't have the information to determine that.
You don't remember whether you generated some trees?
It could be part of a simulation. It could be part of my own manifestation. I don't know.
Simulation? If it's a simulation, did you generate that simulation?
How would I know?
Well, maybe you remember doing it. No? Wait.
There's no way. I'm not trying to troll. Like, honest to God, like, I'm not trying to troll.
Okay, so how do you know you're having an experience right now, sir? How do you know that you're real? How do you know that?
Because I'm asking. It's an introspection, right? I know. I'm asking myself.
Part of introspection requires and part of introspection requires memory, right?
It requires consciousness, right? It requires consciousness. It requires awareness, self-awareness, right? You have awareness of the self.
You got to remember stuff, yeah.
Well, how do you know that's real?
No, but wait a minute. But you need memory.
Well, I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking. I'm thinking for myself, right? My mind is real. I know in some shape or form.
How do you know? How do you know?
Wait. So thinking requires some memory, does it not? So otherwise, what's the point of thinking if there's no memory to record it, right?
How do you know that somebody?
You don't need memory to think.
You don't need memory. Wait, how are you gonna? What's the point in thinking if there's no memory at all? Then the thinking's completely a waste, isn't it? It's just like nothing.
It depends on what you mean by memory. Like, how do I know? Like, I didn't form a microsecond ago with all my memories, right?
Memory means a record of what came previously.
Yes, but that implies there's some sort of temporal element to my existence, which I don't know if there is.
Well,
I don't know if I'm 1 second old. I don't know if I'm 1 microsecond old, right? How do I know?
Well, but do you have memories? Wait, do you have memories or not?
I mean, consciousness could just be an illusion to better help survival.
Right.
I'm just asking it. Do you have memories? No. So, do you have memories? Yes or no?
I mean, we don't know.
Come on, sir. Answer me. Do you have memories or not?
If you mean like, do I have like my brain remembers event that seemingly occurred in the past?
What is your brain? Wait, so brains now exist. Brains are objective. They exist.
No. I'm saying like not the physical brain, but like my consciousness. My consciousness knows some event. It has knowledge or it has information that certain things supposedly existed or happened. Right? I don't know when they happen in actual reality. I don't know if they even happen at all.
Wait, did your consciousness remember? Did your consciousness remember what it experienced yesterday? Does it remember that or not?
I love schizophrenia.
Where is it going?
I'm just asking you simple questions.
It's going nowhere.
And you keep asking.
Well, you'll see in a minute. You'll see because you're afraid to answer simple questions. Look, you just say this.
He's not. He's been, man, and you just keep asking him again and again and again.
Him a simple question. Does his consciousness remember what he did yesterday? Is that not a simple question?
It's not.
Of course, he remembers what he did yesterday. I mean, what the fuck are you asking?
That's why it's so simple. Look, that's why you said, "Of course." It's so simple. Why can't he answer it?
It is simple. That's why he's not answering because it's just such a silly question.
I know it's not silly. It's going to show how stupid he is.
Well,
wait a minute.
Calm. I mean, I guess I am calm.
Wait a little, sir. Have patience. Have patience, sir.
I've already answered you, right? You didn't expect that answer, so that's
hey, check this out. So did Gummy just change his little picture, and now he came back in here, the White Knight?
What do you mean?
Mr. Scientist. We ain't done with you.
Yes, I am back.
Yeah, we remember you. We remember you. Can you explain your science for the globe?
I don't need to, man. I already told you.
Yeah, so you don't have. I know.
Did it for me.
I know. You was here to troll from the very beginning. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Be quiet.
Yeah, go ahead, Gracie. Man, I got my DOD, baby. That's got me words.
If I may, you know what's really
idiots that don't know anything that want to run their.
If I may, you know what I find interesting about what Dev Null is saying? If we really parse out the terms and we swap a couple words out, what he's saying is almost the equivalent of, a religious individual saying, this reality that we experience is not real. The only thing that's real is God. We're just consciousness or spirit experiencing this reality, and the only reality is, God's realm.
I think
when you really parse it out,
I thought that's what he was trying to say.
Any claims of God. The
funny thing about that, think about it, dude. the funny thing about that is the words are changed in such a way that the term, like the supercomputer, right, the thing that we know to be, of great power within this realm, the term that we use is the substitute, right? So it's like you're flipping the real quote unquote reality or experience that we have here up into something that we otherwise perceived as the unknown and attributed it kind of like ephemeral terms, right? So it's a very materialistic kind of wrangling of an otherwise religious dogma.
Yeah, absolutely not. No, it's kind of like to propose that there's a godlike existence that's actually in charge of the objective reality.
Dude,
right? I'm just saying. I propose a supercomputer as just one of many possibilities, right?
There you go. So what's the difference? That God, that's a possibility. It's the same
claim. Christians claim God exists as an objective of reality, right? I'm not saying that God exists as a subjective reality.
You just said that there might be a supercomputer, and that would be the controlling mechanism, and that would therefore be the only objective reality.
Right. That's not what I said. That is not what I said.
You can't.
So are you saying there's a supercomputer?
You cannot have a.
Are you saying there's like 20 different supercomputers all fucking like Russian dolled inside each other, and none of them are really real?
You gonna say he don't know?
How would I know, right?
This is the problem, dude. And here's the issue: you find yourself in what is known as an infinite regression fallacy. That's the thing that you're going to have to come to terms with, buddy. Good luck.
It may not be a fallacy, right? It's an uncomfortable truth that this may be our reality. That
I'll tell you why.
We don't have the means to discern.
It's a fallacy.
I'll tell you why it's uncomfortable, dude. Because it's not true.
It's retarded.
Your discomfort with it is a sign inside your belly telling you this is fucking weird, but your brain is trying to rationalize it to make it seem true for whatever motive that you have otherwise that would render you comfortable with the idea that this is not real. Maybe because your life is so shit, and the only thing that you have is to explain it in a way that it's not real, so it doesn't matter.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
This man is an open rebellion against natural law and God. He's an open rebellion.
It has nothing to do with theology. It has nothing to do with religion or my personal life or experiences or my economic status or any of that, right? It's something I've come to the conclusion after thinking about it.
It is
it's not religion. There's no theology. There's no belief. I don't believe in anything.
Yeah, it is, dude.
It's a religion. I don't make any claims, right? The only claim that I can make is that I exist. That's it.
Yeah,
that's not a religion.
That's a religion. It's the way you want to live your life. It's false.
Yeah, you are making claims. You're making a claim that nothing is real except you, basically.
Yeah, that's a religion.
Fuck, man.
I just can't know. I just can't know what's real. I just can't know, man.
You know reality, right? Yeah. How about this, dude? Go take 2, 3, 4, 5 more shits. Get that all out of your system. Maybe some will come out of your brain, and then come back.
This is what happens. This is what happens when we discuss this, right? You guys get pissed off because you're not comfortable with the truth.
We're not sorry. Nobody's mad. We showed you all types of examples of objective reality. You debunked none of them, and now we just explained that you are living in a religion. It got to be a religion.
I'm not trying to convince you of anything, right? I'm just telling you my position, right? Like, come on.
Well, listen, I'm not trying to convert you. I'm only explaining your religion. It got to be religion because multiple people have basically debunked this claim that you had, and you decided, oh no, I'm just going to keep to the religion that makes me comfortable. I mean, it was saying that when I first got in the room. You said this objective reality makes me comfortable.
All right, let me put it this way. If this is religion.
It's a religion. Just say it's a religion.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish, right? If this is what you need, like if you need to create a reality,
I don't need anything.
I have this religion, then by all means, paint your reality the way you want. Like I don't care.
Why can't I identify the religion? Why
I'm not going to deny your reality.
Why I gotta fulfill my needs? It's not fulfilling my needs. I'm not part of the religion. It's your religion.
I don't have any religion. There's no religion, man.
It's a religion. I know you guys love to say it's not a religion.
You're getting confused on the terminology. It's not. There's no religion.
It's a religion. Multiple people had explained this to you, and you decided not to believe it, not to listen to it.
I think
even though it seems that's true.
I think we have to cut it. We have to cut it here. It's been dragging way too long with this shit. Back to flat Earth.
My thoughts exactly. He's turned into a troll at this point. You see.
Yeah.
I was just about to ask: is there anybody who is certain about their reality? You can talk to.
Yeah. Sorry about that, but it had to be done.
You don't have to mute. You can just say, I've been trying to move away from this discussion for the past 20 minutes.
This
it was completely, it was entirely unnecessary to try to mute me other than just doing the power trip. But anyway, let's move on.
No, there is no moving on with you. This topic is a waste on you. You're not capable of having the discussion.
All right, why don't you mute T-Dub? Mute T-Dub right now.
Honestly, why? Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, we need to mute him because, he don't even have. He can't talk about the flat Earth or globe Earth because he don't know.
No, he can't. He doesn't know about his reality. I'm not sure. It could be this. It could be that.
And worse yet, and worse yet, he suggested let's mute T-Dub. The problem with that is he'll just unmute himself because he's a mod. Like, dude, come on. Know the room you're in, bro. Oh, he's gone. Fuck. Well, good.
People are just pathetic, man. I swear to God, man.
The guy was insane.
Now, they all need to take an epistemology class before they even talk in here, man.
Way back, he said something along the lines of paraphrasing, right? I'm 100% certain about this subjectively. What? Something about his 100% certainty in subjective reality or something like that. It was like, what the heck?
It sounded like that's what the X guy was trying to do earlier with the infinite argument. What if the container is infinitely sound like the same thing he was trying to do earlier?
It's a classic infinite regression fallacy. The problem is with that is at some point, you go so far up the stream, and at some point you're just like, well, it's just all God because it's all above me. So it gets reduced down to a single entity, of which can be comprised of whatever the fuck, however complex it is. It's beyond us, so it's just God. However many layers, it doesn't matter.
But the physical reality we're in has to be limited. You see, it can't be infinite in any way of meaning that word.
Yeah, because even if you say it's God,
limited. You see,
because even if you say it's God, it still put a limitation on the physical creation.
But God wouldn't be physical. You see, God wouldn't be this physical dude sitting there with limits. Right. You see,
because he would be the one placing the limitation. So
that's the point. That's why their argument is redundant.
Right.
It's just redundant. That's all it is. It's overthinking.
No, all the physical stuff. When we talk about the flat Earth, we're talking about physical world, real world stuff. So all that stuff, that's limited. You see.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's just a way.
It can't be otherwise.
Get away from it.
A good way to maybe get them on board in the conversation is to tell them or to read to help them in their mind understand that the subject that what their subjectivity that is constant amongst those who perceive the same things, that's quote unquote objective. It's just like it's a word game with these people. But at that point, then you have some common ground that you can work with within the context. It's stupid, but hey.
Look, if they're not if they're not accepting things like the uniformity of nature, then it's just this person is just too dumb. They just can't accept basic realities. They can't. So. Simple thing to accept, and they don't want to because they're either solipsistic or they're scared or they're trolling or whatever. They're retards.
Maybe we should have just sucked. We should have just sick Alpha on them since Alpha was the one that made them take 2 shits and come back.
I take a time out, man. Fumble the football, man.
Fucking love this shit.
That guy need to get laid. Anyway, oh, the gummy guy ain't here no more. Shit.
As soon as I started taking the piss out of him, he fucked off, man.
You got Embo here.
Oh God, no.
Yeah.
Is that the American guy or the
NRT
German
doesn't
guy?
apply to the Earth's atmosphere. That's what Embo's saying in the side chat.
Embo will only be in the chat.
Wait a moment. Can you hear me? Is this working?
Ah, it's a European guy, Embo.
Fix your white.
Yeah, Polish, to be more precise.
Oh, yeah, Polish. Yes.
Embo.
So, PV equals nRT doesn't hold for the atmosphere because it assumes all of these conditions that are mentioned, these formula like temperature, pressure, or whatever, are constant throughout this entire system. So if you know the pressure, for example, I measure some pressure, let's say in my home, and I measure the temperature, then based on that I could derive, for example, the volume of the entire container. And you obviously cannot do that, even assuming that there is some container, because you have different temperatures and different pressures in any other place. If I go like kilometer higher, it will change drastically. Yeah, that's why it doesn't hold.
What about the volume part? What about the volume part? Right?
Yeah, that's my point. It doesn't hold. It has volume in the formula, but the entire...
You don't know what
it doesn't hold because
apply to the air.
There's no definite volume to air because it's a gradient. So we would have to make an arbitrary border between the air and non-air.
What's your premise?
There's no definite volume to a gas without a container, right? Without a restricted area.
Yes, which is the case for the Earth. We haven't found any container as far as we've researched with radars or with rockets.
So there has to be a volume if you're going to distinguish between Earth's atmosphere and not Earth's atmosphere.
Why does it have to be any volume?
That's an amount. That's an area within which an amount of gas is occupying. That would be a volume, dude. Sorry.
That's why I told you the atmosphere doesn't have a definite volume.
How would you know, bro?
Is there an area where is there an area that is not considered to be Earth's atmosphere?
Yes, it's defined as 100 kilometers altitude usually.
Why can he do that?
So there's a volume for the Earth's atmosphere then?
Yes, but this was just arbitrarily made up because there is no definite border as marked by something physical. It's just a gradient of pressure decreasing.
Okay, so where's the cutoff going to be? At the last molecule? Is that going to be the furthermost boundary where the last molecule is, yeah?
There is no last molecule. There is no place in space anywhere. There is no pressure at all. It just decreases to very, very low value.
No. But where does the area begin where it's not Earth's atmosphere? Where that area begins is where the last molecule is of the Earth's atmosphere. Beyond that is the not Earth's atmosphere bit, yeah?
As I already said, it's a gradient, so humans have to make up a border by their own, which is usually defined at 100 kilometers. Your question is like asking...
humans make up. Wait. It doesn't matter what humans make up. Physics works regardless of what we make up. So this last Earth atmosphere molecule, right? So beyond that is not Earth's atmosphere, and within that is still Earth's atmosphere zone, yeah? It's just the last molecule from the Earth's atmosphere that decides it, right? And that can regulate where the Earth's atmosphere is going to be, yeah?
To show you how ridiculous your question is like asking where does red begin and orange end? Obviously, there's no definite border because it's a spectrum.
Yeah, because you making a very distinct argument.
Wait, so now you're saying the Earth's atmosphere is the entirety of the spectrum of the universe?
No.
Okay, then you separating it. Then why are you saying he's asking a stupid question? The question that based on the premise you gave him.
Exactly. So we've got Earth's atmosphere, and that stops at one point. You said, yeah.
Yes, but there's no definite point.
But in physics, there has to be a definite point. In humans might be ignorant, but physics is not
like the last guy. I don't know. It could be. It could be at 100.
The last molecule.
Atmosphere could be into the next galaxy. You don't know.
Because if we stand and move the conversation along, you're going to start saying things like, "Well, gravity keeps the Earth's molecules, the air molecules, to the Earth," and I'm like, "Well, how is it affecting the last molecule? You know, the last molecule getting dragged along with the Earth as it's flying through space, or is it getting left behind?" Or is it getting stuck to the Earth as it's flying through space? Stuff like that. You're not going to want to answer those questions, are you? That's why I'm asking you. Where does the Earth's atmosphere end? And where does it begin? How does this work?
Unless you're trying to say space is not a volume. It doesn't have a volume.
It's weird. He says so many contradictory things. Like he just talks in circles. It's just insane.
I cannot answer your question without you giving me a standard of what do you consider the end of the atmosphere.
Well, I'm asking you what's the end. You're saying 100 kilometers. So then after 100...
Am I confused on Grizzly? Am I confused, or is he the one that made the claim?
Yeah.
So
now he's changing the claim?
Yeah, he's drawing out a picture of how all this works. But when you ask him specifically, he just starts giving you vague answers and cliches.
So if the burden to define what the end of the atmosphere is on me, then I define it as 100 kilometers because that's the place where there's basically no pressure.
100 kilometers? I thought it went to 238,000 and it went past the moon because the moon has 1/6 the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, you could like search with a magnifying glass like one atom per like maybe square meter or whatever. But
did you just say search with the magnifying glass for an atom or what the fuck are you talking
about? That was supposed to be a joke or at least an analogy because it shows how stupid that is.
But I'm saying, like, you understand that 100 kilometers
for it being fucking small.
Well, you're pretty dumb if you think 100 kilometers is fucking farther than 238,000 miles.
Yeah, again, you have some
of the Earth's atmosphere.
No, your own people say the atmosphere don't even stop there; it keeps going and going and going. It might go to the sun. How could you prove them wrong or right or test that? How could you bring back the truth of your fucking opinion or your belief, your religious idea of where?
You don't even have your own story straight, sir.
Well, firstly, to test that, you would have to define what do you want to test in the first place. You would have to actually define what do you consider the end of the atmosphere.
What you're claiming, where the air goes and where it stops. That's what I want to know. That's what you're supposed to bring. How would you prove to yourself that you're making any fucking sense?
There's no place where the air just stops. It gradually ends.
No place where the air stops. So now the air doesn't stop.
Contradictory. It's unbelievable. They just don't care.
Where do you think red stars and orange ends? The value of the color.
Ebo, I think you really don't understand your own claim, honestly.
No, you just said 100 kilometers is where the air stops or the atmosphere, brother.
Does that mean we're inside Jupiter's atmosphere?
Yes.
No, because Jupiter also has a boundary that was made up.
We're in the
where
sun's
we define it as the border of Jupiter's atmosphere.
Oh,
we're in the sun's atmosphere, or else we wouldn't get heat from it, right?
Right. So Jupiter's atmosphere doesn't just gradiate out until it like getting lower and lower, like ours does, right? Is that it?
It also does. Every atmosphere does.
So we are inside Jupiter's atmosphere. Then.
Embo, do you realize that your answers aren't matching what the scientific community is answering right now? Do you realize that?
Well, what is the scientific community answering? And if you know the answer from them, why are you asking me?
Their answer is that Earth's atmosphere stretches halfway to the moon, or all the way to the moon. Well, the man just told you.
Based on what criterion? Is that
guys landing on there?
Just like you are. Look.
Supposedly they had to test the guys to land in that amount of atmosphere or that weight of gravity for the equivalation of the mass that's 1/4 or 1/6 the size of Earth. So they said if it's 1/6 the size, then it's 1/6 the gravity. If it's in the atmosphere, if it's 1/4 the size, it's all the same because the mass controls the variance of whatever else follows. So if it's 1/4 the mass of Earth, then you do the math, brother. It's pretty simple.
Point is, your answers do not match the scientific community's answers, which is weird because you're supposed to be a proponent of the scientific community, and yet you're waving a different flag to them. Why? So why is this?
Is it
because you're ignorant?
Maybe because you just talking to flat earthers and you think we too stupid to know what they say?
They can say the Kármán line's at 60 miles, right? They can say the ISS is in space at 250, right? They can say this, right? But you can't go outside and go high up in high altitude and look up and prove it.
I'm reading from the scientific community of Wikipedia right now. The Kármán line at 100 kilometers or 1.57% of Earth's radius is often used as the border between the atmosphere and outer space. This isn't something that I wrote.
The Kármán line
is often used for what? To create fancy stories on the internet, or to actually do scientific experiments. So, tell me, where does gravity start? Where does it end? Where does the air
where's
end?
the Kármán line? I mean, how do you prove a Kármán line? How do you prove where air goes to 0 atmosphere, or from 14 to 13 to 12 to 11 to all the way up? How do you demonstrate that to yourself instead of just believing a fucking fairy tale?
You don't prove it just as you don't prove a border of a country. It's just a construct.
I don't know, bro.
You don't prove anything to yourself. You just believe everything. All right, you owe me $1 million.
No, I can prove physical things, but Kármán line is an abstract construct.
An opinion.
You just gotta believe, brother. You owe me the fucking money, and I'll pay up. Don't be like that.
Nah, flat Earth is religion. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's a cool story. How does globe elevation work? Draw it out for us.
Draw it out?
Yeah. Show us how globe elevation works.
No, I'm asking you the questions here.
So you're not gonna. So you don't know anything. So you're asking a whole bunch of flat.
No,
correct.
let me ask.
I'm being nice.
It works by having a datum,
So you
which
want
is
to know all
usually
the
shaped
answers
as
in
a.
life from some flat earthers? Is that what you're telling me?
I just want to know your theory. Your like little.
My theory is you don't know what globe elevation is, and no glober could tell you or show you.
For really, that's really
Isn't that sad?
Irrelevant.
Isn't that sad? You have a religious belief. What ball?
Isn't it sad? Isn't this sad and a little bit
sad
crazy
that you believe in a ball?
Conspiracy theory.
No, you're the one that believes in a conspiracy elevation that you can't prove. The one that can't prove anything is the conspiracy boy, hiding everything from us, like globe elevation. Please don't hide.
Elevation is a conspiracy theory.
Maybe he thinks the study of hydrostatics is a conspiracy theory.
Or voltage that increases, or gradients that you can pour like water and oil and they stack horizontally. They're not arcing like rainbows. Yeah, that must be a conspiracy too. Or balls
He
not
calls
holding
us a
water.
pussy, gets muted, and leaves. Like what?
Even leaked NSA documents debunk you. Like, this is cringe. Satellites
Oh, really?
are real.
Post it.
Yep.
Post.
Okay.
Citation.
Yep.
Citation. Go on.
Okay. Yep.
Chop chop.
Brother, UFO hunters debunks you. Every map they show, they got a little machine.
Wait, I want to know if my globe elevation drawing inside chat is right.
Is that the top of your cupcake?
Hey, I tried, okay?
So is that a potato or a globe? What is that?
That's supposed to be a globe.
Looks
And
like
they're
a
supposed to be
potato.
like sea level lines.
So you're telling me the Earth's a bit of a potato, yeah?
So I just posted the leaked document that proves spy satellites are in geosynchronous orbit, therefore the Earth is around. Good game.
You can't prove those satellites exist. Go get an airplane and film the satellites. Then I want you to show us where the satellites exist from your own satellite.
They're leaked documents, dude. We're done. Close down the channel. Shut down the home server. They're leaked documents.
You've been debunked.
Yeah, classified information. We're done. It's over.
Who leaked them? Snowden back in 2013.
Oh, really?
All right, Hamas. Yo, Hamas. Okay, let's take a look at this paper.
Yep.
Okay. Has it got elevation that you can draw on the wall? Can't wait.
So first of all, S3.document cloud. It's not a government website. Okay, so
you do realize that government hosts records there. This is a leaked document by Snowden posted to The Intercept. They ran the story. Good game.
Good game. It hasn't even
started. Ran a story. So did Mark Twain. He was Huckleberry Finn.
So here's the thing. I'm going to take a look at the
Secret
document.
Talent Keyhole Mission 7500 Mercury MC program overview. Mission 7500 is a geosynchronous satellite system, so on and so forth. You've been debunked. Good game.
Dude, what the fuck? Dude, chill.
You've been
Dude
debunked.
is retarded. I think he's a computer.
All right.
Royal Air Force Mentworth Hill.
All right.
Well, Hamas, can you chill?
So this thing is 3 pages long. Okay.
Yep.
It should be easy to read. Right. So where in this can you cite which paragraph? Which page?
All of it. Mission 7500 is a geosynchronous satellite system designed to provide concentrated coverage of the Eurasian landmass. Geosynchronous orbit provides capability to focus on target areas of interest for up to 24 hours a day. This means satellite appears to loiter around a particular point above the equator, the primary, so on and so forth. You've been debunked. This is highly classified document.
That means you've been debunked.
This appears to.
Good game.
This appears to.
Debunk yourself, idiot.
What's the conspiracy behind a satellite?
This is highly classified documents leaked in 2013.
About what?
Debunked.
About what?
What does it even prove?
It proves that we have spy satellites in geosynchronous orbit.
Bro, they send satellites every fucking day. Hundreds of them. Like, what's wrong with you? You think it's the
geosynchronous orbit.
You're stupid, man.
Good
Holy
game.
shit.
You've been debunked.
Let's see how much you understand.
Classified. Come on.
Look at these flat earthers molding.
You are dumb, sir.
Yeah.
How does it prove
Yeah, you are dumb. Because satellites exist.
This is all through the regional.
Yeah, it's conspiracy now. Satellites exist now. Yeah.
Grizzly, you're not getting it. It's because it's highly classified.
You don't get it.
It's leaked.
What if they made that for you? What if they wanted you to think it was leaked?
This was leaked by Snowden in 2013. Good game.
So, whoa.
Right, satellites exist.
You've been debunked.
That means the Earth's a globe.
With what?
Can you draw its path on the map?
Can you please
Draw the
debunk this
satellite
top
path on the
secret
map.
document? It's highly classified document.
You
Draw
said
the satellite
it's been
path over
debunked.
the
What's
map.
been debunked?
Can you debunk it?
What's been debunked, sir? You haven't even said anything.
You have to debunk it.
We keep asking you what has been debunked. You just keep saying the same word.
The flat
Debunked.
earth has been debunked, but you have to debunk it.
No. Where does in the paper it says it's debunked?
So according to you, the government is fully transparent.
Your words. Use your words.
Do you think the government keeps classified information?
I don't want to think what the government thinks.
Do you believe in compartmentalization?
Can you tell us what the paper
So according
says?
to you, the government is fully...
All right. You shut the fuck up and reset. Tell us what the paper says, or you can fuck off.
Guys,
this pedophile is so mad.
Yeah, so you have nothing.
Debunk it.
So you have nothing.
He literally thinks that's valid, the reasoning.
I'll debunk it for
I
you.
have some toilet paper
In every
at home.
aspect of daily life and every profession, everybody is using the Earth as planar and measuring the changes in elevation in respect to
pedophiles seething and dilating. Please debunk the document.
The surface of liquid at rest is used to establish horizontal planes of reference, and you're just going to keep talking over the top of me while I debunk your document.
Patriot Act is coping and seething right now. Having
So,
McDonald's up.
How about you
The
apologize?
Earth measures to be planar. Matter is distributed in respect to horizontal and vertical,
So,
not in
Hamas, can
respect
you,
to spheres.
Yeah.
We have a
In
leaked top
respect to
secret document
curves.
confirming
Apologize or you get banned right now.
Please debunk.
Hamas, apologize or you get
You
banned
have
right
10
now.
seconds to refute the document.
Hamas, apologize or you get the fucking banned here, permanently.
Respond, debunk it.
Okay.
Water, there you go. Surface of liquid at rest. Debunks it.
He goes out calling people pedophiles, so he's gonna get banned for that. Sorry, fuck off. Fucking twat.
Guys, I drew a geo-orbit model inside chat.
It's not typing in chat saying pedophiles. Absolute trash head.
This more lovely artwork to hang on the fridge.
Yes.
All right, so Cupcake, let's take a look at this man. Okay, so what can you point to in reality, demonstrating what you're talking about, or what you've depicted here?
Like, I don't think that I could prove it myself, where I would have like all the information where it's all sourced from me. And in the end, I'd have to like use data from somewhere else, and that would be like my first mistake. So what I can say though is, like, if you look up in the night sky, sometimes you'll see geosynchronous satellites that aren't. They're satellites because
are they going down below 2 degrees below the horizon?
Hang on. So you're pointing.
They stay above you.
So you're pointing to things in the sky.
Yeah.
And then you reify this model that must be the representation of what's going on in the sky.
A bird.
Well, I will admit for sure that, like, I have to trust outside data. But I will say that this model here does work. I guess you could also show a flat model of it working too very easily with like a drone hovering in the sky too.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't prove it, I guess.
Here's the problem. The nail in the coffin, at least from my standpoint, okay, is that this model that you're depicting here, the key distinction between this and what I've come to understand people in this room purport is that there's curvature to the ground in your depiction. When you go out into the world, given this specific a set of specific parameters from those who tell us that we're on a ball, we find incongruency between what we can actually observe and measure and the parameters provided. So how would you suggest that be reconciled?
Well, I think you'd have to go case by case with each incongruency. I guess like the first one of the major ones is the black swan. So like you look far away and you can see a further horizon than you should, given the radius of the Earth. And I guess the science people will say like, oh, the light refracts, and so that's the escape. And I guess it comes down to, which model do you think fits what you see better, like the flat Earth model or the one that science provides?
There's only one winner on that one, isn't it?
This takes a little bit more investigation than that, because when the people say, "Oh, it's just refraction," okay, they're not providing
like a scapegoat. Yeah,
they're not providing specifics, right? Now, when you do account for a standard value that is provided, okay, then it still doesn't add up, right? The 7/6R business, that would only, as far as I've understood, extend the horizon line, assuming this is actually what the problem, out by an extra sixth, right? One extra sixth, 7/6. Mm-hmm. Right, so that brings out the limitation of the horizon, assuming, of course, that we're looking at a geometric curve or a geometric delineation between the air and the ground by an extra sixth of a mile.
And I just want to be clear, that extra sixth they claim is caused by refraction, right?
Well, this is the problem, because it's not only by one extra sixth. When you do the math, at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, okay, if you're at 1 foot observer height, you should only see 1.22 miles before the the face
horizon line would cut you off. Yeah,
at 1.22. So when you add an extra sixth to that, you get what? 1.3 something, 1.4 something, people can see 9, 10, 11, 12 miles. That's orders. That's like 8, 9 times. Okay, so that doesn't explain it. The other problem is we don't measure, and the other problem is we don't measure an exponential increase in divergence when we do laser tests, for example. No matter the wavelength, if you have red light, green light, blue light, known to have distinct refractive rates, they don't diverge significantly enough, and they don't demonstrate a divergence not only from each other but from the surface in a manner that would be congruent with the standard model.
Yeah, if that's all true, that breaks it.
There's a couple. There's numbers of things wrong.
I'm sure, like, the science community would probably say there's some other thing also, right? Yeah, they pretty much had to build up refraction to solve the original problem, and that just made new problems. So I'm sure they have extra.
Yeah, these are called ad hoc retorts, or basically hand waving. You're full of shit. No, we know you're just full of shit. That's basically what it reduces to. No evidence, no valuable retort, this is all I've seen, having been in here for, going on a little bit less than a year now. And there's people in here who have been on this topic for like 10 years, dude. And they've all said the same thing. There's something very wrong
about the viewer. The thing you said, like, people see 9 miles, and like the calculation would only give you like 1.44, even with the 7.6 or whatever. Was that like on the ocean, or was that just like in some random spot on the Earth?
What I'm talking about specifically is the black swan that you're referring to. Those two oil. The first one's at 9 miles. The second one's at 11 miles. And when you look at the picture with the contrast a little bit exaggerated, you see a clearer delineation between the sky and the Earth, well beyond that 11-mile mark, suggesting, let's say, greater than 11, 12, 13, 14, 20, doesn't matter. It's beyond 11. Okay, so when you and that's at a 1 foot observer height. Okay, so let's say it's 11, or let's say 12, right? 1.22 to 12, that's a factor of 10. 12.2. That's a factor of 10, dude. That's not an extra. What's a percent? 1/6 in percentages. That's not an extra 12%, 13%. That's 10x. It's 1,000%. And that's over the Pacific Ocean, as far as I've understood.
Yeah, and the ocean would be like, ideal for us, because it would supposedly be the one that mirrors the curvature most accurately.
You would think. Over a longer distance, right? So, there's that. There's more, but that's probably sufficient for...
Wait, I'm posting the image in side chat.
There we go. Yes.
This is exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, I got the numbers wrong. It's not 9 and 11. It's 9.4 and 6. Excuse me.
That's still more.
So I'm thinking of another one. I could have sworn that I saw 11 at some point. So even then, 9.4. You see that little hazy, greenish, bluish thing right up against
in the very back,
the yellow line? That's beyond 9.4. Yeah. So even if you argue it's at 11, 10, okay, doesn't matter. You're still 8.5, 9, 9.5 multiplier to what should be. And just that refraction is bending the light at such a sharp angle, a sharp curvature rate over that distance, to cover that distance so perfectly that it gives you the illusion it's flat. I mean, one would have to demonstrate that in a lab, man. Because the problem here is we're looking through a single medium. It fluctuates, sure, because due to like humidity and stuff like that. But that would give like a distortion effect, right? right? Refraction happens at the junction between two distinct mediums, right? And that angle is a sharp is a sharp bend. It's not a constant, as you know, to my understanding.
Well, the further oil rig does look
right?
pretty.
Right, you have air and glass. You shine a little laser through it, bend at like a 10, 20 degree angle or whatever. At one single point.
Mick, can I jump in for a second? I just wanted to go over another one, right? So this one's at the same location. I'm not roboting, am I?
No, you sound good, man.
Seems good to me.
Okay.
I've been
cool.
talking
All right,
too long.
so this,
Take over.
Yeah. This one, Cupcake, is.
I see it.
Yeah, this is later in the afternoon, right? So there's not as much temperature, and it's much clearer. You'll see there's really, really distinct horizon line, right? So this one, he's gone up the beach a little bit, and he's around 8 foot off the surface of the water. Okay, so you can clearly see in this one a distinct horizon line, and there's clearly not some crazy atmospheric effects taking place. Okay, so you do understand what a geometric horizon is. So if I give you a hypothetical and say we could just remove all of the atmosphere, hypothetically, right? You would have a geometric horizon, which is a physical horizon would have to be there at a specific distance, depending on what height you were. And if you didn't change your height or your distance, right? Like if you didn't change your height, it cannot move, right? The geometric horizon has to be at 3.46 miles. It's still there if you add the atmosphere back in. Right? So it has to be there. So what the globe side is claiming is that really there is a geometric horizon there at 3.46 miles. We just can't find it, right? We can't detect it at all. And everything behind that 3.46 mile horizon line is just magically refracting up perfectly to make it look like it's flat. And then there's a second horizon, which is a false horizon, which is behind the oil platforms. It's an absolutely ridiculous claim, right? Because what they can't do is actually validate that the geometric horizon exists in the first place. So they can reverse engineer it all they like by making up refraction formulas because no one actually knows what the refraction is on any given day. They're not able to check the temperature differentials. And all the way from your eyes all the way to the as far as you can see, right? There would be varying temperature differentials because if we take time-lapse videos of places like this, you'll see like constant change. Like the horizon will jump around all over the place. That's why we say the horizon is just an apparent location, right? As in the definition, a location where the sky and the ground basically. Yeah, they need to find that a geometric horizon exists in the first place. Just parroting the word refraction, every single one of these observations, they think it's just like a get out of jail free card. Not because they need to find that geometric horizon.
And if I can add to that, what I find interesting too is that refraction value that they purport to explain whatever they do end up seeing, it's an imputed value. Or more simply put, it's computed. All right, they take the standard curvature rate. They look at, they measure the distance or approximate the distance that they see. They plug in some numbers, and ergo, it must be a refraction rate of X. Now, the problem is there's no way to really validate that because they would have to go probe, for example, at 6 feet altitude, at every 10 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet, whatever, measure pressure, humidity, temperature, blah, 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 whatever parameters go into that calculation in order to actually validate that it's a refraction rate of X. They never do that. Okay, so it's their best guess to fit a square into a square peg in a circular hole. It's what they're doing. Now, maybe somebody in the room could pull it up. Wasn't there somebody who asked ChatGPT or something like that, or found a source to say that the suggested refraction rate would not be possible on the.
Yeah, I've done that. I don't have the file on hand, but yeah, if you punch in the numbers into ChatGPT and ask it, I mean, ChatGPT is a bit of an idiot in cases, but it does say that there are no like atmospheric conditions that would account for the type of discrepancy in how far we can see. Right? They said if you could replicate that in multiple locations and provide the evidence, then it would be a big problem for the globe. That's what ChatGPT said, but just check.
Right. And it's cool too because you can verify something. If you go on to any Earth curve calculator website that you can find that are standardized, right? They're taking the standard model, and I think at least one or two of them are hosted by professionals, like some researchers, PhDs, or something like that at some sort of academic institution, or at least tethered to an academic institution in the past. They'll provide some slider, and sliders and knobs and shit like that, numbers that you can plug in, et cetera, et cetera. If you slide that slider, you get a refraction rate of whatever you choose, and you observe the type of effect it would give. That slider at some point there's a limit to it, right? It's just a guess. It's just a guess, basically.
It's a reverse engineering tool, so they can set it to make the math work in reverse, but they still aren't able to find the geometric horizon in the first place, and they don't even know the conditions, and they're begging the question with their refraction claim anyway. They're claiming that in the formula for the refraction that the Earth's already a globe, so they're just begging the question by making that assumption and adding the radius value into their formula, which is the very thing in question in the first place. So yeah, refraction definitely exists, but it's definitely not like something that needs to have the radius value in it. In fact, when there's less refraction, like when the temperatures are cooler and there's less obstruction, there's less, like we can see further, right? They're trying to say that, because there's more atmosphere, more heat, that's what's allowing us to see further, but that's not the way it works in reality. Clear days, cool days, you can see further. Less refraction should allow you to see further. You use an infrared camera, right, which cuts through a lot of that. You can see further. It goes directly against their claim.
But dude, is there a limit to refraction? Is there an absolute limit to refraction, or is it, well, theoretically, on the best possible conditions, you can just see the back of your head, because you can just refract.
I've heard some of the anti-flat earthers claim that.
Yeah, so theoretically, if refraction is like really flexible and in the perfect conditions, I'll just see the back of my head if I look forward, all the way around the world.
There's another observation there, Cake, in the side chat. This one's a huge discrepancy. Yeah, like this guy's just... I wish he had a tripod, but the actual zoom's pretty stable. It's after he finishes the zoom, it goes a bit wonky. But he's holding the camera at just 3 inches above the surface. And you'll see when he zooms in, you can see 2 peninsulas going out into the lake. And the second peninsula is 13.8 miles away. On a globe, the geometric horizon... What's that?
3 inches? He's 3 inches above the ground?
Yeah. Okay. So I can show you the full video where you can see the whole thing done. But yeah, he just holds the camera like really close to the surface of the water, about 3 inches. He zooms in on that second peninsula there, which is 13.8 miles away. Right, this is a lake in Canada, where it's very cool conditions. It's not like a hot, humid environment, right? Like the Santa Cruz observation. Santa. Right, so this is a huge discrepancy in this one because on a globe, the geometric horizon should be at just over half a mile, 0.6 miles.
Yeah, 0.612.
Yeah, and that second peninsula should be behind, obstructed by about 123 foot or something like that. Curvature. Obstruction. So yeah, this is the one I was asking ChatGPT about. It's the one that gave me a big answer on like there's no conditions that could account for this type of discrepancy at all.
I mean, and we are trusting like that he is 3 inches above the ground, but yeah, like I want to see how high he'd have to be to see 13, whatever.
Yeah, like even if you give the globe side a whole bunch of leeway, you could make him 6 foot, right? Instead of 3 inches, 6 foot off the surface, which obviously it isn't. Even if you make it 1 foot, 2 foot, it's still such a huge discrepancy.
He'd have to be so much higher to see 13 miles.
Yeah, if you're 6 feet, isn't it 3 miles?
3.13.
There you would have.
Right. So that would require, if you're 6 feet tall, with a 3 foot supposed limit, to get 12 or 13 miles, that's a factor of 4, dude.
Yeah, I did a calculation. It has to be 35 meters up.
Right. So that 7 over 6R, that becomes what? 24 over 6. Like.
Basically, if you add with this observation, if you add in standard refraction, it just means that the obstruction changes from 123 feet to 115 feet. It doesn't make much of a difference. The good thing about this one, like if you go to the ocean, it's very difficult to do this kind of observation because even if you have a tiny the small waves in the foreground are going to block, large objects in the background, and you have like but because it's a pretty still lake, then you can do these observations quite close to the surface of the water.
That peninsula's a good reference too. Like you wouldn't be able to see anything in the ocean.
Yeah, and I'll just post the full video as well.
Yeah, and by the way, I do retract that to 24 over 6R because it is a non-linear thing, but it's still significantly higher than 7 over 6, man.
Yeah, for sure.
I admit I'm pulling that out of my ass there because I'm just multiplying 6 by 4. But it's a non-linear relationship. So even if it's 9 over 6 or 13 over 6 or some shit, to get that, it's still very significant.
It's just ridiculous to think that really there is a geometric horizon there at 0.6 miles, and everything behind it is just an illusion. And they say the same thing, every single one of these, that really the horizon is in its geometric location, but everything's just perfectly bending up, make it look like it's perfectly flat out to the distance we can see.
Bro, this should be so easy to replicate in a laboratory where you can control all the air pressures you want and everything you want. You should be able to do that with the cameras you want. They should recreate this and then make stuff appear that are hidden behind corners. This is going to be a revolution, man. This is going to be a breakthrough. And then car manufacturers would use this technology to see around corners. You can go around corners faster in your brand new BMW. It'd be great.
Yeah, just imagine the problems the military would have had during wars, when ships are coming over the ocean and they need to shoot at the ships. The cannons just go straight through the ship because it's not really there. Really, it's behind 200 foot of curvature. It's just refracted, and you just watch the cannon just go straight through the illusion ship.
Captain, I hit the refraction again. Oh, Scott.
The refracted ship.
Oh,
need to aim
Scott,
it down 200 more feet.
Come on, Scotty. Gotta wait till it gets over the hump, Scotty. Can't wait for that.
It's like, Captain, we're waiting. I hit the ghost.
You don't get
This
a
is how
bonus
silly
for
the
that,
claim
Scott.
is. In the Black Swan, if they used a railgun, right? If they shot the platform habitat with the railgun, it would just go through air. It wouldn't platform.
What do you think, Cake?
I think it's pretty good. The video showing how he sees far. Yeah, I don't think there's a good comeback.
It's interesting as shit, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought so too.
Here's what it is.
Hey, do you guys remember earlier the guy who was talking about atmospheres? Like how there's like no specific point they define like no atmosphere and atmosphere. So I posted an image in side chat, which is clearly like not taken from a camera. Like this is just someone's generated it. But I want to know, like the guy earlier, he was arguing that like there's no exact point, like we just arbitrarily make it up. If, for the sake of this argument, we assume that like gravity does exist and like the Earth was round, would this model fit, or is this model still bad?
That's just a graphic you posted, so who cares what that is?
Oh, I know, but like like the model that the graphic tries to present, that like the pressure slowly decreases as you get further away.
But that's impossible, sir. Because if that was possible, then you wouldn't need rubber for your car tires. You could just have you could just make it out of cloth. You could just make tires out
or
of
you
cloth.
could make it out of like a magnet, right? And then like the air would just stay close to it because the magnet like pulls it in.
Exactly. You just have these two, like these magnet knuckles at the end of your cars, and it would just attach the air, and the car would just levitate, and it would just drive along, like it would just float along, innit? You could just do that.
I see what you mean. we like when we think of pressure, we just think of like a bunch of particles, right? If well, I'm trying to say I'm trying to like think about how the globe Earth model wants to explain that there isn't a container, and I want to figure out like what is wrong with that. Because here's how I think like they claim it works. Because the particles are each like individual and gravity is acting on all of them at once. They kind of like pile up on each other, and as you get further away from the Earth, the force of gravity slowly decreases, so there'd slowly be less and less of them.
What they're saying in their theory doesn't match up with reality, bro. That's the point.
Sorry, what do you say?
What they're claiming in their theory doesn't match up with reality. That's the point. So.
Oh yeah. I want to know like what about their model though.
The gradient should be the other way around then, right? The gradient should be the other way around. Sorry, just got to throw that in.
That's
the way gravity works, then the gradient would be the other way around. Lighter at the bottom, higher at the top.
And why would that be?
Because that's stronger, right, down here, right? So, but as the gas gets further away from the Earth, there's less of that force holding it back. So it finds it easier to get up, right? It's not slowing it down as much as, and it's less and less and less and less. All that gas should just have no problem just going straight up there, right?
Well, have you seen like ferrofluid on a magnet? How it kind of like sticks to the magnet?
Yeah. Well, what is the oxygen sticking to, sir?
Well, I think the way that like science says the model works is that gravity is just a force that always is porting towards the Earth. So you could think of it the same way as like a magnet.
Wait, so you're saying the Earth attracts oxygen and water the same way a magnet attracts ferrofluid? Fluid? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that like conceptually, you can think of it the same way.
Okay, but oxygen rises away from the Earth. Helium rises away from the Earth.
Well, it's the same reason like a boat floats in water.
What? But you just said it attracts. So the ferrofluid would go to the Earth, but the oxygen's not going to the Earth. It's going away. Helium's going away.
Well, like a boat would also be attracted to the Earth, right? But because there's water all around it.
Hold on a second. You don't have boats going up into the sky, right? Some of them just don't get affected by gravity, right? Like gas particles, right? So if you've got the gravity is meant to be strongest down at the surface of the Earth, right, where the gas is being produced, why are some of the particles able to escape gravity?
When you say escape gravity, I mean like why can helium trickle up?
Yeah, like you have some gas particles, right? They're created at sea level, and then you've got gas particles 20,000 foot up Mount Everest. The gravity is way weaker than it is down at Earth. How did the gas particles escape the gravity where it's the strongest?
The way that I know the model would say is that they would say it's buoyancy. What about this buoyancy idea do you think is inconsistent?
And is that also what you're going to say if I ask you, how are these molecules sticking to the Earth as it's racing through the vacuum of space, spinning and moving in three different vectors, spinning and wobbling and orbiting all at the same time? And the oxygen molecules are just sticking to the Earth, right? Like a tail to a dog, right? Just keeping up with it, right? The ones that are 100 kilometers up. Those molecules are just sticking. Gravity is bringing them with the Earth as it's flying through space, yeah? Is that what you're saying?
That is not how I would say it. Like it would be under a different line of reasoning, and I'll say what that is. Everything's already moving, and they all have the same forces acting on them, so everything kind of goes the same way. Like if the Earth is flying 1,000,000 miles an hour in one direction, and the air is already flying that way too, then if the sun acts on both the Earth and the air particles, they'll assume the same movement. So it's not like they're necessarily sticking to each other. It's just they always have similar forces acting on them, so they move the same way.
Oh, right. So
That's
the air
how
is
I
moving.
think the model would explain it. I don't.
All right. So it's the sun's gravity. Now you're saying it's the sun's gravity pulling everything around. Yeah. So now it's the sun's gravity pulling on the air molecules. So the sun is pulling on you as well. Yeah.
Yes.
On everything. Yeah. Bringing everything along with it. The sun is tugging everything around. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, but I think it would be better to say that the Earth is doing more of the heavy lifting in like sticking us.
Oh.
Because because gravity is like, they claim it's exponential decay, right? So the sun would have a much lesser effect on us than the Earth does, and that would explain
decay.
why.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
I mean, like, sorry, you're right. That was like a buzzword, and it doesn't really explain a lot. I mean, like they claim that gravity is inversely proportional to how far away you are from something. So like as you get further away from the Earth, it should be a lot weaker. That's like what they claim in the model. And they say it's like the force of gravity is divided by how far you are away from it squared. So it's an exponential decrease as you get away from it. That's how they claim in the model. I'm not saying
Yeah, gaslighting Grizzly, you're ignorant.
Wait. And you believe in that model, or you don't believe in that model?
I believe in the model.
Right. So you stand by the model. So don't say they say. You should also say you say as well, because you stand with the model.
You're right. I should.
So dude, think about it, right? So the gas pressure is way stronger, right? If gravity follows the inverse square law, like you just said, then it would get exponentially weaker, right? But you still have gas particles that are created at ground level, right, at sea level, still escaping that gravity, which is the strongest. Why wouldn't all of the gas particles be stuck to the ground? Because gas particles,
Why are we
I'll
talking
tell
about
you, because gas particles move randomly. Hold on a second, Meth. In gases, the particles move randomly and in all directions, right? As the gas particle movement definition states. I just put it in the side chat there. You can have a look at it. Gas particles don't have a downward bias. If there's a gas particle going up or sideways or in any direction, it doesn't move in a parabola, right? It's not getting pulled down by gravity, like you said. It's not how gas particles behave. It goes against your gravity claim.
Well, you're talking about like PV equals nRT, right? And
I'm talking about the movement of gas particles. Right? They don't have a downward bias, so gas particles move at random in all directions. If you have a gas particle, it only changes direction between collisions. Right? If it bounces off another gas particle or against the wall of its container. Other than that, they move in straight lines. So a gas particle is going up. It's not going to be getting pulled down by gravity. They don't move in parabolas. There's no parabolic gas arc.
So right now, in like my mind, I like disagree with you, but I want to tell you why I think that, and then you tell me like where this reasoning is wrong. So I'm going to show you, like, here's my like mental example of a forward bias of like particle movement. Like the particles aren't moving randomly; they have like a net direction. If you like compress air in a container and then open one side, obviously there's going to be like a net in one direction. But that was with a container, right? That's not the same as the Earth. But that is an example of like all of them having a net movement, right?
No, look, if inside the container all the gas particles are moving at random in all directions, right? If you have lower pressure outside that container and then you open the container, entropy is going to take place, and the higher pressure in the container is going to equalize with the lower pressure outside the container. That's what should happen on the globe Earth, right? You have a deep space.
Can we put the flat Earth channel back on?
You have a deep space. You have a deep space vacuum of targeted. Why do you keep interrupting me, Grizzly?
So sorry, man. I'm just saying this guy's doing nonsense at you, bro. He's taking the piss.
You say that about everybody. Just chill. This is what goes on here.
Friend.
So
yeah, gaslighting Grizzly.
The globe, right? They. All right. Preacher, you're going on. Yeah, so Cupcake, deep space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr. Do you agree? That's what the globe model claims?
Yeah. So then you would imagine like the air in the Earth would all move to that low pressure area, right?
Yeah.
But like that's not what the model claims, so that would be an inconsistency. So I see that.
That's what happens. Like if you set up anything like on a smaller scale, that's what will happen, right? So if you set up a vacuum chamber adjacent to a gas pressure system with a valve, and then you release the valve, high pressure will instantly equalize with the low pressure.
High goes to low.
If you pop a car tire or a balloon, yeah, it's like a natural law. It's entropy, like second law of thermodynamics, and it's a law, like it's a natural law. It happens all the time.
Okay. I still disagree, but I want to once again, like I've gone through like mental gymnastics to once again like support my side, and so I want you to let me know if these gymnastics are like too much. So here's what I'm thinking. When we have like two different containers and they're connected to each other, but like they're cut off and they have different pressures, and like you connect them and like open up a bridge between them, it flows from high to low, and that's why like, you know, you would imagine the air would just go into the vacuum of space. But here's where I think the difference is. Like on a particle level, in that example with the two containers, we think it's just a bunch of particles moving around, bouncing off each other. And so when you open up a container, there's more like bouncing in high pressure and less in the lower, so they naturally flow. I think you can still think of the Earth as having a whole bunch of particles around it if it were a globe, and all of those particles are being pulled towards the center by gravity. And I think that just, like, why does that not make sense for the particles staying in the Earth and not escaping?
Because gas particles move in straight lines. I mean, it's literally in any definition. If you look up the movement of gas particles, they move in straight lines and they move randomly in all directions. Right? They don't get pulled down to the Earth because you can't have a parabolic arc, right, for a gas particle. What we observe in reality. What you're claiming is that if a gas particle, right, it was going on an angle, right, up into the sky, gravity would pull it down.
Pull it down like a projectile. I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I think I know why. Sorry, I have more mental gymnastics, I guess, to fix it. If there's no atmosphere, if there's already not existing particles in it, if you just shoot a single particle, I think it would do that. I think it would just act like a projectile and do an arc. But I think because there are other molecules in the air already, when you shoot it, obviously it's going to bounce around, but let's pretend like it like still shoots. I think that the buoyancy of the other particles would make it so it wouldn't fall because like if it's all just air, then one air molecule has the same density as the other ones, and so it wouldn't fall anymore. It would kind of just float like zero gravity, just like a water. Like when you push water underwater, that water doesn't like fall down and do like a parabolic motion. It kind of just goes where you pushed it.
So gas behaves differently than solids or fluids, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so you can see the example in the side chat, right?
Yes.
You could think of the top container, right, which is the vacuum, as a weaker version of what deep space is claimed to be. Gas pressure system. As soon as the valves release, entropy takes place, and the high pressure fills the low pressure.
And that's exactly the same size as the other container. And space is a gazillion, zillion, trillion, zillion, gazillion times bigger than Earth's little sand grain dot nothing.
You know, Cupcake, check this out. If I may, one thing that you can probably do to help yourself reconcile all this is
you got to help yourself.
Why, Democ? Why, please, dude? What you can do if you really want to reconcile this in your own head, factor some of what we're telling you here, but go check it out yourself. Okay, if you can find a paper or video or something, some sort of demonstration that somebody's done whereby they've been able to influence the behavior of gas by altering some sort of gravitational state. Okay, that would be very interesting because it would put a lot of what you're saying into higher regard, and the opposite for us, because that's the main claim here. Is there's nothing that proves the gravitational models except for math that works. You know what I mean? Like it's a basic pragmatic fallacy. Oh, the math checks out, and I do this. Therefore, the premises underlying why this works, like our preconceived notions about it, they must be true. All we can really verify, right? If you look at the standard 9.81 meters per second squared acceleration towards the Earth for most things on average, that's all we have. We just have a mathematical formula that allows us to predict what's going to happen when we know certain parameters. That doesn't tell us why it's happening, thus allowing us to manipulate the cause of this, supposedly, and then prove to us what, this thing in full. So if there is something out there that does in fact do this, well, I think a lot of us would want to know.
Well, the problem is that it doesn't do that with gas, gas particles.
Right. So that's what I'm asking for too. Like, oh, well, maybe there's an anti-gravity machine out there that actually pulls and gas down. I haven't seen it. Well, that's
Cavendish is supposed to attract other mass with mass, chicken wings, turds, any mass. So you get the Cavendish going, and since it attracts turkeys out of your freezer and chicken wings, surely it should attract some gas right there. You know the little thing with the container where it shows the gas released to the top? We'll do that again. Now put your gas next to the Cavendish, and it shouldn't release to the top now, correct?
Or put it next to a lead ball.
Exactly. Down in a hole. Down at the bottom of the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, horizontally too, right? Because that's what the Cavendish demonstration was, right? Rotating lead balls suspended by wire.
Yeah, and then it's supposed to pull gas and hold gas right there. Yep.
So this is where we're at, man. So go
magic thing.
Go do your own research, read up on stuff, and you'll see what we're talking about. There's nothing there except theory. Newton's theory, Einstein's theory. It's a theory.
Are you guys done? Do you know if I cut in?
There's no demonstration. That's all.
Yeah, jump in, Larry. Go.
I like talking about gravity. Is the new guy still here? What's his name?
I'm still here.
Cupcake.
All right, Cupcake. Have we talked before?
I don't think so.
So I heard you talking about gravity, and I didn't want to butt in and cut in and not know exactly what was going on. But, well, you see, with science, we have to do experiments. And in order to do an experiment, we have to have like a cause to the effect, right? So the naturally observed phenomenon is the water sticking to the surface of the Earth, right? The ocean.
Yes.
So what causes that? You say it's Earth's gravity, right?
That's what I'd say, yes.
Right. So I'm saying, yeah, but you need to be more specific. So could you just do a quick search on specific gravity? Because gravity is kind of a vague term. Like, are we talking like Marty McFly gravity? Like, whoa, this is heavy. Like, what do you mean by gravity? So can you do a quick search on specific gravity real fast?
I mean, like Newton equation.
Right. So the thing is, once you do the quick search on specific gravity, you're going to see that it's also known as relative density. Right. And then once you get a little understanding of relative density between an object and the medium that it's in, then you can start to understand gravity a little bit better, because I'm claiming that it's the gas pressure, the high gas pressure that's holding down the oceans, and low temperature. Those are both causes of liquid water sticking to the surface of the Earth. But the thing is that you don't have to, write out an equation. Like you can just forget about describing it mathematically. We can actually do science,
just
like real
experiment,
science.
yeah.
Right. So what happens if you take, ocean water and you put it in a vacuum container and you turn on the vacuum pump for 3 days? It's going to boil out, right?
Yes, yeah, you're right. It would boil up.
So that's a cause of the water sticking to the surface, high gas pressure. Now, let's say there was an eruption at the bottom of the ocean, right? Or you could just put ocean water in a tea kettle and you have really high temperature. Now, you want to control the other cause, right? So you don't manipulate the gas pressure on this one, right? You just manipulate the temperature, and what happens? It boils, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these two known ways of making water boil causes a phase change, and that causes the relative density between the medium that the water is in, right? There's a relative density between the object and the medium that it's in. So water is really dense in its liquid form, but in the gaseous state, it's very buoyant. So you know about the rain cycle, I'm sure, right?
Yes.
Right. So when it turns into gas, like it goes straight up almost. Right. So now that I've shown you like 2 experiments that you can do to, prove my gravity's true, is there some Newtonian experiment that you can do where you use my 2 independent variables, meaning presumed causes in my hypotheses, as control variables, and you manipulate your variable and make the ocean water go up and down?
Well, I think I would try to do it the same way, except I would just have a different conclusion for why buoyancy is doing what it's doing. Like, I would say the uniform gravity on everything in our vacuum is causing the buoyancy, like the light vapor molecules to float up, because I don't know.
Yeah, Earth is not flat. Prove me wrong.
Because they're less dense than nothing.
So the thing is that I've got scientific experiments, right? And you can either match that scientific experiment, or you could just do like a baseless assertion and describe something with mathematics, right? So I get that you can describe buoyancy as somehow related to gravity, but I got actual science.
How would you describe buoyancy?
Well, it's the force that, displaces an object in a medium and causes it to rise or not to fall. So why do things fall? Lack of buoyant force, right? So you know that a steel anvil will float in a pool of mercury, right?
I did not know that, but I know mercury is very dense, so I would believe it, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So let's say I got a cup of Texas tea, right? So or Newton's apple, right? If it falls in a pail of water, it's going to float, right? But if you drain the water, you manipulate the relative density between the medium, which is either atmosphere or water. And when you do that, it causes the apple to go down. But if you fill the bucket back up with water, the apple floats again. So, like, if you've ever played with a rubber ducky, that what I'm saying about specific gravity is absolutely 100% true. But Newtonian gravity, you can't manipulate only the mass and not the volume. See, I'm saying you have to manipulate mass and volume to make things rise or fall. You're claiming that, it's mass attracting mass. So can you show me an experiment where you do not manipulate my presumed cause and use it as your control variables and demonstrate gravity in effect and demonstrate a cause that you're manipulating for your presumed gravity?
My mental thinking has gone down a complete different route. But just hear me out on this. I would still do the same thing you did, but I will acknowledge this. I would say that buoyancy works because of gravity, but then I don't really have an explanation for why gravity exists at all. But you don't have an explanation for why buoyancy exists either. So we're both kind of in limbo here on.
We're not looking for explanation, dude. We're looking for demonstration. That's what Larry is asking for.
Well, both, like, we have our models, right? He has a model of buoyancy. I have a model of buoyancy.
He has a demonstration.
I know. I'm just saying that the demonstration can be used to prove both models. Because I still think, like, the Newtonian force equals M1, M2.
You're mistaken.
Well, okay. I think it works because it could cause buoyancy, and I think it, like, checks
He's
out.
manipulating something. What are you manipulating?
The buoyancy, the relative. He's manipulating buoyancy, and then if I were to run the same test, I would also be manipulating buoyancy.
Why are you going to add more to it than what you are able to demonstrate and manipulate?
Well, I'm providing a cause for buoyancy. He's not providing a cause for buoyancy. I guess that is kind of bad reasoning, just to say that because, like, I've labeled a cause, that means that cause is real. I guess you could say that for, like, anything and just make up infinite causes.
Right, it's called a baseless assertion.
Yeah, Cupcake, check this out, man. In other words, if I understand what you're saying correctly, you're trying to understand why the dense stuff goes down and the less dense things go up.
Exactly.
In the first place. Okay. So that's what they're getting into. You're going to need to suppose a cause, demonstrate that to be the case via manipulating that supposed cause, and then either get to a conclusion of whether it was actually the case or not. That's the job at hand.
Yes.
At the moment, it's an unknown, right? People have been speculating on for forever, right? Newton said it's mass. Einstein said it's bendy, warpy space-time. Neither of which actually came with demonstrations of that being the case. Okay, but what we do have is what Larry kind of just pointed out. So until then, we're left with it's just a law that dense things go down and that dense things go down and less dense things go up. That's all we have to work with at the moment.
Good. Yeah, you're right. I guess there isn't good proof for gravity, and I guess the only way that you could, like, get good proof is if you could somehow get into space, and none of us here can get into space, so it's like burden of ignorance.
Well, you said there's no good proof of gravity. Like, I can demonstrate what holds down the oceans. I can demonstrate what causes the ice cubes to float, right? So water's like the only chemical compound where when you freeze it, it expands, right? So if it didn't expand, then the ice would crush everything and kill everything in the oceans, right? So
yeah, like it would go down to the bottom of the ocean.
Right, it would crush everything. So it's really important to understand that everything on Earth is seeking equilibrium, whether it's gas pressure, high pressure to low pressure, a charge seeking high charge to low charge or ground, and then an object in a medium is seeking equilibrium, like a balloon or ice in a cup of tea, right? So we know that this relative density thing is the real gravity because you can demonstrate it. Like, you can explain it to a 5-year-old and they're automatically going to get it. The problem is you went to government school and they educated you with all this stuff and didn't really show you how to, like, demonstrate any of it. So I'm telling you that you don't have to believe everything that you were told by the government. You can check it out for yourself.
I mean, they have shown it to us. We've done multiple experiments that shown it. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Just demonstrate gravity. Show me your cause. Manipulate your cause and show me the effect.
I bet. Have a ball. Grab a ball. Any type of ball. Drop it on the floor. Gravity.
Okay, that's the squatting dog
You
fallacy.
could use buoyancy to explain it too. What we're getting at here is we don't have proof for gravity. And you can explain everything that we claim gravity does with just buoyancy. So I guess what we're really getting at is what causes buoyancy. And I think anyone who claims it's gravity is obviously believing in something without, perfect evidence. So I will admit, yeah, we don't have evidence for gravity. It's more just someone like made it up, and we see that it fits kind of, but there isn't like evidence for it directly. So yeah, I agree with you guys there. I'd say buoyancy is probably a better claim than to claim that gravity is doing it.
I'd say relative density rather than buoyancy, but like I guess they sort of coincide. But
yeah, I wouldn't use the word buoyancy because they hijacked it and added gravity in formula.
What would you guys say?
He's had no problem using his formula without G, right?
Well,
no problems at all.
Describe it, with math doesn't mean that it trumps the experiment. So you can describe things however you want, right?
Well,
just assume
your experiment proves buoyancy. I'm just saying, like, what do we think causes the buoyancy?
The relative density between the object and the medium.
Can I jump in for 1 second as well? I just wanted to explain something in relation to the cause of the effect. Right? So think about this, right? Things don't just fall in nature. Like things only fall if they're displaced. Everything basically seeks equilibrium, right? Due to the relative density of the object in relation to the density of the medium. So for example, if you have a rock sitting on the ground, it's just going to sit there. It's going to sit there forever. It's never going to move. But if you choose to displace the rock by lifting the rock and displacing it from its equilibrium, right, you've given it potential energy, kinetic energy, and it's simply going to return back to equilibrium, right, due to its relationship with the medium. Or you could have a tennis ball sitting on the surface of water, right, and you could have a ledge under the water. If you choose to exchange some of your energy to force that tennis ball down under the ledge in the water, you've given that tennis ball potential energy, right? So once that tennis ball could stay down under that ledge for a couple of days or something like that, but when something else displaces it and it comes back out from under that ledge, it still has that energy, right? That potential energy, and it's just going to shoot back up again, right? Upward, and it's going to seek equilibrium.
Okay, so I was like kind of listening to that, but I was like really thinking of like a question for Larry, in regards to like this buoyancy thing. So imagine like you're in one of those 0G planes, whatever they call it, where like it pretty much is in free fall. If you had like one of your containers that has just water and air in it, as it's going in free fall, the water would no longer like stick to down. What would you say for that?
In the process of seeking equilibrium, like DJ was just talking about. Energy imparted into it, so it's like it's in motion. It's not found rest. It's not in a static state. It's moving. It's doing the thing that it's like. It's seeking like it. And I hate using that term seeking because it's like it almost the thing has sentience, but it doesn't. But we just use it as a generalization, right? It's in the process of returning to its equilibrium, the place where it belongs, right? It's in that very action. So it's kind of silly to ask why it's not doing the thing that it should be doing when it's at rest, when it's not at rest.
It's the brain working in overdrive there.
Well, I don't know. Like if you're in an airplane falling and it's falling at a constant speed and you're like lying on the bottom of the airplane and like start to do a push-up, you would just like float up to the top of the airplane, right? Because you're both in free fall. I would say like you can like gravity is a model that really explains that well and explains buoyancy. What I'm not getting is like how you're saying that it needs to not be falling for like you to stick to the bottom. Like why does buoyancy require you to be still?
Sorry.
I don't know.
Sorry, I was interrupting. I'm trying to work.
No, you're good.
I shouldn't interrupt.
That was it. That was my question.
Can you say it again, Professor?
Yes. So we went over like this buoyancy thing earlier, where buoyancy causes water to like stick to the earth. And I want to know, like, if you put water in like a square box, and then you were in free fall holding the box, why does the water not still remain like towards the ground in the box? Why does it kind of just assume any random position in the box and kind of like float around?
Because you dropped it.
Well, yeah, because you dropped it, but what, like, as you drop it, like, what's causing the water to float around and not stick to the bottom if we've defined buoyancy as a thing that will cause water to stick towards the earth and air to stick away from the earth?
I think
it's not just buoyancy, it's relative density between the object and the medium that it's in. So when you take the water, you lift it up, right? And then you drop it, you give energy to the water, right? When you put force on the bottom of the water, you lifted it up, and then you let go. So you release that energy, so it's going to snap back into equilibrium. Because we don't like the word seeking, but it appears to seek, but it's actually just snapping back to a neutral state, right? So you pick up a rock, you drop it, it falls. Why does it fall? Because you picked it up and dropped it.
And
well,
if I can add on
that.
Yeah, I can add on.
The rock would just be sitting there, right?
And if I can add on to that, think of the terms relative density, right? We're talking about various elements in relation to each other. If someone's got that, I think it's a GIF at this point, or a GIF, however you want to pronounce it, of that group or that whoever it was that did the free fall drop, demonstrating various elements of the same mass but different sizes, because they're different densities, so it takes less volume for each one to make up the same mass. When they were dropped, each various element kind of accelerated downwards a little bit differently, right? When we think the 9.81 meters per second squared acceleration downwards, that's an average across a bunch of solids or something like that. But technically, they're not all the same. So when you're talking about that example in your airplane 0G plane or whatever, if the plane's falling, like we're in air, right? Air is the medium. You're comprised of certain elements, whatever.
In the air,
and then there's water, and then there's the fucking your helmet and whatever, right? All these things are going to start lifting up, but everything's going to seem a little bit out of whack because they're all made of different elements. They have their various relationships, density relationships with the air. So they're going to be accelerating downwards a little bit differently, plus or minus all the rest of the stuff involved. So, it's there's something to say about all that. Like the terminology is important. Has anyone got that example? I probably botched that. It's very late here, but
no,
if you see a visual of it,
I'm looking for the video.
Oh, you got it. Thank you.
I got the original video, but it's in German.
Isn't there a GIF?
And you don't.
Go ahead. I was just saying, is there a GIF available?
I think that it explains it well, right? You don't need to know why or how to know what something does, right? So we can observe what something does, ponder on why it's happening, right? Still be able to get enough information of what is happening in order to exploit it, right? Understand that in certain details about the occurrence thing we're observing happen. Right? Don't necessarily need to know the whys and the hows. And I think that's where a lot of it comes in with in physics, right? There's a point that you step from physics into theoretical physics, right? So we're understanding and exploiting certain events up to a point, and then we step into the theoretical zone, and I don't like that term either, because
Hey, Tito,
scientific.
can I ask you a question?
Go on.
Hey, do me a favor before I forget. Can you see where the sun is rising today for you? Like either northeast or north or southeast?
We already know where he's going with this. This is
I just want him to, like, if he could just tell me where he sees it rising and setting. That's all. If you've got
I'll have to wait.
today.
I'll have to wait another 12 hours. Probably
depends on
13, 14 hours, but yeah, because it's currently like 4:20 p.m.
It depends on how you define
You didn't
north
notice
and
where it
south.
was rising, did you?
Say again?
You didn't notice where it was rising, did you?
Notice where? No, it's easterly, like at the moment, but I haven't given it an exact like direction. But I can do that tomorrow morning. I can get my compass out and have a look.
Yeah, it's no biggie. If you remember or whatever.
Yeah. I'll try and remember that. Yeah. That last summer it was like, I did know, not about this time, but I think into summer it was definitely rising from the southeast in December.
So back to the whole relative density thing. I do appreciate the question, what causes density, right? And I could get all theoretical and speculate, but I prefer not to do that, right? I would just rather say, hey, I mean, you can come up with an idea and tell me, why is Mercury more dense than something else? And you might look at the atomic mass, right? Maybe that has something to do with it. So, of course, that's a model which requires speculation, right? Because we can't see atoms. I can't pull up an atom and check it out and count, the electrons, protons, neutrons. It's not possible. So that's what I mean by speculation. But the thing is that they taught us the wrong thing on purpose. Doesn't somebody have a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson saying they lied to us when they taught us Newtonian gravity?
That was Michio Kaku, wasn't it?
Oh, was it?
Someone posted it recently, standing on a stage from a crowd and shit.
Yeah,
I think my question wasn't really like what causes mass, but it's just like, how does your buoyancy model stay consistent with like a zero gravity plane and people
that doesn't happen in nature, right? So you're better off like invoking a waterfall, right? So we're talking about natural science. So why does the water fall?
Okay.
The waterfall. Well, it's seeking equilibrium. It came out of a spring, and it's seeking the lowest point, and at that point, it's going to take its container when it comes to the state of rest. Right? That's what happens every time. Like everything
When
is
it
seeking
deviates
equilibrium.
I think your
Water
buoyancy
deviates
force
from horizontal, no less, right? Sorry.
I think it works with the waterfall. Your buoyancy model works fine because, of course, it would go down. The air all around it is pushing it down. I think that's fine.
It can't pull it up. It can't hold it up, right? Like if I drop a lead ball, the atmosphere can't hold it up, right? But if I drop a helium balloon with 99.9% helium in the balloon, right, the buoyant force can hold it up.
Yes.
So when I say buoyant force, like you might want to mathematically describe that as gravity, which is fine. You can call it gravity, but I'm just going to say, well, you got to be specific. What do you mean?
No, you're right. I actually don't want to do that because I do realize that this gravity thing is like, made up and they don't like observe it well. But I really want to know though, is how your buoyancy model is consistent with free fall scenarios.
It's seeking equilibrium.
Well,
like what happens if you take two batteries? What happens if you take two batteries, right? One's completely charged, car battery, and you hook the cables up to one that's completely dead. What happens? Describe that to me.
Equilibrium will make the charges level out where they both have the same charge, and the first battery will now have a lesser charge, and they'll like both go to 50%. And one was full and one was empty, and they're the same capacity.
Right. So that's what's going to happen to the water as it's in motion, because let's say it sprang up out of the ground. So whatever pressure caused it to spring up out of the ground, now it's in a river. It goes down the waterfall. Like, that's the battery charging. It's seeking equilibrium. And then when it gets to the pond or the lake or the ocean, at that point, both batteries are 50-50 once the water's at rest.
Mm-hmm. That all makes sense to me. My question is like just the specific case where you have some container and it has two different dense materials in it, and you drop it, and then suddenly like buoyancy turns off free fall. Like if you had a water bottle, it was like half air, half water, and you drop it, the water won't stay like at the part towards the ground the whole time. The water will like be throughout the whole bottle, and the air will be throughout too.
Yeah, that's because you've disturbed it. You've taken it out of a state at rest, and you've manipulated it, and you've caused it to do this thing. Now, you're just experiencing what it does when you do that, right? So
observing,
right. So there's no way for me to say, what caused it other than you caused it, or the pressure from the water spring caused it. So I don't know what you want me to say at that point, because my claim is simple. It's the relative density between the object and the medium that makes it go up or down. So if you have ice, right, and the ice begins to melt and it stops floating and it reaches a point of equilibrium where it just becomes part of the tea or water in the cup, right? That's kind of like the water falling off the waterfall. So it's melting off of the ice cubes at the top, right? And then it goes down into the water and seeking equilibrium. There's no difference between the ice melting off of the top of the iceberg or ice cube and sliding down into the water than the water going down the waterfall. It's the exact same thing.
Okay, so if I get this, let me see if I'm like understanding correctly. When I put water and air in a water bottle and drop it, the buoyancy thing doesn't uphold during that because I've made like dropping it changes things, or like I've somehow altered it.
Holding it. It is holding it, because the lack of buoyant force is going to make the water bottle go down. And if you were to do it in a vacuum, like drop a feather in a vacuum, the feather is the most dense thing in the vacuum. So what's it going to do? It's the densest thing in the medium. It's going to go down.
Well, if you were to drop the entire like vacuum chamber as you were dropping the feather wouldn't drop too. That's where I'm confused, because shouldn't the air inside, like the limited air inside the vacuum chamber, right? It won't go perfectly through the vacuum. Shouldn't that limited air still push the feather down?
The lack of buoyant force is causing the whole container with the feather to go down. And that's true because if you throw it in a swimming pool, it stops sinking. Like, there's no way around it. At this point, I'm saying the sky is blue sometimes, and you're going, yeah, but what happens when there's like a stormy day?
Okay, I see what you mean.
Cupcake, did you get a chance to check out the video in the chat?
Oh shit, no, I didn't.
That I tagged you at?
I see it. The we lied to you?
No, the one above that.
Oh, Einstein is wrong. Drop experiment. Okay, I'm watching that right now.
Yeah, this kind of zooms into a little bit of what we're talking about. It lines up exactly with the last thing you said about, oh well, if you have the thing in free fall, what happens to the contents? Sort of. Was kind of what you said, right?
Okay, yeah, this is exactly it.
It's very interesting, man. All these elements, they're the same mass, different elements, different densities. They behave differently in fall.
my brain is like melting. What is this supposed to be demonstrating? Like that the
This is
what does this prove? Sorry.
Okay. This is a camera on the inside of a. Is it a
container?
vacuum
And the
chamber?
container's falling. I get that.
It's a vacuum chamber too, I think. Okay. And you notice that all the pieces, you see them kind of like rising a little bit slowly.
Yeah.
Well, the whole thing's in free fall, right? Kind of like what you're talking about. Like if you're in a 0G plane and the 0G plane is dropping, you start floating a little bit, right?
I would have thought they wouldn't have floated away in this scenario. Yeah, I'm confused as to why they're floating away.
Yeah, they're floating because they're in free fall, and each of them are rising with respect to the bottom of the container itself at a different speed.
I'm with the science model that like I know that like I think is right. You guys think isn't. I wouldn't expect any of them to move at all. I would have expect them to like kind of stay to the bottom because it's not like they're getting pushed up when they fall at all. So I don't.
It's an interesting demonstration.
Yeah,
it's very interesting because traditionally we think 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration downwards, and that being a like the acceleration is a function of the mass itself. If they all weigh the same, how come they're not accelerating at the same rate? The reason why you see some things float up faster or slower is because they're basically accelerating down faster or slower with respect to the container itself. Like the container around them is dropping faster than they are, and the ones that are rising up faster means that they're falling slower
than the container.
You follow?
Yeah,
it's kind of mind warping a little bit, but it's very important.
If they keep dropping it, the same ones float up each time. Like it's not just like a little bit of like jiggle as soon as they drop it, and some of them have some initial velocity. It's like it's always the same one. Like lithium, the one on the left is a lithium Li. That one always.
There is a paper that some group published years after this video was sent or published. I don't have it, but I think last time I asked about this, somebody brought it up. And in their paper, they show some charts, and they had different, I don't remember exactly what metrics they took, but I'm presuming that the reason why they have charts is because they would have done successive trials, and they were able to plot graphs and shit. I could be wrong on that, but that's my suspicion. So if there are other examples of this done after these guys, we might be able to correlate that, but it does not seem random to my understanding, especially when we're talking about what we're talking about. It would make sense that density has a role to play.
Yeah, that is really strange.
Video.
It's a lot of enigmas. I mean, this is basically why theoretical physicists are still like at odds and loss. They only have these speculations, and they admit it to you. They'll call it their best guess. And honestly, when they talk honestly to you, they'll say they don't know.
I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson was asked point blank, what is gravity? And he said, I don't know, next question. And then she was like, whoops, did I ask you something I wasn't supposed to do? Which is like, obviously not what a true journalist would say. That's what a, Operation Mockingbird, mainstream media, MK Ultra, monarch mind control bitch would say, but that's neither here nor there. But I think it's really important, to listen to him when he says, we don't know. Like, what is gravity? We don't know. It's like, you would think that, after coming out of government school, and, that includes college because, they do get grants from the federal government, that, you would actually know what it is. But in reality, it's It's not settled. Like, settled science is like a married bachelor. Consensus is like a woman who's kind of pregnant. But you hear people always talking about, consensus. Like, there is no consensus in science except for the experiment results, right? For example, I'm sure you may have heard of the double slit experiment, right, Cupcake?
Oh yeah, with like particles away. Then is that what you're talking about?
Right. So you just talked about the philosophical part, but the results from the so-called experiment is the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. At that point, the machine's turned off. The scientists, they go in the back room and they light a cigar and drink a beer, and they stop being scientists and they revert back to philosophers. And then they say what you said. Well, light's a wave, but not a particle, and light's a particle, but not a wave, right? But that stuff is all philosophical. The experiment result was the knower of the witch path collapsed the wave function. A lot of people can't separate those two things. They think that all philosophy is science, but it's actually not like that. In the same way that, all Texans are Americans, but not all Americans qualify as Texans, because some of them are Virginians and some of them are Mexicans and Canadians, right?
Yeah.
Well, the same way that all natural science is born out of philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as natural science. So why does the pebble fall into the water?
I don't know. Next question.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, the best we can say is, well, there's not enough buoyant pressure pressing it up. So
we can say better than that, Larry. Come on.
Well, the relative density.
Yeah, we can say better than that.
Okay, go ahead. Say better than that.
Yeah, it's gravity.
Okay, what is that?
It is what happens when you've got some masses next to some other mass, and they kind of attract.
Like gas particles? Gas particles made of mass, right?
Yes.
So, do they attract or do they bounce off each other?
They do both. So when you've got a bouncy ball, you drop that, it gets attracted to the ground through gravity, and then it bounces away.
Can you back up the claim that gas molecules and or atoms attract to each other? Did you die?
No, I think he got muted.
The atmosphere not going into space. That would be the evidence.
Atmosphere not going into space? Does he not know that allegedly, according to space.com, the Earth's moon is in the Earth's atmosphere?
Yeah, Cupcake, he's a known troll.
Me?
Don't worry.
Oh, the other guy. Okay.
Yeah. He's been in here for years. Or months at least, as far as I know.
Well, I didn't recognize him. You gotta make a mark in order for me to remember you.
Yeah. We all know Mez. He's been in here a lot.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, you can say, the object falls, therefore everything anyone has ever said about gravity is automatically true, but I would say that's fallacious reasoning. You have to get a little more specific than that and find out why it falls. And I think that through this conversation, we pretty thoroughly went over it. The only thing left would be speculation. Remember that philosophy part where the scientists are smoking cigars and drinking beers? But we try to stay away from that except for on Sunday, so you have to come back on Sunday.
Oh, wait, are you guys religious?
No. Well, some of us are
agnostic. Joke, but...
Yeah, some of us are agnostic, but not very many of us are agnostic.
I think it makes the most sense for you guys to be agnostic, because I think that aligns the most with your, the way you guys think, right?
Well, yeah, we're skeptical, right? So I agree with you. I don't know that Muhammad, Jesus, or Abraham existed, right? I can believe they did or not, right?
But it's like, but so you acknowledge that, like, maybe they could, maybe they couldn't, but you're not going to like put a definitive yes or no.
Well, for me, the creator is pretty obvious. That there
Under
has
what?
to be functional sequence, specified complexity. Do you know what that is?
No, but it like sounds like cause needs an effect. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Okay, so let's say you're walking down the beach and you find like a German engineered Swiss watch, right? And
Oh wait, I think I'm going to agree with everything you're saying. I want to kind of jump to the gun. You say God, do you just mean like some omnipotent force that caused everything, or do you mean like Father of Jesus? We're going to go to heaven, and he's going to be like another human doing everything, who's got like godly powers.
I just mean a creator. Now, if you want to have like a separate conversation, this wouldn't be the room for it. But I believe that there is a creator, right? Because you wouldn't walk down the beach, find a fine watch, and go, my God, how long did it take for the wind and the time to create this masterpiece? Like you would say, oh, this thing obviously has a creator, right? So when you look at the anatomy of just like, you know, a man or woman alone, there's platelets to keep you from leaking out because
super complex.
Right.
I will agree.
And then there's T cells and then helper T cells. So that's not just complexity, it's functional sequence, right?
Okay. I would agree with you. Yeah, there's like some unknown reason behind all of this. And I would agree, like I would call it, I guess, a god too. But I really want to know like what you think God is. Because I think that's where like we get into a gray area and we're gonna start like claiming things we don't know. Because I wouldn't claim to know anything about God except for calling God the start of this, the cause for it. But I wouldn't claim anything about him. Or even call
it's for another channel. Yeah, it's for another channel.
It's for another channel. I mean,
if we were created, that's science. Like, were we created or not? That's science. We can scientifically prove that.
Well, I think it kind of relates to this channel because, I mean, the channel does get like really into logical reasoning, and I just want to know like if your logical reasoning is consistent throughout. Like, what logical reasoning do you have for how you define God and attributes about God? How can you back up the logic behind claiming those attributes are correct?
Well, that's for another channel because you're talking about, you know, something that's outside of time, space, and matter, and you're asking us to define it, which, you know, that's impossible.
So you don't believe in any characteristics about a god then, besides them just being a mystical force that caused this?
Well, I don't think it's like the Big Bang creator god that, you know, had a sun named Gravity, which caused, you know, protoplanets to coalesce into.
Oh yeah, for sure. I wouldn't claim that either.
Right, so that doesn't really make sense because if you keep going down that road, you know, then you got all the organisms of Earth springing up out of the rocks and out of the elements. So, like, there's the duckbill platypus, you know, there's a crocodile, there's a bird, and these things just came out of the rocks, like, all by themselves. Like, that's ridiculous. But we need to go back to the surface topic, which is the shape of the Earth. If there is such a thing, I'm going to yield the mic.
I think probably the best test would be like you have a linear camera, or maybe I don't know much about optics, but if there are cameras that don't have any fisheye distortion at all, it'd be really cool if you could just send like a weather balloon as high as you could go and see through that.
It's been done, man. I don't have the footage, but someone's posted something. I think it was some balloon of sort. What was it? Several 100,000 feet or tens of thousands of feet or something like that. Way higher than an airplane. Somewhere in between your standard airplane altitude and the ISS or something. Somewhere in between there. and it's just a flat surface, dude. The horizon is just fucking flat. Like, it's flatter than what I've seen in an airplane looking through the window.
And this is like that. What I want to get at is like I would have to do it myself because I'm not going to trust any outside source because I can like look up images right now, weather balloon in camera, and they're going to show like round globes, and I just don't know if it's like distortion or if it's edited.
And that's fair, dude. That's more than fair. The thing with photos and videos and stuff like that, in a scientific or measuring, sort of context, the quality of evidence one can attribute to it is minimal because of the things you're talking about. Okay, they need to be verified. And fortunate for us, there are ways to verify this. Not necessarily be in terms of the footage itself. Unless you do it yourself and you're really careful, you can convince yourself of that. But remember what we were talking about before? The surface itself, we're looking at the horizon where I mentioned laser experiments and all that. Those do seem congruent with the footage that I'm talking about. So it doesn't confirm the footage per se in and of its own right. It's a separate issue, but they do correlate. So you put those things together, you're building a more concrete argument, a clearer picture. No pun intended.
That's true, but like, did you do the experiment yourself? I think that's the big thing. Like, I'd want to do it myself.
That's fair.
Because there's millions of sources that would support the globe.
Yeah, and you have every right to do that. I don't think anyone in here is going to try and dissuade you from doing that. The point, the important part here is in this sort of context, you actually have the capacity to, or within reason, have the capacity to. Whereas the alternative is, trust NASA, trust Joe Blow institution. Only they have the acumen and the funds to send a rocket up in space. But trust me, bro. That's the alternative. So if you're going to dabble in any arena, find one that you actually can. And then
can I send a weather balloon high enough?
A weather balloon? I don't know about weather balloons.
I don't know. I think there are balloons that you could get high enough to where, like, according to the model, you should be able to see the curvature.
By all means, check it out there. I mean, there is one amateur rocket experiment I've seen, 2014. You can look it up on YouTube there. The Go Fast rocket. They're an amateur group. They got the license to do it and the funds and all that stuff. So it seems feasible, or it seems possible. But how feasible is it? I guess that depends on your, your pockets, I guess.
Yeah. I see. I'm watching the clip of the Go Fast. Looks pretty flat to me.
What happens there? You see the camera's facing down or sideways. I don't know which video you're looking at. But one is such that the camera's facing down, the rocket, launches, the camera starts spinning wildly, it starts slowing down, and at one point it just like halts abruptly. And then the rocket starts falling and shit. At that point, the rocket kind of tilts sideways, and the camera faces like horizontally, and you see the horizon there. Okay, and what's interesting in that video, if I recall correctly, you don't see a horizon that becomes concave and then flat and then convex, indicating that it was using a fisheye lens
camera.
Okay, so it could just be that it's really fast and I didn't see it. I'm open to that, but that's not what I saw.
I think the camera is distorting because I'm looking at it and it is curved.
Do you? Okay.
I posted it in side chat, but I'm watching it pan and it is like distorting all over the place.
Okay, so, but does it? Okay, well, the interesting thing about that though is what I was saying before. Does it curve, convex, go flat, and then concave?
Yeah. Which would that's like distortion, right?
Yeah, so that's because it goes concave from convex. You can't really say, oh, that curvature is physically the curvature. Unless, of course, it's curving at such a high rate that, it's convex to a certain rate, and when it goes concave, it's just so highly distorted that the convexity outweighs the concavity, or something like you got to think.
I posted 2 images. The first is concave, the second is convex. So
okay, check out the other clips people are posting in here. You'll see this is more what I had in my head there.
So the
the go fast one was just something that came to mind.
Yeah,
but
this one that does. It looks like slightly convex. Maybe maybe I'm just tripping. It's just like seen in a
there's wide angle cameras if they're slightly tilted up or down from being perfectly, I guess 90 degrees. Then if they're slightly down, they'll bend up. If they're slightly up, they'll bend down. They'll distort. But if they're completely level, it'll be completely flat.
Are there any cameras that don't?
Well, that camera doesn't. It's only if it's not level, it'll distort. But if you got it level, if it's correctly mounted, then it'll be completely flat. There'll be no distortion.
Out of curiosity, in these photos, it looks like the pressure differential, like it seems pretty clear, and like with no like container. I know this is a whole other thing, but
let me just quickly cover the fisheye thing again quickly, and then the pressure gradient again, right? We're not denying the pressure gradient, but even the Blue Origin, right, went up to 350,000 feet, and there was a trained astronaut on that. Afterwards, in an interview with Fox, she said she was disappointed she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson, he came out, he did an interview. I just posted it at 49 past the hour, and he explains that it wasn't really space, and he did the math, and from that height, you wouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth.
There's the hand wave.
Now, if I may, if you go back to that go fast rocket thing for a second.
Yes.
Okay. Take notice of there's a brief moment when the camera is facing horizontally. At some point, you see a little white dot kind of appear.
I see. I think I'm right on that frame. Actually, it's like in the top middle.
Yeah, dude, that is. If you look closely at it, that is claimed to be the moon. Okay.
Dude, that looks like incomprehensive pixels. It's like a brown square.
Well, you might not be looking at the right thing there, but at some point the moon allegedly pops up into the frame. Now, what people have stated that this is the moon, and this is really strange because at that time when this thing was being launched, this was launched somewhere in North America, in the United States, Kansas or something. At that time of the launch, the moon was over Australia.
Yeah.
Was that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Okay. Now, how do you have
to be over New Zealand?
New Zealand. Okay. So, how the question would be, how would you see the moon behind the ball on the side of the ball?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Wacky, right? Now, to confirm that, it looks like the moon to me, man. When I saw it last.
Oh yeah, no, I trust you. I think. Yeah.
You know, what else? What other white dot of that size would be in the sky?
Yeah,
you don't even see the stars from that point of view.
I think you'd have to draw a diagram, because there would certainly be like a huge portion of the Earth that wouldn't be able to see it. And then at some point around the curvature, they would be able to see it. So you'd have to do a diagram to figure out like which one could and which one couldn't.
Yeah, but if the moon was on like the complete other side, you shouldn't be seeing it at all. Right.
Some people shouldn't, definitely.
So there's a problem.
Yeah, like people on the other side of the Earth. You wouldn't be able to see it because the Earth is between them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moon would be under the feet of the people launching the rocket. You know, like that's trippy, man. I'm sorry, but that trips me out.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing. Like if you diagram it out, like you can make sense or it doesn't.
Isn't there like a map of that on the mapped out on the Mercator somewhere?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't think you really need to draw a diagram. You can just picture it in your head, right? Picture a ball and the moon, under the feet of the.
I mean, the diagram would help. The diagram would help.
Yeah, like the map was one that I saw was there was like a dateandtime.com or something like that depicting where the sun and the moon are at the times and shit. And at that moment with a timestamp, it illustrated where these celestial bodies were, and the moon was right over New Zealand. So
the picture that Cupcake posted.
It's so bad.
Yeah, it's like that, except the distance above the Earth, right? That dot would be like
nice.
It's like 0.5 millimeter or something like that.
Oh yeah, so it would be seen like way less. Yeah,
true.
It'd be much more occluded.
The moon, however, would be like 30 times further.
Yeah. And like the rocket wouldn't be like the same size as the moon,
Unless Elon Musk.
Even from the height of the ISS, you're only meant to be able to see 3% of the Earth.
No, the ISS is like still sitting basically. It's basically still in that film of atmosphere. Like it's outside of it like for technical reasons, but it's still in that film. In fact, it has to boost itself because it is slowed down by the atmosphere.
Hey, where's the motion blur for the ISS? Isn't that thing going like 17,500 miles an hour?
Exactly.
Wait, motion blur?
Yeah.
Oh, like you wouldn't be able to see it clearly, or like if you're on it, you wouldn't be able to see clearly.
No, like how if you throw a football and take a picture, but if you don't have your camera set to sports settings, it's going to be blurry.
Yeah.
So what aperture speed can keep up with an object going 17,500 miles an hour?
I got out of the camera game fucking before I even started. That's like trying to keep up with PCs like on double speed because they improve cameras so fast. My brother's a photographer and he knows all that stuff.
Oh yeah, like the femtosecond cameras or whatever.
You gotta know
crazy.
So much to be like a photo guy.
It's like showing off their PC rig.
It's me. He was talking about PC, so I was like,
"Oh, what GPU do you have?"
Overclocking because I just installed some fans, so I'm in the middle of overclocking right now. So I've had to take my video card out a few times and take the battery out, and trial and error stuff.
Yo, Larry, you're a desktop guy, though, right?
Yeah, PC Master Race.
No, I mean it is the master race, but like I want.
Do you have Linux though?
Oh no, you can't game. You can't game.
Just run it through Wine. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean you can run it through Wine, but like I feel like
you can't do multiplayer. Yeah.
All right, stop. Time out. Back to the Earth. Where's that motion blur?
All right, where's the motion blur? We'll start a separate channel right after this.
Where's the curvature?
We'll start an after chat for gaming.
Yeah, where's the curvature? Where?
Regarding the curvature, I did just post you a couple things there. I said it earlier. I didn't back it up at the time because we were in the midst of stuff. But I did just whip out 2 links to a couple videos of guys who have done laser experiments. There's more, but you can start with these ones that are a little bit shorter. Yeah, very interesting shit. 28.6 mile laser test. The other one is one video with a 14.4 mile and a 23 mile at the shore somewhere, 23 miles away or whatever, maybe 6 inches and 10 inches, a couple feet off the ground, where you shouldn't be able to see them. You do. So.
Okay, I was about to ask, can you give a background of what these videos show? But you did it in 2 seconds.
Yeah. Okay. These things should be hidden by feet of curvature hump in the way.
I see what you mean. So it's like pointing the laser perfectly horizontally. You shouldn't be able to see it because it would shoot up into the sky, up into the horizon. Not into the horizon, but it'll shoot up far away.
Exactly. Like these lasers, if they're leveled from where they are, and the laser is zapping out at a perfectly 90-degree angle from where they are, after going out 28.6 miles due to the curvature, that thing should be flying over your head because you're technically below them from their point of view, right?
These guys got to know their audience. They need to be able to make a 30-second video like that. You can make a 30-second video. Know your audience.
Now these are good enough, man. There's one there that I didn't post it. It's up to a 40 mile long one. It's basically like a documentary. It's about an hour long, and they do successive tests. They kind of show the preparation, all that. It's very technical. I didn't post it because if you only have a 30-second attention span, forget it.
All right, so you have a video to reference to. Can you tell us what, if we were to watch it, what their findings would be, and we can trust you, and we can go back and analyze the video later.
I think I know what it does.
It basically does what these guys do, but it's more high powered, more technical, bigger teams, different weather conditions, different parts of the world, all sorts of shit like that. A 40 mile long laser test. Okay, if you do the math at 8 inches per mile squared, that there should be a curvature rate. Excuse me, an 8 inch per mile squared curvature rate. There should be a drop off
320 inches.
Well, nah, man, it's worse than that. 8 times 40 squared. 8 times
squared.
8 times 1600. What is that? Like 12,000 to 120,000 something? Okay, that's in inches. Then you divide that, it's several hundred feet or something. 1,000 feet. It's like a mile or whatever.
Okay, so wait. So over 40 miles, there should be a drop of a mile?
Let me do the math. I'll do the math quickly. I'm just doing it off the top of my head. So the curvature rate is 8 inches per mile squared. So you take 40 miles, you square that. So 40 times 40 is 1,600, and this is in inches.
Okay.
Multiplied by 8, that's 12,800 inches. Now, if you divide that
per mile,
it's nonlinear because this is using what's known as a parabolic approximation.
Let's let them work it out.
Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, it's fine. So the 40 times 40 times 8 gives us 12,800 inches.
Okay.
When you divide that by 12, because there's 12 inches in a foot, you get 1,066.67 feet.
feet.
Now,
So
how many?
one fifth of a mile, right?
Oh, okay, so I got that wrong. I was just I'm thinking in metric. I'm so used to multiplying by thousands. So when I think of a
You're right.
kilometer,
It doesn't matter. It proves the same thing.
It doesn't matter. It should drop by approximately a fifth of a mile in a 40-mile range.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, so you would expect the laser to be zipping over the guys' heads, 1,000 feet above them.
Right. Laser goes straight, Earth curve.
Earth curve down. Like picture a ruler on a basketball. The guys are shooting the laser at the top of the basketball where the ruler is, and the other guys are like on the side, a little bit down on the
ball. Yeah.
They should see that ruler zip over their head, right?
I see what you mean.
All right.
Yeah, that's what this works out to.
That's what I assume is the hypothesis. What is the conclusion?
The conclusion is
flat.
The conclusion is that the standard WGS84 geoid model would suggest that this laser, assuming no refraction, would zip over somebody 40 miles away, 1,000 feet above their head. Now, in this observation, the thing is more or less flush with the ground, and even if you do factor in some sort of error rate, okay,
like some refraction or something.
And they in these two ones here, the 28 and 28.6 and 14 and all that, they don't talk about refraction, but in the 40-mile long one, they do all the math, and it should be only a few millimeters to a few inches in refraction under those conditions. So therefore, suggesting that the model, the standard WGS84, geoid model, is like orders of magnitude in error margin away from reality.
Okay, so in your conclusion, you went to a whole lot of acronyms, like so it supports. So the globe Earth model is more in doubt than the flat Earth model. Like it more supports like maybe a flat Earth claim.
100%.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with you. And I'm a globe earther. Like I'm just trying to keep up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the WGS84 model is just a technical way of saying, the best of academia's, best guess
right
model would look like. And they call it a geoid because now they're saying it's not actually spherical. It's more like a giant potato or a pear.
Well,
so they
when you're dealing with the academics, like you're also dealing with like fucking philosophers, and they'll get really nitty gritty when it comes to like a term. So like we'll talk about a spheroid, and they're like, well, technically, it widens at the equator.
Actually,
they widens at the equator, therefore it breaks the 360 divergence. So
all that stuff.
All right, so those predictions more align with. I was expecting the opposite. I was expecting from. So I will go through and watch the video, obviously, but like you cite to the video, like so I think that you've watched the video and understand the video.
I've watched both of those, and I'm gonna get the other one just so you have a reference to it. It's an hour long. You can skip to the end, last 10-15 minutes or whatever, pan through it to find the stuff, and then they go in some technicals. I do recall them kind of like go through some of the math or some of the conclusions, and they display in like a very fast sequence a lot of their findings in technical form. So you might have to pause the video to really get a glance at it, but it's all there. So, but yeah,
my deal is like ideal in law, and when I'm writing like a paper or something like a motion. Like, I might cite to a source, and I'll very briefly cite to a source. And I expect that judge to trust me. Just to trust me that I'm not fucking fooling them. Because if I'm wrong, then the whole house of cards falls. And there's no reason for me to even cite something where that an irreputable source or to mischaracterize the source. So I absolutely trust that if you're giving me a citation, like that's what it says.
Yeah, check it out, man. And if I'm wrong, I want to know. That's my standard. You know, but like just to be transparent, right? If I'm wrong, I want to know. So please tell me.
No, you're a human mind with a human brain. I'll watch it for my own entertainment, but but it carries with it the benefit of a person who's already watched it and interpreted it. So yeah, that's fucked. I don't know where to go from there. Any globalist claim? I'll start. Those Elon Musk videos were like Starlink, or wait, well, what's his spaceship called? He's got a spaceship.
Starship.
Don't know the name.
That's a little bit badass. Larry's dying to chime in.
What are you talking about?
Talking about Starship. We going to Mars, baby.
Yeah, I think it'd be much easier to terraform Antarctica, kind of like they did with Iceland.
Yo, but the liberals say that we're going to terraform Antarctica whether or not we like it or not. They say that global Earth temperature is going up. California is about to get erased.
Good riddance.
I'm about to have some beachfront property here in good old Oklahoma.
That's what Oklahoma needs.
So I looked up the most northern elevation palm tree because I love palm trees. Like, I'm from the Midwest, and palm trees mean vacation. And the most northern elevation palm tree is in fucking England. And that pissed me off. It made me want to punch someone. I don't know why. Maybe one of you guys can give me some insight on why that made me want to hit someone. But yeah, if that coast could move up, could get here a little bit faster, my property value would go up. Maybe get some palm trees here in Oklahoma. Like, I got sunscreen. I'm prepared for global warming.
It's all well.
All right, for the record, just posted the 40-mile long one in the chat. If you pan over to about... Hey?
By the way...
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Wait, go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you pan over to about 45 minutes, 50 minutes or so around that area, you'll get to the 40-mile long one if you don't want to check out the incremental build-up to that. So yeah, enjoy.
Okay, so these are made by Flight 4. Like they, I assume they show their work, and so the source shouldn't matter. But these are like flat Earth. These are flat Earth guys, right?
Hang on, no. For the record, FE Core. Okay, a lot of people get this wrong. I got this wrong. FE doesn't stand for flat Earth, dude. It was a shock to me. It stands for field engineering.
Oh,
these are a group of highly trained professionals in mechanical engineering, physics, etc., etc. All sorts of random shit. Large team of like 10, 15 people or something like that. Volunteers, etc., etc.
All right. All right. That's what I like to hear.
And in this video, they never. I don't think I recall them ever mentioning the term flat Earth. They're talking about trying to get confirmation of the standard WGS84, geoid model.
So
they're trying to find evidence real world evidence to confirm that. So they're unbiased. They just want to know.
Well, I mean, like the bias is like I'll be fair. I'll try to be fair. The bias is what the 99% accepts, right? So the bias is that we are on this spheroid model, and they start out with that presumption. They start out with the presumption that the Earth curves away at this rate. The math tells us this rate, and we can account for refraction, yada, yada, yada. Let's test this. And that's what I'm assuming that they're doing in this video. They're saying, they say this, the 99 percentile says this. Let's check it. Let's check their math. Let's do the work. Let's check their math. And their conclusions maybe aren't consistent. No, this will definitely 100% be the thing that I go to bed listening to tonight, because my brain has a weird way of absorbing my fucking. I push the play button on YouTube and go to bed, and then I wake up with more knowledge. So this will be that.
Cool, man. Well, good to hear, because these guys they don't mention flat Earth. Oh, we're trying to prove the flat Earth. They don't talk like that at all. The first two guys, the first two videos, these 14 and 28 or whatever, these guys they're like, oh, they're just random Joe Blows trying to do the test, and like, oh, it must mean the Earth is flat. They speak like that. The third one, it's a lot more diplomatic and professional and all. Though the conclusion is pretty much the same when you read between the lines. So,
no, actually, when you click on their name, you can get to their videos. So they have 4,000 subscribers, and they have like 30 videos. They're barely even monetized, so they're not doing this for money.
No.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
No. I think in this video they even talk about how they've set up a nonprofit and all that stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
all that stuff.
They're not doing it for money. They might get like fucking $12.
Yeah. I think they've got sponsors to purchase to help build the equipment and all that stuff. That's it. It's like,
No, I mean, like if you're producing content like this, and like Canon or something wants to sponsor you, like just to show off their equipment, hell yeah,
no.
Hell yeah.
I don't recall any product placement in this, so don't worry about it.
Anyways, I was trying to sidestep the whole science thing and just get into the news. The news aspect of the week was Elon Musk sent up another starship. Well, he said he sent up another starship. Like, I think that's the latest news in space. Video checked out to me like it had an emergency with like they wanted to catch the starship in their little pincers. Pincers malfunctioned and it had to land over the ocean. There's no globe Earth proof there, but just news of the day.
So apparently they need to get someone on the moon, on Mars, sorry, because to activate the atmosphere machine in the pyramid. Right? So the rover found the atmosphere machine. It's got a handprint, and you push the hand down and it activates the machine.
Wait, which rover? Because some of
the Mars rover. The rover doesn't have a hand. It can't reach the machine to push the thing down.
And
it's there.
It's like,
and they've done tests on it. Yeah, it's got to be a hand of some kind. Even though the hand has 4 fingers, it's still kind of.
Whoa, thumbs aren't fingers.
Yeah. Fingerprint. So if you do make 4 fingers and press down,
I don't think it's going to work.
Well, the rover can't activate it. Hasn't got a hand.
We're talking about technology that built pyramids, and we're thinking that we can trick it by like curling back our fucking
Dude, 100%, 100%.
They got a rule. They got a rubber glove with it, and they blew it up, and they stuck it out on a thing on the rover, and they started hitting it, trying it. It didn't work.
You're
So
thinking
they thought we've got to get a person there.
You think? No.
That they copied the prints that were already on it and made a hand that matched the prints.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there in 200 years, and some motherfucker, some John Armstrong is gonna fucking put his hand down, and it's gonna get chopped off. Like it's gonna be like anatomy rejected. Like, no, it's gonna be an immediate failure. No fucking way.
I like
that's what Elon Musk's so. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I don't know if like this is an answer or like even like a valid question, but what do you guys speculate the reason is why for like the mass spread of misinformation? Like, do you think there's like a higher group who intentionally know what's going on, or do you think people are like brainwashed in it and just repeat the cycle?
Hang on. You have to give a baseline where some misinformation would be a globe Earth claim, and like the truth would be like a flat Earth claim. Preface.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I think the technology makes a difference. Like we can just look up anything, you know. Like 30 or 40 years ago, if the president said, or even 50 years ago, the president said, "Oh, look, this is stupid as flat Earth," people would just kind of laugh and laugh it off or whatever. Now people look up, go to Google and type in flat Earth and get like 1 million hits and go through it and go, "What's this?" So yeah, that's the difference. Is technology, I think, is one difference.
Well, I think you think I asked a different question. I just mean like, sorry, go ahead.
So technology will be important for discovering truth. Like I don't know if this gets to the heart of what you're saying, but it will be technology that solves like this dilemma and obviously many more. So 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, the Blair Witch Project was a very famous movie. That movie could only have been famous in the 90s or the early 2000s because today, someone would pull out their phone. Like someone would be chased by a witch, they would immediately pull out their phone and fucking document it. Like that's just like the instinct of today's persona. Like that's why ghosts, like the occurrence of like ghost pictures has dropped 1,000%. Like to the 0.000%. Is because like if you got a haunted house, fucking prove it, bitch. Like take a picture. Like haunted house ghost, that's not a thing anymore. It's ridiculous because you can everyone has a camera 1 second away from them, and they always are like ready to take a picture. Like every fucking millennial is, or Gen Z person is ready to take a picture on the fly. So ghosts are gone. Like we've gotten rid of that. Aliens, UFO abduction, same thing. Like in the 1950s, there was a surge of fucking alien abductions that extended all the way to the 1980s to when Steven Spielberg made his fucking alien whatever movies. There was a surge in reporting of these kind of movies. They died out when we had the ability to document the sky. When we had the ability, every single person in the world had the ability to pull up their phone and show, hey, actually the sky is clear. Actually, these reports of aliens are false. Like, so as we get more technology, our ability to solve these questions increases. Therefore, the questions that remain maybe are more legitimate questions. Ghosts? No. Check them off. Aliens? No. Check them off. Fucking Sasquatch? check them off. Flat Earth? I don't know. We're still talking. Am I wrong, or does that make sense?
I think that kind of makes sense. But also, like, we have more space flights now than we did in the past too.
Well, I mean, I'm a globe earther, but like, when you say space flights, you gotta qualify that, because, like who says they go into space? Like who says they go into space? I say they do.
That's true.
I say they do, but maybe there's a person who says they don't. And what evidence do I have? What evidence do I, Joe Schmo, have to combat that evidence of this person who says they're not going to space, they're fucking with you, they have an agenda, and they gain power from this agenda, yada yada yada.
No, I would agree with you. Yeah, because not everyone, like, everyone has a phone, but not everyone has a rocket that can go to space. So people would naturally, be a little less trustworthy, or wouldn't trust the space thing as much.
Well, going to trust, we're talking about Elon Musk and the government, like these two entities.
Yeah.
We're talking about two entities that absolutely have more resources than I do with my iPhone. So I have my iPhone, they have Elon Musk and the federal government. So obviously they're better equipped to confuse me at the very best.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've watched YouTube videos that were 40-minute long tours of the ISS that, if I were to be a skeptic, I could not explain. Like they look like they were just roaming through the ISS.
Bro, what about space movies though? They look pretty real.
Nah. When you talk, okay, so the best space movies are Interstellar and Gravity, and both of them are very obvious in their tricks and their CGI. The CGI that Hollywood presents is not there. The argument is there is better CGI that lies with
the government.
Right. So there's the government, and then below the government is Hollywood. So Hollywood is not the government. Like Hollywood cannot do the same things as the government. That's the argument.
Why would the government want to trick us though?
That's the other argument, and there's. I won't speak for them. I won't speak for them because that's not my argument. But I think there are valid reasons. I think that those reasons are more valid than the claims about technology and because I think Hollywood is at the forefront. I think Hollywood is the best at making CGI. So I think, let me realign my argument. I think that the most valid thing is there are legitimate reasons for the government to want to constrain a population. Like, that makes sense to me. Like, it just makes sense to me. In a hypothetical, there could be hypothetical reasons to want to limit a governed knowledge. Like, in the hypothetical,
like aliens would come like kill us if we figured out the Earth was flat or something.
Well, if tomorrow aliens communicated very, very clearly to the federal government, and only to the federal government, hey, we're here, we're showing up soon, we want to destroy your planet. Do you think that the federal government would tell us about that?
I bet they would.
Do you think that they would immediately tell us about that?
Dude, I can't believe you said that. So, Edward Snowden, can I be heard? Just real fast.
Yeah,
Larry. If you look at like the Edward Snowden file dump, like they classified a whole bunch of stupid shit that doesn't even need to be classified. Like, it has nothing to do with national security. So, the way that the government is supposed to work is we're supposed to know everything about them because they're public, and they're not supposed to know anything about us absent probable cause. Correct, lawyer?
Yeah. Larry, I took I went through law school, like my normal classes are on federal and state law. I took a federal like CIA type of law class where they talk about classifications and like all the hoops that they go through. I scored so fucking low in that class because nothing made sense. Like everything was a mirage. Like the whole basis of this, like the federal government scheme, when it comes to intelligence, it is so wrapped up in itself that it is so fucked. Like it is. Imagine you have 10 federal agencies sitting on a map in front of you, and then you take a power drill and spun it right into the middle and just mix them all up and pour everything up. That's what we have. That is what our federal government looks like when it comes to intelligence.
I get your point. So the point is that they're not supposed to know anything about us. We're supposed to know everything about them, but that's not what we live in right now. Like, that's not reality. Like, basically, it used to be, show me the crime and I'll show you the man, but modern policing is like, show me the man and I'll show you his crimes.
Right.
And that's why the communists want to do away with privacy. Like private property, private rights. They don't like none of that shit. Private ownership, like you own your body. How could you own your body? Because fascism means no one exists outside the state.
I don't know that they care about like the real nitty and gritty. I think they care about so there's the micro. I think they care about the macro. I think they care about the global situation. I think that if there were a cabal, like they are only centralized on the global fucking cabal. Like all they care about is the global situation. So maybe the U.S. is 25% of their concern. Maybe China is 25% of their concern. Maybe Russia is 15% of their concern, and they can put in all the pieces. But that's the way that they see the world. They don't see the world, and we're talking about U.S. government agencies. They don't see the world from a U.S. perspective. They see it from a global perspective. U.S. is 15% of the world. Russia is 10% of the world. China is 15% of the world. That's the way they see the world. And that's a fucking problem. Like, I watched, fucking, what was that Amazon show? I watched some Amazon show about, like, spies and shit. But, like, the premise was, like, the CIA director didn't even know all of the operations the CIA was conducting. Like, they were that disjointed that the CIA director could not confirm that the United States did not assassinate someone in Africa or whatever. They were that disjointed.
Yeah. Their opposition, how the government's set up in America is like they're opposed to each other. They hate each other. They try and mess each other up.
That's absolutely true.
The military, isn't it true? It's like the military is the same. And it's like people in the military will make fun of people in NASA and say, yeah, not a space agency.
Exactly.
Because they're all against each other. That's why if we go back to 9/11, it's like the FBI
you absolutely
have in on the CIA's thing.
You absolutely have to go. You absolutely have to go back to 9/11. So after 9/11, George Bush signed the Patriot Act, and so what the Patriot Act did, what they established in the 9/11 report was all of these federal agencies were working independently, and they weren't communicating with each other efficiently enough. There was the CIA, there was the FBI, there was Homeland Security. There were all these federal agencies that weren't working with each other. They were working independently in their own offices. So the 9/11 report.
And against each other. That's the other thing, and against each other.
Yeah, in a lot of parts. They were like, this is my jurisdiction, yada, yada, yada. So the 9/11 report talked about this, and it said all these agencies are not talking to each other. So if one has intelligence, they're going to keep it to themselves, and they're going to try to figure it out, to Sherlock Holmes it themselves, and they do not have the benefit of the entire intelligence agencies to figure out what's going on. And so they established a federal agency. It was the National Security Act. But the purpose of that was to consolidate all of these federal agencies such that they communicated with each other. So if the CIA had information, then the FBI would receive that information. Or if Homeland Security discovered something, then the FBI would also have that information. So it was made to create a network and kind of.
So they created the NCI Fusion Center, right?
They tried to, but all those same problems of these being independent agencies still exist. These people don't want to arrest someone and then have someone from a completely different agency fly in from wherever the fuck they come from and take over their investigation and fly him back. So what they try to do is investigate it as best they can. They try to investigate it the best that their federal resources have to offer, which is a lot. So before they release that information to the other agencies, they try to investigate it as much as they can and do everything they can within the federal law to prosecute these people and this, that, and the other. So before they share this information, they try to do their own deep dive. And that in itself is a problem. Like these people still try to vie for power. Every single federal agency still tries to vie for its own power. They don't want to work with each other. They don't care about national security. They care about their own administration.
So now it's kind of like all the agencies are against Homeland Security.
Every agency is for itself. It's self-preservation. It's self-preservation, especially with Donald Trump, who I support, by the way, talking about reducing federal governmental agencies. He's talking about reducing personnel. So everyone is going to be even more so vying for, hey, we're the most important agency. Don't drop us. Don't cut our funding. Don't cut our personnel. So every single agency is going to be trying to vie for the power of their own federal agency. So,
yeah, but if you look at Trump's cabinet, he's got like all kinds of really wicked, evil people in his last cabinet and this new one. Didn't he have the one guy from BlackRock or something? Like, he's got some wicked people. Like, I don't trust Trump. I don't trust that guy.
I think he's got some wicked good people.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's lawyer talk.
It's not lawyer talk. Most lawyers are on the other fence. Like most lawyers are not MAGA. 75% of lawyers are on Team Harris. I'm on Team MAGA. This is my first time voting for him. And I'm
false dichotomy.
I mean, maybe. I don't know about Gates. Like, I liked his idea with Gates. I liked what he like. It's like a spice that you think you like, but you don't like it once you bite in. Like, Gates had his own fucking problems. I like his new attorney general. It's a good pick. Like, Secretary of Education. I think we need to get rid of the fucking Department of Education. Like, you know, like I think Trump has done a good job. Like, I'm pro-Trump. Like, I'm going to say that right now. I'll debate it with him.
Pro-Federal Reserve. He signed a $6.2 trillion bill. And if you don't think that caused inflation, plus the $8 trillion more that he spent.
Hold on. No, you're talking about wild numbers. All right, break them down.
He spent a shitload of money, more than Obama while he was in office. He signed one bill that cost $6.2 trillion for
Which
COVID.
bill was that? By the way, I think that Obama was a good president. At the same time, I think Clinton was a good president.
They're all war criminals. All of them.
I don't care about war crimes.
Fucking hell.
Okay, I care about war crimes. Yes, I care about war crimes. Of course I care about war crimes.
Just send your oldest son.
I'm not a monster. I care about war crimes. I just think that, like, some level of human, it's inevitable. Like of course I care about people dying. Of course I imagine the explosion. I just think in the state of human affairs, like it cannot be avoided. Like it cannot be avoided. 9/11 happened. The coal got bombed. Like terrorism is the thing you have to go forth. Like there's cause and response. Vietnam was bullshit. I'll be with you guys on that. Vietnam was all bullshit. I don't believe in Vietnam. I don't believe in Korea.
It was funny. I was watching a documentary before, like the night before 9/11, and it was about the World Trade Organization. And I was just like, at the end of the documentary, I was so disgusted in this group. I was just like, man, you guys, it was just terrible what they did. And then it was like World Trade Center. So that was funny.
Right. And
but, yeah.
I don't know.
War.
Well, I don't think that Iraq was a proportionate response to the World Trade Center. I think that it should have been CIA driven, and it should have been covert, and it should have killed it should have been CIA covert, killed Osama bin Laden, killed his network. It was probably a close network of maybe 100 people that should have died in that. And instead, I don't know, maybe 100,000 or maybe 1 million people died. Like that's fucked. So when terrorism happens, yeah, I think
why would you kill Osama?
Because he murdered 3,000 Americans.
You know what's serious? Holy shit, dude.
You know what's really fucked? Article. You know what's really fucked, man? About the World Trade Center business? That American Airlines and 2 or 3 other airline companies stocks were shorted within 24 hours of that happening. The other thing that was fucked up is that the main building manager of I think it was the World Building 7, Larry Silverstein, rushed in on like $100 million or some crazy $1 million insurance policy when that thing went down. That shit's fucked up, man.
Well, what's more is the fact that how is that not caught in the fucking spider web of information coming in? We should have a spider web of information coming in when it relates to something like that. It should catch every single one of those fuckers, every single one of them, and we should fucking hold them to their throats and figure out every single transaction.
Yeah. So if you honestly believe that it was a bunch of sand people out in the Middle East who couldn't fly fucking planes if their life counted on it, who actually did it, I mean, you're missing the plot, bro.
No, I think that it wasn't a bunch of sand people. I think that it was a bunch of people with PhDs and master's degrees from respected universities that we have documented the 19 terrorists, most of them had PhDs. Many of them had master's degrees. Almost all of them were college educated. Like, these were sophisticated people.
Dude, what are you talking about, dude? Are you serious?
Henry
I'm
Kissinger
100% serious.
Hold on, time out. Henry Kissinger was the original chair of the official 9/11 Commission report. Halfway through it, he stepped down, and his name's not on the book. I don't know, because I got the book right over there on the shelf. So, what you're looking at with the official 9/11 Commission report is Henry Kissinger, a.k.a. the Angel of Death, a.k.a. the guy that's been in, the White House for like 50 years. He's passed away now, but, that's Trump's friend, right? So,
Well,
I think that it's really interesting that Trump said, "This is my good friend Henry Kissinger." Like, obviously, that is not a good dude.
I don't know any specific reason to disavow Kissinger. Like, I don't know.
You said you didn't want the Vietnam War. He was all about that. That was his baby.
I don't like the
Vietnam Trail and spilling over to Cambodia.
Yeah, so I'm not a man of history. Like, I'll admit that. Like, I don't know who was the man of the Vietnam War. I don't like the Vietnam War. If Henry Kissinger was the monger that was a huge factor in that, then I disavow that. I'm just saying,
He's definitely shite-monger. Definite shite-monger.
Yeah, I think that the Korean War, unnecessary. I think the Vietnam War was even more unnecessary. It would have been great to have not been a part of any of that for 60s, 70s, and then we would have always been facing Russia through the 80s, 90s, and then we would have just had 9/11. But it would have been mostly peaceful for a 40-year block. We would have had peace.
Put them on mute.
But what's fucked is the Vietnam War. I've looked at it, had 50,000 deaths, 50,000 American casualties. Like, that is so insignificant when you talk about like deaths in America due to like suicide, gun violence, just general.
You don't mind war crimes. 50,000 men died. It's minuscule, right? It's kind of a weird thing to say.
It's not that it's minuscule. It's that I'm making the comparison that a Vietnam War happens every single year in America due to fentanyl and fentanyl alone. But on top of that, on top of the 50,000 or a million or a 1.5 or whatever, we have all these other problems. So 50,000 people died in Vietnam. More than 50,000 people die on the street due to fentanyl. And I'm just trying to put it in perspective.
It's all relative, man.
Everything's relative. Everything's relative. I think that's what it means to be an American, is to have these fucked up things coming at us from every angle. We got fentanyl, we got war, we got education, we got Trump, we got all these issues just shoving at us from every side, and the duty is on you. The duty is on the populace to try to sort through it, to try to figure out what's important and whose name that you want to pick next to deal with it. Well, actually, Larry, like, I'd like to know what you think about that. Like, you're my philosopher.
No, I'm not.
But I like you so much.
Thanks, I appreciate that. But easy with the hard R, bro.
But those are the problems that the American philosopher. But those are every time that an American voter, maybe like an independent voter, or I don't believe in an undecided voter. Everyone fucking decides. But when they talk about undecided voters, like there's a lot of people that go to the booth that are confused on the issues. So, like, as we talked earlier, I have like a law degree, and half the people on my ballot were like Oklahoma Supreme Court justices, because in Oklahoma you vote on your Supreme Court, and I don't know their fucking politics. I don't know, and I just voted every single one of them. Yes, I vote for you. Yes, I vote for you. Yes, I vote for you. I didn't kick any of them out because I read their verdict and they all make sense to me. Voting is fucking confusing sometimes. It's confusing to me, and like I have like a decent Oklahoma education. And there were 99% of people in my state that were voting for people that they had no idea. They had never heard of those names, and they could just by choice. It was A, B, or C. Like they were filling in a problem. Like it was like a Spanish test that you didn't study for, and they were just filling in the answers. That's what 90% of the people in my state were doing. That's a problem. That's a problem with the voting system. Larry G, how old are you? Rough estimate. Larry left. I am 38. And my question for you all is, what was the best president in your lifetime? I will say, as a 38-year-old, Barack Obama, I think, was the best president in my lifetime.
I like Jimmy Carter. I thought Jimmy Carter was like nice. You know, he's like a nice guy. It's like, how you doing? Yeah, I'm president, and let's all just get along, and everything's gonna be all right. He's just really nice dude.
Were you alive in Jimmy Carter's lifetime?
Carter. I was alive. Jimmy Carter was an idiot.
And then Reagan comes out and says, "Oh, I'm the president, and there's gonna be UFOs, and we're gonna kill Russia, and all this stuff." And it's like, oh, this guy's fucking crazy.
All right, Dad's 68.
Dad's Reagan. 68. It's like, oh god.
Dad's 68. When did Jimmy Carter start? When did he start his term, and when did he leave his term? I'm sorry, your Australian accent begs the question.
It was probably 70.
Jimmy Carter was
76.
Freaking.
Was he 70?
You know that? Jimmy Carter
76. 1976 to 1980, I would imagine.
No, you're absolutely right. 1976 to 1980. You're fucking perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So he's gone the first president I can't remember. I remember Gerald Ford, but I remember Jimmy Carter.
I'm going to pee, and then I'm going to comment on American politics.
What a fucking circus, eh? what it looks like to me. What do I know? I'm just a Canadian.
A filthy, beaver worshipping, maple syrup chucking. Damn, I already said beaver worship. Damn, I had a whole thing going. Fuck. Hold on, let me start over. Beaver worshipping, maple syrup chugging, great white North ape. There, how's that? Is that okay?
Eskimo, sir. Because I live in an igloo. Can't leave that out.
No, what I'm trying to dehumanize you.
I like the beaver worshipping part. That's pretty funny. They're cute. Very smart, too.
Who doesn't love a good beaver?
Yeah, beavers are good. Like, all right.
God bless them.
Who are the Canadians in the audience? Like, please stand up. I got the beaver question. Give me an A if you're a Canadian.
A.
I'm Canadian A.
Are beavers good eating?
Good what?
Eaten.
Only their tails.
Beaver tail soup, baby.
I've seen people eat them on survival shows, and depending on where they're from, like some of them are just only good for feeding your dog, and then depends on what they've been eating though. Like most people will use them for dog food.
We're talking about we're talking about the tail, right? That's the true measure.
No, the actual meat they feed the dogs, and I've seen survivors they eat them everything.
I always thought like the true measure of a healthy beaver is like a fat tail.
I don't know about that. I do know that beaver is consumed as a meat in some,
very
like
gamey though. Apparently,
yeah, it's very unusual. I've never had it, but when you talk about the beaver tail thing, I think you're getting mixed up between the carnival dessert that's called beaver tail, because it's just like a kind of like a waffle with some dressing and shit, like maple syrup and sugary shit.
But not meat based.
I don't know, not at all. It's a dessert. Like they call it beaver tail because it's a large waffle like thing.
Honestly, like my personal thing is the only like meat that I consider humane is beef. Like I don't like chicken meat. I don't like how they hold chickens. They cut off their beaks. I like cows. Like I'll eat beef fucking all day long. I think that's the real meat. That's the American meat because cows graze. They have a good life and they don't know what's coming.
You've never been to you haven't spent a lot of time around farms, have you?
Actually, I have. I'm in Oklahoma right now.
Cow farms, huh?
What's your contention?
I would say that like most American cows probably don't live like that great of lives. There's a lot of good farms out there where they get to go out to pasture in the summer, but a lot of them spend most of their lives in fucking cramped stalls, or not stalls, excuse me, but like tin covered areas and mud pits eating out of troughs.
Yeah, it's shit. Yeah, it's shit. And I don't like that. And I also don't like how they hold chickens and how they hold pigs.
Yeah, I live next to a pig farm, and I go over and help them every once in a while, and it's like there's no other way to describe it other than like pig Auschwitz. Like,
I don't like it. I fucking don't like it. But cows,
but they are delicious.
Well, cows oftentimes, if they're from the right market, have the opportunity to have a decent life. Cows cows, I think, have the best chance of the traditionally eaten meat. So
I think it's best for your mental health to abandon that, and just because when you really examine it, we raise them as slaves to rape and eat them. Like it's to be a livestock is not a great life by any metric, but I mean they're delicious and they're basically living tools.
What they do to chickens, I can't just dismiss. They like Tyson will put a chicken, which is a fucking dinosaur essentially, in a cage, cut off their beaks so they can't cut their own webbing in their feet or fight with the chicken next to them. I can't do chickens. I don't do chicken.
There's no reason why it can't be done humanely. That's a thing.
It can be
done humanely. It just takes a bit more money. That's all it does. It takes more work and more money. And it can be done humanely, but it doesn't. People are lazy and they're greedy, so they make it unbearable for the animals. It's unacceptable. And they'll burn in hell in the end. They'll burn in hell. They won't get away with it. In the end, and not just animals.
No,
I think we should go the other direction and just accept that animals aren't people; they're just tools, and we don't care about them. In reality, we like our pets, but we like it because they're our pets, and animals are tools.
I go the other direction.
There's one small thing in Australia. There's one small. They stopped battery farming eggs. So there's virtually no battery farms in Australia anymore.
What do you mean by that?
Well, how they farm the eggs with cages.
Eggs?
Yeah. I get it.
There's no battery farms. No, what they call battery farms.
Well, they don't understand battery. Battery means a military term. So
it's a box with a chicken in it, basically.
Yeah. I agree with that. And if the cost of poultry and the cost if the cost of poultry, the cost of meat goes up, maybe it doubles. But these animals get to live like an actual life, then I will pay it. I'm sorry that
anything.
And cortical, and there's a side effect to that too. When the animals live healthier lives, not only is it good for them because they're actually living a life,
good for them.
that translates into the quality of the meat too.
True.
But you're
exactly.
You're
exactly
that it's good for them to live their life. We can't even give value to human life. How do you come to the conclusion that animal life that don't have reason?
We can try.
Hang on.
I'm gonna hang on, obviously, but go ahead.
Crispy, if I may, what do you mean by we don't give value to human life? Who's the we in your statement?
Humans, like philosophy, right?
Whose philosophy are you talking about?
3,000 years of philosophy did not come to a consensus yet of the value of human life, right? It's obviously an oxymoron. It's a hyperbola.
It sounds very hyperbolic because you're speaking very generally. You're speaking.
Okay, dude.
Think about it. Right? No, I'm not offended, bro. I just don't understand. Like, whose philosophy are you referring to that denigrates the value of human life?
Well, can I attempt to?
You'd be surprised. Have you?
I'd like to hear him.
Okay.
Hold on. I'd like to hear him. That's what I'm asking you. Who in specifically are you referring to?
There's not only one. There's so many. But you can think of Albert Camus.
Okay, so in aggregate, you're saying that the highest, most prominent philosophers are all basically at odds with each other as to how valuable really human life is?
Mm-hmm. And even some say that life is absurd.
Okay, so
has no value intrinsic.
Okay, so what do you think of? So do you take them seriously? Like, are they correct? Are they incorrect? How do you judge
They
that?
are very correct.
So how do you judge that?
They're extremely correct. Most of them, depending on which when we're talking.
How do you gauge
how
that?
do I judge it? Well, it really depends on. It's very subjective, right? So the ones that yeah.
Okay, so if it's a very subjective thing, but you're speaking to it like it's a rock solid absolute truth, like there's something wrong in that logic. Well, yeah, you just said
saying that. I don't think he was saying that human life doesn't have value. I think he's saying that philosophers disagree on the value of human life, or if it has value.
Okay. You weren't stating that you agree with them that they're correct that human life doesn't have value.
No one said that.
Okay, I misunderstood what you were trying to get at. Sorry.
Crispy, can I ask you, are you a nihilist?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, but are you are your general beliefs nihilistic?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay, continue on.
Yeah, I guess I did read into your statement too much then, because when you use the term, it sounded like you were lumping yourself in and adopted that kind of worldview. So that's why I was pushing back.
I just said that as a species, we didn't come to an agreement on what value to actually give to human life in the first place. How can we determine what an animal that doesn't have reason? How can we determine the life of an animal that doesn't have reason? Like, I feel like.
Well, what about the people who don't adopt those? What about the people who don't adopt those kind of mainstream, highfalutin, type of philosophies?
Why do they not adopt it? Because they trying to.
They might not have the same worldview, and they might not deem them as correct.
Also, I think I'm sorry, but I think that you are espousing nihilistic views. Like you're. So when we talk about nihilism, we're talking about human existence, like the talking about distancing ourselves from the human philosophy, and so you're talking about this general. There's no difference between human and animal. Like this is a nihilistic view.
I feel like I'm misunderstood. I think
I feel like you're misunderstood too.
We were talking about how animals that are raised humanely, that the meat is much better for you.
Okay,
it's much healthier.
But then again, it doesn't have any more.
And the opposite is true. That animals that are raised poorly, the meat is literally bad for your health. That's what we were talking about.
What if we in 24/7 Flat Earth on this 11/23 could figure out a fucking way that we could have a meat industry that wasn't so shit? Like, what if we could just
make
talk
meat
about that?
twice as expensive, and then do it right.
What if we could talk about a way that people could consume it and it didn't talk, and it wasn't like a horrible life for chicken?
Yeah, it's just expensive. It's just expensive.
It is
just
expensive.
Requires morals and expense. Yeah, it's just more expensive. That's all. Difference between a battery farm and a free range farm is not that much. It's just expense.
The thing is when you buy your chicken wings, like, it costs 10, 12 American dollars to buy a bunch of chicken wings, and the chickens are the worst fucking treated among them. Like they literally live like they are born in a cage and they die, and I mean they live in this cage. Like, it is so shit. It is so shit.
They're literally chattel. Yeah, it sucks being livestock.
You know what you can do?
To the extent
I got a solution for you, bro.
that it should be illegal.
Bro, I got a solution for you. It's very, very simple.
Don't eat chickens.
Yeah.
That's your solution. Don't eat chicken.
Because here's the thing, your purchases are the only real vote you're ever going to have in this life. Period. End of story. Okay, your economic energy, if you will, swirling around is basically what you give your time and energy towards. That has the real impact. If you're giving your support in that manner to the things that you're now talking shit against because you recognize them to be shit, but you pull back on that, you're going to leave a dent in their armor. Period. End of story. Easy. Now, it might be difficult because it means you have to change your habits and stuff like that. But if it's really what you value, you'll find a way.
Well, I think that's definitely a part. I think putting ink in their armor.
Let me pose you an alternative. Go the complete opposite direction and reshift your mind and the paradigms in your mind and truly realize that animal lives are not that important and that we shouldn't care about how they're suffering, and then they're just living tools for you to eat.
That's so gross. That's so gross. That's so gross.
We already talked about that.
When we talk about chicken, like beef, yes. Beef, I'm down. I'm down.
No.
Eat beef. Eat
all
beef.
Of the above.
But not chicken.
I don't eat chicken. Yeah, I don't eat chicken much anymore because kind of like not allergic to it, but it gives me like skin problems because of hormones and shit. But beef, I'm okay with.
No,
right, and I'm happy to spend. I'm okay with spending $10 a pound in Canadian dollars on a pound of beef.
Well,
because I know where it's grown, I know where it comes from.
I'm okay with spending money too because like I make a decent living, but I am not the target audience. Like what I'm talking about is like literally beef and poultry are two completely separate industries. A cow has to be raised for years, and they get to oftentimes free roam and have land and have a quality of life. Chickens, however, are often born in a cage. They live in a cage. And they die in a cage, and
so don't support it.
And sometimes they're. I don't know if this is like a fucking movie that I watched or if this is the truth, but they cut their beaks off so they cannot fight with other chickens. Like, if that is the case, that is disgusting. If that is the case,
heard of that.
This is so non sequitur.
Well, how is it non sequitur? Like, by the way, how is it non?
Because read the title of the room.
We're definitely not on. No, we're definitely not on topic. We're not on topic.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Sounds gross, bro.
You're right.
Here's the thing. We were off topic for some time, though. We can circle back a bit. But to your point, Cortico, here's the thing. With what you're talking about, bro, if people just knew how to control and their fucking emotions and their habits and shit like that, y'all got some fat ass motherfuckers down there. I think they can hold back on their chicken wings and shit. If they adopted this, what we're talking about here,
no,
a little bit more.
American
exactly. Because y'all are addicted fat ass motherfuckers. Period.
Are you Canadian milk?
I am Canadian, sir. I'm the one Canadian who actually answered your question.
All right.
Milk, bro, you can read. Come on.
No. I thank you for your good discussion.
So it's hard to do, but practice some discipline, and multiple problems will be solved at the same time.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's just fucked when like the toll, because every day there's a toll, but that's the world. That's the fucking world. All right. Next discussion. So we're talking about a local politic. Someone wanted to move it to a more general thing.
Probably should get back on the topic of the room, I guess.
Okay. So someone wanted to talk about the flat earth.
We were looking for evidence of the globe. We still haven't found any. It's season 9, and the treasure has not been found yet.
But that just shows the diversity of the channel.
Someone thinks they might have seen it up high, but it could be a fisheye lens, so we're still looking. There might be some in Antarctica, maybe. We have to go on a giant voyage to try and find some globe evidence. It's like the fucking Lost Ark, mate. Got more chance of finding, opening the Ark of the Covenant than finding any Earth curve, man.
If I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm fucking pro fucking Elon Musk. Like, he is our.
Fair enough.
He's like our Iron Man. He is like our champion right now. So what I love about what Elon Musk did is he bought Twitter and made it a free speech environment. And
he's a good businessman. I'll give him that. He's a fucking good businessman.
And obvious
space is something completely different.
Well, space is something completely different. So he has expanded himself through Twitter, which everything he's done in Twitter, like, I fucking love.
Yep.
Because
it's so crazy. Like, Elon Musk is everything that, like, the right said of George Soros, like, for years, and you're all just clapping along now.
No.
100%.
George Soros was just this outside entity influencing everything. Elon Musk is getting his fucking
He's
hand.
the richest man in the world who is now working directly with the White House. He even has his own little department. He owns the largest social media website. He's not an American. He's a foreign guy.
He is an American, by the way.
Like, what the fuck?
He's the
South American, I believe.
He's the number one person.
No, he is an American. He has been naturalized.
Oh, he's a naturalized citizen? I didn't actually know that. I thought he was. Yeah.
No, he is a naturalized citizen. So no, he
takes a public media company, takes it private, immediately starts posting like AI generated misinformation, retweeting all this weird bullshit.
Hold on, you're getting ahead of yourself. Like when I say misinformation, you're talking about like his own personal post.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so Elon Musk, as a user, just like
the richest man in the world and a owner of Twitter.
Just like me, has an account that can be banned.
Elon Musk has significantly more influence than you do.
Sure, but like he is subject to the same community notes.
No.
So he is. So if I say something, if I say disinformation, if I say a fact that is wrong, the community at large, the Twitter, the X community, can go in and correct that information with a community note, correct? Just as the same as Elon Musk can. In fact, Elon Musk has been corrected by community notes numerous times. In fact, he gets corrected by community notes probably once every 10 days. Like he gets often corrected by community notes. So he lives by his own rules. He is a standard person in Twitter, just like me.
I can't believe that
so much in
the
common
richest
with a
man in the world is now the everyman. Like Elon Musk is the everyman. Okay, buddy.
Yeah. Yes, we have so much common with that billionaire. He is just like us, for sure.
Well, I'm not arguing that he is the everyman, but I'm arguing his Twitter account is subject to the same rules.
Yes and no, because he can flex.
Yeah, kind of no.
What's going to happen to him, dude?
Also, I think he has all his shit boosted in the algorithm, so it shows up more.
Yeah, he's priority.
So you're seeing more Elon Musk.
All right.
Whatever he tweets.
So, all right. So you guys are focusing on a central point. So let's get to the central point.
Tesla and SpaceX are cool companies, and Elon was cool when he stayed out of politics. But now he's shooting for this oligarchy position, and it's fucking gross.
You're right. Honestly, that's the word that has not been used that should be used is oligarchy. Like he is, by every definition, similar to an oligarch from Russia. Like he is an American oligarch in every sense of the word. And that word has not been used to the same extent that we have used it when we're talking about Russia.
But he's pushing technocracy. It's something else entirely than what everyone's had to deal with before.
I don't know what that word means.
Technology will rule the
means
people.
that you can have. Yeah, you have scientists. You have you would have like a technocracy. You wouldn't vote anyone in. You would have like leaders of college professors and stuff. They would be the voting people.
Okay. So technology takes over the world. So
intelligentsia takes over the world.
Right.
Effectively building an artificial intelligence god.
Right. So the general intelligentsia, and honestly, I think that we're trending towards this. So hear me out. The general intelligentsia gets maybe a little bit lazy. They rely on like the newest ChatGPT to answer their basic questions. Like it becomes a more relevant part of their lives. AI becomes more a relevant part of their lives, and
when I say intelligentsia, I don't mean like an AI. I'm talking about like the intellectual class. So like college professors, researchers, blah blah blah, engineers, blah.
Yeah, the people who can run and invent the technology are going to rule. Like when we enter into this robotics phase of things, the people who are running the tech are going to be the ones in charge.
What you're talking about, well, I mean, you're already talking about outdated equipment, like the robotics is outdated.
I'm talking about the newer. Yeah, I already know we're like 50 years behind whatever they're giving us. But these robots that they're releasing publicly, like they're trying to push for next year, it's a publicity stunt to just encourage interest.
You're right. But using the word robot, you need to be using the word AI. Because robot is
two different things.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because you're talking about
AI is software, robot is hardware.
Yeah. So robot is the end. AI is the
mind,
the means,
the fucking the technicolor.
The entire point for their thing has to do with creating something that can think at a high enough rate to be able to solve all of mankind's problems. So it's more about developing, and it's not going to be about AI, it's about uploaded consciousness. Once they have uploaded intelligence, the whole game changes. And they're already experimenting on rats. They can already do it with a mouse.
And we're talking about uploaded consciousness. Like
that is not the same as AI. It's completely different.
You're right. Consciousness is a distinct fucking
I want to forever smoke that.
It is absolutely a distinct thing. I think that they will crawl and get there. I think they can do it by crawling. I think.
Are you guys familiar with like the science fiction or like theoretical like structure called a Van Neumann probe?
No.
It's basically a space probe that has a 3D printer, like an advanced 3D printer on it that can replicate itself. So it could go out into space, release little mining drones, build more 3D filters, build more copies of itself, build any and design any equipment it needs or whatever, and then 3D print it out in space to like explore everywhere and build what it needs for whatever it's programmed to do. Imagine having your consciousness shunted into that and like having the freedom to build and do whatever you want for forever.
Well, I know that there was a futurist. I can't remember his name. He was an American a British man that moved to Sri Lanka. His name is on the tip of my tongue, but he thought that the end of all of our struggles would happen when we could make a duplicator machine, a machine that could duplicate anything. He thought that was the end of technology. Like if you could make a duplicator machine, then the world was your oyster.
There's some good news, folks. This concern about what was it, Van Neumann thingy?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, bro, because they ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, I know. Space is fake.
Not gonna happen. All right. If we talk about the topic at hand,
to be clear though, not worried. That was a hopeful thing. That would be awesome.
Depends for who.
All right. How many people here? How many people here by a show of ears or just like saying I exist?
There's only really 3 of us talking, man.
Are here for the lulz of it, like not because they champion flat Earth. Like I'm here for the lulz of it, like, but also because I respect you guys. Like I'm not a flat earther. Is anyone else in this channel not a flat earther?
I am the filthiest of globers.
All right, Cooper's a glober. Anyone down in the line a glober? So everyone else is they're on the other side. They're securely in the flat Earth realm.
You're surrounded.
Yeah, the rest of us are flatties. And yeah, I'm here for the lols too. I'm here for the lols too. I got the lols.
We're all here.
I would propose this. Everybody in this channel,
right?
We're all
every
here
single person in this channel is a flat earther, whether they know it or not.
We're all here for the entertainment and for the love of the other. Like none of us are here to just like shit on the other person. Like we all communicate and are interpersonal with each other. Like that's my view.
But that shitting on each other is actually
some of the other. It's far less toxic than on the other channels.
What's that?
It's far less toxic than some of the other channels, like the atheist Christian channels or Muslim Christian channels.
Dude,
the LGBT and all that, they're real full-on. And the left versus right, they're too toxic for me.
They talk about death, we talk about philosophy. Like that's the difference between them and us. Is they talk about death, we talk about philosophy. We talk about like how the world actually is. That's the question of this channel. Is what kind of world we live in. And sometimes like some of the questions that I pose are adjacent to the shape of the earth. But they all concern like the world that we live in. And those are the questions that I think the majority of this channel are open to.
Cortico and Cooper.
Yeah.
Would you guys say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you be happy to say that you just kind of like believe that the Earth is a globe because you were taught it from a young age? And
I know it's a globe.
I struggle with that.
Cooper knows for a fact that it's a globe. What about you, Cortico?
I struggle with it just from a philosophy of knowledge. I'll be bold and say that I know it's a globe just because I would put a pistol to my head and if it were flat, you see what I'm saying? Like I would bet my life that the Earth is a globe.
Dude, just freaking, you're gonna blow your brains out then. That's terrible, dude. So wait a minute, if you got a family member that was like
guys, can we
holding
not?
a knife to their neck and then they had a sniper and you said they got a freaking
Paraplegic, can we not chase this one? Can we not chase this rabbit? Let's not do that. This conversation is going to get dark real fast.
Yeah, I see that happening. Quick.
Well, quick, make it positive.
You're up, Cooper. Head around, bro.
You guys don't want me to do this. Okay, so when we look up at the stars in the sky, we see the stars rotating. Their apparent rotation in the north is counterclockwise. Their apparent rotation in the south is clockwise. This can't happen on a flat plane. This can only happen with a 180 flipping perspective. You're on two sides of a plane.
It's a begging the question fallacy.
Nope.
Yeah.
Basic logical observation.
Let's be specific. So if you're in the north, what direction are you facing to view this phenomena?
When you'd be looking up.
You're looking up, and where's your overall bodily orientation? North, south, east, west?
Well, if you're in the northern hemisphere, you'd be in the north.
No, but which way are you facing? Are you facing towards the north, or are you facing towards the south?
You're facing towards the west. Sure. Doesn't matter. Because it's still going counterclockwise, no matter which way you're facing, in relation to the pole star.
If you're standing in the north, say you're standing in America, right, and you're facing north, right? If you turn around, it's going to be appearing to go the opposite way. Even though they're going east to west, they're going to be changing from clockwise to counterclockwise. If you turn around, right? If you do a 180,
not in relation to their pole star.
They're all traveling east to west, right? No matter where you are on the Earth. Agree on that, right?
When you're at the equator, they appear to whiz east to west over your head. Yeah.
Anywhere you are on the Earth, stars rise in the east and set in the west. They're all going the same way. They never change direction. They're all just circling around the North Star.
Is this a question, or?
Yeah. I was just checking that you agree with me.
Yeah. All the stars are going the same direction. They're all going east.
Right.
Okay, so they're not changing direction, dude.
I agree. Something's changing, though. Something with our observation is changing, and I'm positing that it is your perspective. You are flipped 180 degrees from the north when you're in the south.
I'm positing that you're just orienting yourself 180 degrees difference. If you're facing the north, your east to west is from your right to left. Yeah. If you face south, your east to west is from your left to right. If you're in the north,
do it with clockwise and counterclockwise in regards to the pole star.
But that's not this counterclockwise thing. It's in relation to your orientation.
No,
it's always in
east. In relation. Because when we look at a clock, it's in relation to the center of the clock. Same when we look at the sky, it's at the center of the sky, which is the pole star.
No, but here's the problem, dude. The analogy of the clock, I've heard this so many times. There's a big problem with it because no, check this out. If you have a clock above you, okay, and you're standing right in the middle, so like the axis of rotation of the hands is right above you. No matter what orientation you look at, it's going to look It's going to look clockwise.
Yep.
Now take that analogy a bit further and replace swap out a clock with like a giant ceiling fan. Okay. With larger wings or blades or whatever. Now, if you put yourself under that ceiling fan but offset, let's say it's a large fan, so it's like, let's say, a fucking warehouse fan or something like that, with giant blades of 20 feet long or something, so long enough such that you're significantly off center from the axis. Mm-hmm. Okay, if you're looking up at it, you're just basically seeing the blades go from right to left or left to right, depending on your orientation. Right?
Yeah.
So the clockwise thing is really it's not really cogent here, because all you see are the stars until
I think that's really the only thing that matters. because I can look east to west. I can change my perspective in all sorts of different directions. But there's no way I can stand that explains that 180 flipping perspective. The clock is 180 clockwise. Even if it's a ceiling fan, even no matter how far away you go from the ceiling fan, it's still going the same direction. So the clock is still going clockwise. It's not going to switch directions unless your perspective is changing.
But that's my point, right? The stars that you see are akin to the ceiling fan blades. They're just whizzing by in the same direction, no matter what orientation either you're facing towards the ceiling fan.
Appear to go the other direction when you're in the south?
Sorry, repeat that?
And why do they appear to go the other direction in the south?
They don't go the other direction.
I'm not saying they do. They just appear to be going the other way.
Yeah, when you turn around. When you turn around.
Yeah, dude, if you're
regardless, dude, it's a begging the question, fellas. It's an invalid argument. Nothing to do with the ground. Do you have any evidence of the Earth being a globe?
It doesn't. That's true. It actually doesn't provide great evidence for roundness. It just totally destroys.
No evidence at all.
It absolutely obliterates flatness.
No, you're an idiot. It's an invalid argument. You need a valid argument, right?
Well, that's a good argument. I understand you don't want to accept it. This is why I didn't want to go down it again, but it's cool.
No, dude,
valid argument for Earth and globe.
All right, everybody, if we could speak one at a time, it'll make it a lot easier for everybody to understand one another.
Yeah, I'd like
just
to say
any globe evidence that's not begging the question, dude. Do you have any globe evidence that's not begging the question?
Do you don't want to talk about the stars in the sky anymore?
No, it's begging the question. It's got nothing to do with the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah? I'm not going to beg the question with you. I'm not going to go down that path and beg the question with you and get smashed in a debate with you. No. You have any evidence that isn't begging the question?
I don't think I would smash you in a debate. I'm not interested in that.
Sure. What we're asking about Cooper, the reason Daz is saying what he's saying is because we could smash that argument in 2 seconds, right? Because it's begging the question. Okay, so the requirements, right? The requirements for your argument is that the Earth is a globe, right? That's the first requirement. Second requirement is the stars that you're claiming are in outer space. Right, so you would have to validate those two things
None of that
first.
is necessary.
Really, so you don't need the Earth to be a globe for your claim.
Nope. All you need is the apparent rotation of the stars in the sky around a pole star.
If the Earth wasn't a globe, let's just say the Earth was flat. For your argument, or what other shape besides a globe could the Earth be for your argument?
It could be a coin. I mean, the edges would be weird. You'd have a hard time explaining the edges, but it could be like a coin, or like a coin, like a flat coin. Of it. Yeah, but you would be people on both sides of it.
Think that your argument would work on a coin Earth?
No, I mean, like, it could be if you just took at those 2 observation points. When you when you add another third observation at the equator, that things that's another evidence towards roundness. I'm starting with evidence of roundness instead of just destroying flatness.
Talking about a flat coin, dude.
Yeah, do you think the world is a coin with people on each side of it?
Oh, but it's a flat plane. It's a flat plane, so a coin is also a flat surface. How would your argument work?
Well, it depends on how you define it. That's why I'm saying roundness doesn't matter for this argument. The world doesn't need to be round for this argument.
Bro, think about what you just said. You think about it for a second. Whole premise of your argument is that it proves the Earth to be a globe.
We don't need to consider roundness. We only need to, because we're trying to falsify flatness with this example. This falsifies flatness. It doesn't prove.
Coin is flat. See how this isn't going well for you?
When is flat? I don't understand the statement.
Coin is flat. A coin is flat.
You're not understanding. The shape doesn't really matter. So you ask me for like a hypothetical, like what do I think?
The Earth's a globe. You say because of the way the stars move. How do we know the Earth's a globe?
No, I just said that's
the way the stars move. So you say it would also work on a flat surface, which is what you're trying to debunk.
No, point of evidence towards roundness, destroying flatness. That is the claim I'm making.
Horizontal baseline.
Yeah, does the horizontal baseline of a triangle have to do with terrain of the Earth?
No, hang on. What's
I know the argument you're making. I don't have time to rattle down all this. I got to go to bed. It's getting late. But that was you asked for why I know the Earth is round. That's the easiest way I know.
Dude, you just said it works on a flat coin. Just said it works on a flat coin.
It would work on a flat coin. Do you think the world is a flat coin? Is there any evidence of that? If we go out to the edge, if we go out to the equator, do we like go over a fucking edge of a coin?
Oh, dude, come on!
No, we go over the edge of a coin at the equator.
That's not being.
Well, the world would be bisected, right? Because we have people on the face of the coin and the tail of the coin. No. In that example, because we're observing the stars switch their directions or their apparent direction around the clockwise or counterclockwise, that can only happen with a 180 perspective flip. That's my claim.
Dude, okay, so here's the problem. What's this other polar star you're talking about?
Signum Octantis.
Okay. What evidence do you have to support that?
That Signum Octantis is like close to the southern pole? Is that what I need to provide evidence for?
He said 180 flip. Obviously it is, because you have to turn around and the ground is still flat.
Yeah, your feet though on the other axis.
No, you just turn around. That's 180, and you can do that anywhere. You can stand on the spot, turn around. You got a clock in the
ceiling. You're facing north. You face south. The clock is still going clockwise.
So clockwise, what's that?
Clockwise is the direction a clock goes.
So is that like from left to right?
That's a rotation around a pole.
Okay, so would that be coming from your left to your right if you're saying clockwise?
Well, it depends on where you're standing in relation to the clock when you're talking about right and left, doesn't it?
You're going to be coming up on your left, right?
That's why we're not using right. That's why I'm not using right and left. I'm using clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah, can you just answer the question? They're going to be coming up on your left and passing over your right, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a relative thing, left and right. So you turn around, you're going to reverse the right with the left, and now you got anti-clockwise. You're welcome.
Nope, the clock is still going clockwise.
No, they're not, because you just defined it as a relative thing.
Clock.
You just defined it as a relative thing when you gave me the caveat of left and right.
If you want to play the semantics game, that doesn't change the shape, what's happening in the sky. If you want to play the semantics game, I don't really care.
It's not a semantics game. It's just what it is. You turn around, you've reversed your right with your left, and you said 180 flip. You get that by just turning around.
You have not changed the polar direction of the clock.
But here's the thing, dude. You're talking about this one axis of rotation, the North Star. This holds. What we're talking about here, the east to west, west to east, left to right, right to left thing, that holds. What you're talking about is that there's another polar star around which everything goes.
Yep. There's a pole in the south, polar star in the south, polar star in the north.
Okay, so what do you have to provide? What evidence do you have to provide for that?
Basic naked eye observations of stars in the sky in each hemisphere.
Okay, so these are your observations?
Yeah, I've done some star trail stuff.
So you've gone to the south and observed this happen?
Yeah, I've been to the southern hemisphere, yes.
Very cool. Okay, so do you have anything that we can see? Because I'm not in the south.
Well, if you look up some star trails online, I'm sure you can find them. They're all over the place.
Okay, well, this is your claim, so it's your work to do. It would be very interesting if you could.
I'm in my garage working on something. I'm just talking on speakerphone. I don't really have access to any stuff right now, so no. Okay. I'm not going any fetch quests right now.
Okay, so don't then.
I'm going to go. I'm going to put a stop to this stupidity. Check this out. I'm going to start an activity here.
Like a multi-fun activity?
Well, I mean, this guy doesn't understand he can just turn around to get the effect he keeps talking about, so I'm going to show him.
True.
All right, so we got a time lapse.
Heretic, I fucking love when you just jump in and assert your authority.
Somebody's got to do it. So we've got the Star Trails video. You following along, Cooper?
Let's see if my internet will support this. Good.
This is called the moving stars of the northern quote-unquote hemisphere. I'm going to start it where it says looking south to the seasonal sky.
Is it playing right now, or is it just...
I'm playing it now.
Oh, okay.
What are we looking at?
You're going to tell me that that's counterclockwise.
This is really loud. What the fuck?
Cut the sound.
There we go. Okay.
Is that clockwise or counterclockwise?
They're beautiful. It's hard to tell with that lens.
Oh my god.
Where's the pole star? I'm not really sure. It doesn't show the pole star, does it?
Pole star's below the horizon, but what's the direction?
Cut the sound. Cut the
Looks
sound.
like they're going east to west, so they'd be going clockwise, I guess. Looks like clockwise,
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
That's clockwise from the so-called northern hemisphere.
Left to right, bitches. Left to right.
So all he did was turn around, because if I go earlier in the video, he's going to be looking north to the polar sky. Let's see.
Mic drop. Fucking mic drop.
It doesn't
Looking north. Here it is.
change my mind at all. Doesn't prove anything. It's just the weird angles on these star
No, it's
trails.
not. You just see, look, now it's counterclockwise.
Not
All he
designed
did
to actually
was turn
show.
around.
Are these
You said it
art-
yourself
hold on,
when
are
you said
these art
180
things, or
degrees.
is this like designed to show the rotation?
You said it yourself when you said
Okay.
180 flip. That's all he did. He turned the camera 180.
buddy. Earth, I'm a flat earther now. But it's just,
this
all right,
isn't proof
I'll be a
of
flat
flat
earther
Earth.
the day you can get that clock to change directions by turning around, all right?
This isn't proof of flat Earth, dude. I'm just showing you.
Yeah, but I mean, if my point were the case, it would just destroy flat Earth. It would be impossible. If you accept, hypothetically, if you accepted my argument, flat Earth would be impossible.
Like, if you just vaped super hard, like, you would understand. Like, we just mic dropped, and you don't even...
I guess. I'm going to bed. Good night, guys. I love you. Have a good night.
Good night, bros.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Aw, now there's no more fun.
Cortico said he knows the Earth's a globe. So you do better than the other guy, Cortico, with your globe evidence.
I'm not trying to fight it.
No, but you said, like, it's not a belief. You know it, right? So you must have some evidence.
I know it, like kind of like deep and down. Like, I know my mom is my mom, but, like, I can't prove it. Like, she ran away long ago. Like, it's one of those, like, deep down feelings. By the way, I've been muted, like, 8 times tonight. Like, there's a culprit at hand.
You've got to change the subject. That's all I can say.
No, that's a little bit of a change of a subject, but, like, I have been muted.
You were just talking about, like, vaping or something, you know, when we were trying to have a conversation with the other guy. And
wait, raping?
Vaping. Vape with a V.
With a V. Yeah.
Yeah. You don't remember talking about that? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
It's off topic. It's off topic.
Yeah, so you said you know that the Earth's a globe, or you believe that the Earth's a globe. You said you know. I was just wondering if you had some evidence.
I believe that the Earth is a globe by my acceptance of the evidence. Like, I accept the pictures as true. I accept the historiology. I accept the history of kind of the way that we explain modern science or the history of the Apollo program.
At least you concede that it's a belief.
No, I absolutely concede that it's a belief, but like I do accept the truth of the matter.
Would you agree that you experience the Earth as a flat, stationary plane?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm from the Midwest. Like when I drive, like it's fucking flat for like I don't take I don't like airplanes. Like I think that they will kill me. So I fly. Or I drive. I don't trust airplanes. Because I think that they will kill me. Yeah, I don't believe in airplanes. I think they're fucking dangerous. Like I don't trust that shit. I don't know.
The safest form of travel route. Did you know that?
Yeah, I don't trust that. Like I like to have control. Like
it is the scariest, but it's the safest.
These people say safest form of travel. Like I can put my foot on the fucking brake and pull over to the right, and that seems pretty safe to me. Like when I'm driving, I am always at attention. Like I'm not some fucking like distracted driver. Like when I am at the wheel, like I am fucking there. Like absolutely there. And so the other day there was a person.
What you're actually in control of is considered a deadly weapon.
Absolutely, like a multi-thousand-pound deadly weapon. And the other day I was driving, and there was a person in my rear view mirror, and I was driving at 65 miles per hour. So that's the normal highway speed in where I live. I think that's maybe like 50 something, or no, maybe like 85 kilometers per hour, something like that. I don't know. But anyways, the driver behind me was right on my ass. He was right on my ass. And I drive this every day, going from work to my home. And it's a 1-lane highway. I will not speed up for him. He wants me to speed up. Like he is
Tico, is this going to lead to some globe evidence, or are you just telling us a random story?
No, it does not lead to anything. I apologize.
Are there any? Okay, so Kotiko said that he doesn't know the Earth's a globe; he just believes it. Is there anyone else in here that has some evidence to present for the globe? Maybe Renee, who is pretty active in the chat. Would you like to present your globe evidence in the VC?
I did say that I believe Elon Musk. Like, how do you value that?
Yeah. We've established that you don't know that the Earth's a globe, but you believe. So we're not really interested in discussing beliefs here. We'd probably rather discuss evidence for the globe, because anyone can believe anything, and that's just a belief.
What I'm talking about is more than just belief. What I'm talking about is objectively evident. Like we're talking about video and scientific consensus. So
but that's just fallacious, right? I mean, firstly, if you're just talking about appealing to authority, that's just fallacious, right? But if you're talking about video that you can't confirm, right, that you just have to have blind faith in, then that's not really going to be a great argument for the globe either.
So no evidence. It is the
what about okay, so if you can't validate, so don't worry about space evidence, right? Because you can't validate any of that. It would just fall into the belief category. Okay, so what about evidence here on Earth, like who actually measured overture?
Hold on.
History?
Why do we have to like drop to that? Like, why do you just so dismiss the other evidence, like the lower orbit?
What evidence?
Like, why do you?
No, because you can't validate it. We can't validate it.
Why can we not?
How are you going to validate it? What are you going to validate with your space evidence?
Well, there are multiple governments. Like what space evidence are you talking about? And what are we talking about?
Any space evidence, anything that you want to present, right? Your best proof of that the Earth is a globe by trusting in some evidence. I would ask you, how did you confirm that is true or correct? And you won't be able to confirm it. You'll just say, well, I trust the government. I trust Elon.
So there is video evidence. Like you accept video evidence, right?
What video evidence?
So the video of Starship launching.
Right. How did you validate that? How did you validate?
It looks real.
It looks real.
Yep.
That's your standard. It looks real. It couldn't possibly be faked. We don't have the technology to make things look real that aren't
correct.
Real. Like in movies.
Yep. Correct. We don't have
really explosions and space movies. Like
I wasn't
Gravity.
done.
What, they don't look real?
Done. I wasn't done.
Okay, continue.
We don't have the technology to prove 8 billion people wrong when it comes to video evidence that is presented before everyone, when all of the technology is before everyone. Yeah, we do not have that technology. Yeah, we don't.
What technology? Just because 8 billion people, you claim, see video on a screen, could easily be faked.
Now,
doesn't
could
make
not,
the video real.
Could not easily be faked.
It's very easily faked. Like, it is beyond easy. It's so simplistic, a child could do it.
Prove it.
Do you know what the sodium vapor process is? You ever watch Mary Poppins?
Go see a movie.
Don't ask me a question. Prove it.
I am, but I'm going to mute your drunk ass if you can't shut up. Mary Poppins used the sodium vapor process in order to do their various scenes. They incorporated the cartoons in, or the scene where they're floating and laughing at the top of the thing at that little tea party up in the sky in that dude's house. They can make people fly. They've been able to do that for a long ass time. Disney worked with Warner von Braun making a freaking Man in the Moon space or Man in Space documentary where they had actors floating around and shit. And that was before the moon landing. So they have had the technology to do this shit. It's not even up for question. Like, if anybody's trying to debate that they didn't, they are woefully unprepared for this discussion.
Hold on. No, I'm ready for the discussion. So you're saying...
I'm pointing out that the tech has existed. There's also the Space Odyssey movie that came out. That shit came out like the year before the moon landing. So they had already been doing this kind of stuff.
So they have contemplated what?
They had the ability to create the footage this entire time.
Even as old as 2001, the Space Odyssey is, the effects on that just look, they'd hold up today.
Yeah, dude.
It's amazing.
No, they don't hold up today.
Yeah, they do. Oh, dude.
You can't even speak today.
I absolutely can speak today. Like let's look at 2001 Space Odyssey and
go Google it real quick and check it out then, Cortico. Just check it out real quick.
It's good. Like it's very good.
Now, when you've got somebody with a booming voice and a really good government script yelling propaganda into your ear while you've got stuff orchestrated in the background to get those emotions going, really good tune, and you feed that to people, they're going to believe whatever's given to them because that's what government propaganda is for.
Slow down. Stanley Kubrick, like Space. When we're talking about Space Odyssey, it wasn't.
Do you know why rockets and sci-fi go together so well? Like, it's free assets for the movie people. Part of it doesn't even have to do with space. It has to do with, hey, we've got a bunch of footage of stuff blowing up. How can we use this?
You're right when you say free assets. But I want you to deeply think so much more when you're talking about free assets, because when we're talking about free assets,
I'm introducing you to something, bro.
No, I'm introducing you to something. When you're talking about
you're too drunk to see that.
Well, I want you to understand the free ability of. Okay, go on.
The point of the conversation before we started going that direction is that whether or not they could fake it, and I'm just proving to you that yes, indeed, they could. They've always been able to.
And on that note, dude, Cortical, as a lawyer yourself, can you think of any situation wherein video or image evidence is the only thing necessary to confirm either a case in law or in any other situation in your life that you've witnessed?
No.
Under what context are those? Is that sufficient?
No.
Standalone in and of itself by itself.
No. And no. The thing is you have never done enough discovery. Like you can always do more discovery. You can always ask more questions.
Okay. So video evidence is not sufficient in and of itself by itself. Neither is imagery. And that would mean that from context to context, there would always be at least one more method by which people can ascertain the accuracy of a certain claim. Right?
True.
Okay.
But
so why would you dismiss that in this context, specifically?
So it always relates back to the initial claim. So someone claims a harm has been done. You have to analyze that claim and analyze all of the relevant factors. So when we get to the end, so right now we're talking about the end. So those questions come back, and we try to figure out whether or not we have satisfied all of those claims. So have they been tried? Has everything that this person has said been established? Has the truth of the matter been established? Have we figured out all of their claims? So
right. For example, if you're investigating a murder or something, or a robbery, let's say, to keep it PG.
I do. Right? I do municipal law, by the way. I do local law. I don't do criminal law, but I will try to. I will try to work with you.
Okay, but let's say there's video evidence of some phenomena that you're part of investigating.
Right.
Okay. Would there be some sort of questioning, eyewitness? Are there eyewitness testimony? Is there physical evidence laid around in the area still available? Is there a reasonable suspicion of text messages leading to suspicion that there's intent? Are there those types of things above and beyond the physical, the footage or imagery presented required before proceeding to anything?
Let me tell you how I would analyze that situation. So this is not my area of expertise, but let me tell you how I would analyze this situation. I would freeze every person and every communication that had anything to do with this situation. I would pause all their text messages. I would tell them, do not text anyone. I would say, put your phone down. Every single person who was directly involved in this would have to put their phone down. And if they did not, it's not.
So that's a long-winded answer. That's a long-winded way of saying, yeah, we would investigate text messages, perhaps, or whatever. Correct?
That's my long-winded answer of saying that I am not an expert in internal investigation.
Okay, fine. So never mind, right? But you hear my point. Video evidence.
I absolutely hear your point.
In and of itself needs to be forensically analyzed for its validity, and there needs to be other substance to the claim to further validate it. So my point is, in this context, why is it not sufficient? Why is it so apparently sufficient to just have images or video evidence, or on top of that, simply inferences by other means and not hard brass tacks, evidence,
right.
especially in this domain, right? Because we're talking about quote unquote science, right? Things that should be replicated and validated from third parties, that things that can be repeated, et cetera, et cetera. Why is that not sufficient?
Right.
Why is that not needed? I think that.
All right. So my first answer is that you are right now a primary source. Information. Like we are in a Discord chat, so you are a primary source. Like you're a person telling me of something that happened. Like if you can further establish something, I'll be here to listen. I have no more power. I cannot bring you to a secondary level of listening. Like I am in this channel, and I am listening to you. I do have access to federal ears, but I need to hear a federal claim to a federal question, and that is the issue. And obviously, I'm not going to do it tonight because, I have
to be quite honest.
With my duties.
To be quite honest with you, I have no idea what you're talking about right now. You're not really answering my question. But
what is your question? What is your very specific question?
My question was regarding video footage or imagery in this context with regards to so-called science.
Context?
This context with regards to so-called science. Why, with these questions about outer space and all these things, the claims about the globe.
Stop.
The claims about the globe. Why is it? No. Let me finish. No, don't tell me to stop, dude. This is my point. This is what I was getting at, and you're going on and on about something else. I'm repeating my question for you because you clearly need it repeated.
It's important.
Yeah, and I will repeat it. It is important. So why is it that it is not needed for you, apparently, to have another method such as replication, validation, et cetera, but presented to you before you can adopt the claim as being true?
When earlier, like 10 seconds ago, I was trying to get you to give me a better understanding of your question. When I was like, stop, and you were like, no, I won't fucking stop. That's a problem. That's a fucking problem with your whole fucking ideology.
Dude, no, it's not about that, dude.
No, it's everything. It is about what just happened. That Buddy, is an absolute example of the problem.
Listen, man. I'll tell you why I'm not stopping. Number one, you're drunk. Number two, this is the third or fourth time I've repeated myself.
I'm sober enough to know that you just fucking invalidated yourself.
How did I invalidate myself, sir? Did I contradict myself? Did I, step on my own toes, or was I just?
Did contradict yourself.
Or was I just abruptly kind of stopping you from interrupting me and trying to get you on track?
Go on. Make your point.
I'm not going to repeat myself, dude. Does someone else want to take this? I tried real hard. I don't really do it.
It's just sad that we have to talk to this drunken mess.
What's the best form of evidence?
I don't do.
It was
I say mute him and move on.
Yeah, I don't do well with alcoholics. Go ahead.
It's exhausting.
I hate the slurry speech. Yeah, I hate slurry speech.
I'll talk to him if he can say citizenship. Can you say citizenship? I'll talk
Citizenship.
Good.
Oh, not quite. No, nearly.
Try that one. Anti-disestablishmentarianism.
That's a kind of fun game, right?
Get the drunk man to say really hard words.
Yeah, sobriety test.
I think the best form of evidence that would satisfy anybody to take them from a belief into knowing is first-hand experience.
Nope, that's
see it with your own eyes.
No,
but you're never going to be able to convince someone who hasn't seen it with their own eyes. Eyewitness testimony.
By fallacious reasoning.
No, I disagree. That's dumb.
Eyewitness testimony isn't the best form of evidence.
Nope, that's dumb.
Especially if it's backed with physical.
Nope.
And scientific.
Nope, that's dumb.
All right. Well, Cortico, sorry to interrupt. I just want to close something off there. Cortico, check out that 40-mile long laser test that we talked about earlier. Don't forget that, okay? You said you would.
Forget it. I'm making a philosophical point.
Yeah, go ahead. Just don't want you to forget that one.
Yep. Looking it up now. All right, I'm playing it.
It's an hour long, so take your time. But jump to the 45 or 50-minute mark for the goodies.
Well, I mean, go ahead and make your own point while I play this.
Well, I mean, I don't want to hog the mic. I'm just repeating it now because it sounds like you're about to pass the fuck out. And, you said you would look at it, so I figured I'd remind you.
No, I'm wide awake. Go ahead and make your point.
I was just referring to the laser test, dude. There's no divergence from the laser beams and the Earth when there should be, hundreds of feet or whatever with the mileage, et cetera, et cetera. Don't want to go into it again. I was very long-winded earlier about it, but you said you would look at it, so thought to remind you. That's all.
I'm watching. I'll go to bed with watching this. Not now though. Like I'm still holding strong.
All right.
Goodbye.
Well, I'm still here too.
We have Renee.
Renee
in the side chat. So if you want to open your mic, I noticed you opened your mic a moment ago, so you can talk. So did you want to present your best evidence for the globe?
Not really, because it will just fall on deaf ears.
Okay, so you're not going to present any evidence. Okay, so poisoning the well or ad hominem circumstantial. This occurs when someone avoids presenting evidence by preemptively dismissing the other party as biased, unreasonable, or likely to deny it. So you just got fallacious reasoning? Is that the best you can do?
You gotta give more slack than that. Like, you came at him really hard.
You gotta give him.
He's been talking shit in the chat, Cortico. That's why.
Okay. Fair enough. Like, it seemed like you got him really hard.
Do you have any drop over distance if you haven't a slack?
Yeah, that was so fucking. Wait, can we get a separate channel where only that happens?
Can you do that again, Dev?
It's not funny. Can I have a chicken burger, please?
You're not gonna drive, right? You're not gonna drive, right?
I want some more lessons the other day. I think it's under the couch.
Can you guys save me, by the way? Because, like, I get to the point where, like, I feel so good where I'm just like, yo, I can fucking drive. I can fucking drive. And that's always a problem. Like, that is always a problem. Like, it should not be driving sometimes.
No, it's much better to not drink and drive because you think you're going, you're going really fast. You think you're going slow.
No, you think you're fucking observing all the rules. My problem is I live 2 seconds away from the petrol station. Like literally, it's right there. But
if you're on the herb, it's opposite. You think you're going really fast. 2 minutes from what?
It's literally like you could throw a football, like a football or like a football, like it would hit the station. But I just didn't drive there. Like I just won't. But I used to.
I want to hear this evidence that's going to fall on deaf ears. What was that? It probably has something to do with the stars or something.
I think it has to do with some gays.
It would have to have something to do with the sky.
We should
say, "Oh, look, I'm not going to bother. You don't understand."
Yes, we should beat them up.
I've got all this globe evidence, but you just wouldn't understand it. You know, it's too complicated for you, so I'm just not going to bother. That's not really evidence, is it? Just bullshit.
Yeah, that's what we get a lot of. Got one guy saying, so we asked for evidence of the Earth being a, right, and then they just like, one guy talks about stars, the next guy talks about freaking Starship, and then one person won't present any evidence because we wouldn't understand it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, my client's innocent, but I have all this evidence, but I don't think you'd understand. So, yeah, don't worry about it.
You'd probably just dismiss it, handwave dismiss it.
You'd say, no, that's wrong, and have all these fancy arguments against it, so I'm just not even going to bother.
Been 16 days now, but I'm still trying to see the back of my head.
Have you used 2 mirrors?
Don't you cut your own hair, dude? What are you talking about?
That's the first time I've heard that one. Good. Right on. No, it's got to be only facing forward.
Have you used the camera function on your cell phone?
Yo, people, did you already wake up to the concave Earth?
Verse dumb.
Are you still believing in flat Earth, dude? USO 2022.
Not a belief, man.
Ah, okay, you know it. You know it, you know it. Can you show me your knowledge, please?
Done it before.
No, you just said that the Earth.
No. You said it's concave, man. You said it's concave. What's your evidence for concave Earth besides copy pasting some text?
Yeah, I heard it on a Discord server.
You heard it on a Discord server, and then you thought you'd become a concave Earther?
Yeah. Is that the same reason why you became a flat Earther?
No.
Okay, so do you want to show me your reasons then?
I can tell you my reasons, but I can't show you my reasons.
Does
it was mostly
I personally.
Really. Does your telling conclude the Earth was measured flat, gases to be contained and water is always level? Or do you have other words and other informations than them free?
You asked me how I confirmed it myself.
Yeah, okay. How did you confirm
you
it
said
yourself?
you said you confirmed your concave Earth by joining a Discord server, and someone just told you it's concave, so you were like, "Hey, no, I am concave Earther."
Exactly. But I already heard the flat Earth arguments. They are not more compelling.
What did they tell you that convinced you about the concave Earth?
I don't know. It was compelling.
Yeah, or you sound like you're just trolling.
So, do you wanna give me your evidence for the flat Earth then, or no?
So compelling, you don't remember a single thing?
Yeah, I don't have to. I was just compelled, brother. So is the conversation over, or are you gonna
just when
present
we
now?
couldn't get anyone worse in than the last three globies. Come along.
Can I show you a video and you tell me if you think all of them are fake and part of the conspiracy, or is that too much?
No, it's a bit of a waste of time.
I don't think so. It's an interesting video, I guess.
Sounds like you're not being genuine.
I'm genuine, brother. I'm always genuine.
Instead of flat or globe Earth, I'm more of a Schrodinger Earther.
So I've posted the video in the side chat. No, don't change the topic, brother. I've posted.
Excuse me, you're interrupting me.
No, I'm in a conversation. You are interrupting the conversation. You are not part of the conversation.
I thought you stopped. You paused.
No.
I thought stop.
Okay, finish your sentence then.
I was just about to state my position as neither being a flat nor globe Earther. I'm more of a Schrodinger Earther. Until I've observed it myself, I believe both propositions are possible.
Okay, we got that. You think the cat is dead or alive? Everyone understands that we have all seen Big Bang Theory. So I've posted a video in the side chat, my friend, anti-globalist. It's called how to measure the Earth temperature from space. They're having thousands of mini satellites in space. I know you don't believe space exists, but that's what they are saying. There are thousands of mini satellites surrounding the globe 24/7 and recording images and measuring temperature. Would you say all of them are fake and they are all part of whatever the Illuminati or however you want to call them, and trying to convince us of a globe? So they are like artists, and no, they're like Hollywood. Would you say that's true? Are you watching the video? Should I post it again? So all of the images they are generating, they are fake images, and all the people working there, they are our statisticians. No, not statisticians. What is the right word in English? And they are like Hollywood actresses and actors. and they are role-playing science in the office and building all them crap, and just so we, the people, believe after that the Earth is a globe.
Just debunk your concave Earth.
Maybe, yeah. Does it also debunk the flat Earth?
No, I don't debunk.
No, so you would say all of them people are part of the illusion, right?
Seen the video yet?
Okay. So all them scientists and all them satellite workers and all them people, they're basically just there to create the illusion, right? Did we agree on that now? Or? Because they're not NASA, you know what I mean? It's not Werner von Braun bullshit. How do you think their day goes then? They stand up in the morning, tell their wife a lie. I'm going to build a satellite now, and then they show images on their phone from Earth, from space, and then they're like, "Look, here's space." Or do you think they wake up?
It's decentralized. There's only a few people that know the end goal.
So when they get the images and their data from space, right? Then the data is actually implemented.
Let's assume they only get data and not images.
Okay, but they get images. They show images.
Do they?
Right. Yeah. They show images. Literally, the thumbnail is an image.
Yeah. How do you know they're from space, though?
I mean, it could be from underground. That's what I'm saying. Someone is faking them images 24/7, and then they're gonna implement. That's what you believe?
Sure.
Does it make sense?
As opposed to faking images for, say, 60 mil a day?
So you think everyone who works in this industry, not the screwdriver guy, not the electrician, but everyone
they're decentralized. They only know their one little job, and they don't know the grand scheme of things. They only know, I'm the electrician. I run this wire this way for this purpose. They don't know why. They don't know.
We understand your logic. Calm down. So everyone who sees actual data, the data was implemented by the Illuminati to convince the guy who sees the data that he actually sees data, but the data is not real, right?
Sure.
So whenever they build a satellite, they're thinking they are building a satellite, but as soon as the satellite sends data, it gets interfered with wrong data, right?
Say that again?
So whenever they are building satellites, they think they build satellites, but as soon as the satellite goes live, then they get implemented wrong data, so they have the illusion that they have data, but they have no data, right?
Sure, certain data.
Did I join Flat Earth?
Be wrong?
Jesus Christ, I did. I love it. All right. What's up, guys?
What? So all them.
It's a random channel. Sorry.
So all them scientists, all them professors, all them universities, all governments who are doing work like this, they are all implemented one big fake stream from, let's say, the Illuminati, right?
Yeah. So the first thing I said was it's not everybody; it's only a small majority because it's decentralized.
Yeah.
So now the fact that you're claiming this again, like you're not being very genuine.
No, I'm asking because it's even if you mention 200 times, it's just a small percentage. Yes, it's a small percentage, but it's still tens of thousands of people worldwide, right?
Who says tens of thousands worldwide?
I mean, companies like that exists on Mars. So in this company, probably 300 people work, right? So let's say we have 10 on Mars. There's a lot of companies like this. So let's say there is probably 10, 20, 50, 100 companies doing the same fucking shit than they do.
Yeah, but it only takes that one person that receives the information.
Yeah, I get it. So
there you go. That's not tens of thousands.
Do you think the satellites they built are encrypted, or in any case, so it's going to be easy to send fake data? Or do you think the CIA has to hack them first to send fake data, or how does it work?
They have cables and strings, bro.
Yeah, so the CIA just hacks into non-existing satellites and then sending fake data to computers, right?
Shit like can't exist.
Who says the satellites are up in space? They could just be high.
They're on strings, yeah, dude.
Oh, they are balloonalites. So how do you say?
Sataloons?
Sataloons, yeah, exactly. So they're hanging on balloons, right?
Or unknown means.
I mean, it's not unknown. It's just unknown for flat earthers. People say they know pretty well. I'm just saying.
It's probably more believable that 19,000 satellites are apparently circling the Earth and they never collide.
Yeah, that makes sense, brother. So
I don't believe that, dude.
So when you put your satellite receiver from television on your house on your house roof, right? Then you are reaching a sataloon, right?
It's just like an antenna, dude.
You ever seen the angles on satellites? On house satellites? Have you ever actually looked at the angles of them?
I mean, I can definitely guarantee that if you direct them to heaven, to air, to sky.
So no.
Yeah, I did.
Really? Because you'll know that like it's very rare to see one that's even above something like, say, 45-degree angle.
No.
Just no.
Just no. It's not. It's rare today because today we have a cable, but it was not rare 20 years ago to see hundreds of them antennas directed to sky. So anyway, go back. Let's not go for private. I'm just asking all these companies, right? They are basically just hanging around there all day, wasting their time doing nothing because everything at the end is anyway implemented by the CIA or whatever, right?
What
company? I can show you satellite. I can show you satellite balloons, right?
Yeah, we know they exist, dude. Everyone tests like this.
Hold on a second. Hang on. Yes, we all know satellite balloons exist, right?
Yeah.
Can you show me a photo of a satellite in space?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, but if you open your eyes at night, you will actually see Starlink satellites every night. So if you think that,
those are no.
If you think they are,
your eyes seeing that they're
wait.
Huh?
If you think they're they're above me. That's what I see. So if you think they're going with a couple of 100 miles per hour on balloons, then you obviously can believe that. I don't know. I have not seen a balloon there, but obviously it's far away.
On strings. There's no balloons.
Yeah, it's strings. Okay, so they are on a railroad on the firmament, right? They're literally hanging on a railroad connected to the firmament, right? So how many people, how many whistleblowers did we have in the past 20 years since Flat Earth conspiracy got big? That anyone who built a railroad on a flat Earth, or anyone who said all satellites are fake, is there someone else than any YouTuber? Is there someone with professional knowledge, or is there absolute zero whistleblowers with professional knowledge?
So your steelman argument is railroad tracks on the firmament.
No, that's not mine. That's what this guy just said. He said that was the Black Ridge Giga who said that, not me. I'm just repeating.
But he's just your fellow clowns.
So how does it? No, I'm not clowning, dude. I don't know why you think I'm clowning.
You're
so
a clown.
I'm a clown. No, I'm not a clown.
Once again,
dude.
You're just looking into the sky, and you're seeing some little lights in the sky. And therefore, you think the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, you're looking in the sky, and you're just saying all that.
Amazing logic.
No, I'm not. I just said if you want to see them, you can see them. It's not something we cannot see. So someone said we have never seen any one of them. If you see them, that's proof. And obviously we see them every night. So let's go back to the video when they are measuring the Earth, right, from space. When they are doing like literally thousands of images.
Why do you have to use from space and stars and satellites and stuff? Why don't you just stay on the ground and argue the fact of the Earth
because
curving or being flat based on the actual ground itself?
Because there is tens of thousands of professionals who say they are in space, and then there is 20 people on Discord who say space doesn't exist. So I'm still allowed, even if you don't accept it, but I'm still allowed to repeat tens of thousands of knowledge instead of your knowledge.
Sure, but why would you base your argument of the shape of the ground based on something way, way, way high up in the sky as opposed to something on the ground?
Because if I have 20,000 satellites in space, then probably I know the shape of the Earth. So how many, and I'm doing videos, when I can literally see Earth from space 24/7, 365 days a year, then most likely it would be understandable if the Earth is flat or not.
Where are you seeing Earth from space?
I mean, I posted you a video. This company sees Earth from space. That's what they're saying. And I asked you, are all of them?
So post any screenshot from that entire video that shows Earth from space.
Bro, it's literally in the thumbnail. Are you crazy? There's literally the whole documentary shows images. The whole image. Okay, I can post you a screenshot. You are flat earthers are pretty lazy, not gonna lie. So I'm gonna open the. I'm gonna post the video again. I open the video and I post a screenshot just for you. Okay, I'm not lazy. Why?
So say a company or a corporation has been proven to lie. How many lies would that company or corporation or entity? How many would they have to commit before you would call them a liar and not give them any credit?
Sorry.
How many lies would a corporation or entity have to give before you would consider them a liar? 2, 3, 4. How many times do they have to get caught before you think of them as a liar and discredited?
I'm not sure if you have opened the video because the video literally starts the first 7 seconds with images from space. So it doesn't care if a company. No. I want to answer the first question from this other guy. Listen, I understand that NASA is a fucking CIA operation, but you are not understanding that there is literally hundreds of private companies doing basically space shit, satellite shit.
Name one.
And I just posted a video in the site chat. Are you mental that you ask me now 17 times the same reason? I can post you 15 more videos of documentaries about 15 different companies if you want, but you're not even opening the first link, so why would I even care to post you another?
Name one.
Bro, are you crazy?
One name.
Yeah, oh my god. Dude.
You can't even name one. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's just all bullshit rhetoric. Sad boy bullshit rhetoric from this loser as usual.
Here, just for you in the side chat, okay? Just for you, brother, okay? Because I'm not so lazy.
You are lazy. You're not even lazy enough to research your claims.
Satellites to index the planet.
You just make bullshit claims off the dome.
Bro, open the side chat and stop interrupting the...
It's not going to happen again. It's the same thing that happens every time. You're going to be questioned. You don't have the answers. So I don't know why you try bullshitting us like that.
Because I come here to find answers, and it seems like you are not willing to give real answers. So I've just posted.
I like how you put that around on me.
I have just posted a new video from a new company. It's now the second one. If you want to have more, I can deliver more to you. If you want to see,
name one.
Bro, I don't care how the companies are named. What the fuck is that? What's a name?
What's a single company that does any of this shit?
Oh my god, bro. Okay, it's called. Well, is it? No, I'm not gonna lie. Is the name of a company now important, or is it not?
Yeah, you don't know any of them.
But still, I have posted documentaries about them companies. Do you want to open them by yourself?
You can't answer the first question about any of them. So
okay, can you?
Yeah, I'm just gonna toss you out.
Heretic, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. Can we not speak heretic? You're not my friend. Not gonna lie. You're gonna mute me anyway in the next 5 minutes before I have a normal conversation.
I'm just gonna let you keep making a fool of yourself.
Okay, then let's continue with the other guys, the conversation. So, I don't know names from space companies, but they exist. Okay, if you want to research that, you will find that they exist outside of NASA, outside of Starlink. Everyone agrees NASA is fucking fake. Everyone agrees Elon Musk is the new Antichrist. I don't give a shit. I'm saying there is more companies, and every Google research will prove that.
I can't even name you starting over. Just doing
bro, you are saying to me now you don't know what sneakers are because you don't know the name Nike.
Yeah,
the name doesn't care.
One, and then after you name one, you can show us whatever it is they did.
Okay, just for you.
The first step.
Just for you, okay, I go to the first interview to find the fucking name. So.
Okay, and there's a follow-up question coming, so get ready.
Yeah, I don't want to speak to you, actually. There's another guy speaking with me.
You don't like these questions.
Here, I have it just for you in the side chat, okay? Can I deactivate subtitles? Here, you can look him up if you want. Open his LinkedIn or whatever, and then be happy that you found the name of a company, while you have literally said over 5 years that these companies don't exist while they exist. Makes a lot of sense. So anyway, enjoy your now the LinkedIn research. You will definitely find him there.
I just posted a video, Anon. If you want to see it, it's if you go to 1 minute in. That's what they tell us the stars look like the first time they saw them from space. You want to let me know if that looks legitimate?
Nah, bro. We all agree NASA is fake. I have mentioned it 700 times. Being NASA fake doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. I've said that hundreds of times as well. People don't want to accept that.
No, but doesn't it discredit things that refer to a being in space?
No, it doesn't.
Zero.
Yeah, it doesn't. Absolute zero. Just because the CIA and the American government is a corrupt government, it doesn't prove that every government on this planet is corrupt government. Every company, every scientist, every researcher, and every astronomer. Oh, heretic! Can you stop talking, please? Not gonna lie, you are pretty. I have just mentioned it. It's called Planet. I have it posted in the side chat just for you, brother, because you're too lazy to play the video by yourself. I have done a screenshot of the
name one company.
Planet. It's called Planet. It's in the side chat.
Perfect. Okay, Planet. All right, you just keep rambling, so I'm not sure what the name is because
it's in the screenshot. Are you crazy?
I can't tell what the answer is because when you give it, you just keep blabbing. So, Planet.
God,
okay, what did they do?
They create thousands of mini satellites and they are measuring the Earth 24/7, literally everything, and they are selling satellite images to private companies, for example, to farmers to check their farming fields and whatever.
Can you give me an example of something that they provided that actually demonstrates the Earth to be a globe?
Yeah, if you want to have a look in the video, you will find it.
No, you have a look, you find out what they did, and then post it.
Oh my God, dude, I just told you.
No, post it.
No, listen, I've just told you.
Show and tell, not just tell.
So you want to say now that the tens of thousands satellites, the people who have access to the cameras of the satellite, they don't know if the satellites are rotating through a globe or on a flat Earth? Is that what you want to say now?
No, I just want you to post your evidence from Planet.
Man, you are not checking side chat because I've literally posted a documentary about this company. Is that enough?
Thing that Planet did and post it in the side chat, and we'll look at what Planet did that shows us that the Earth is a planet.
Do you think if they have thousands of satellites in space, they know what Earth is or not?
I could care less. Just show me what they did.
Yeah, Anon, everything in your video is just CGI bullshit, and then the images they're saying are from the satellites don't show any curvature at all.
Yeah,
Do you even watch the video?
Yeah,
The
because
Balloon Pioneers picture is just a planetarium.
But still, the satellites are rotating through the Earth, right? Around the Earth. So still, they know that.
Just posted a video, dude. Just posted a video that just shows a bunch of CGI bullshit and a few pictures that show zero curvature whatsoever.
Saying. So what they're doing, it's in the side chat, what they're doing is with tens of thousands of mini satellites, they're recording the planet 24/7 and selling the video.
They're called CubeSats.
So is that another word for us?
CubeSat in space, Renee?
Is that a new word for satelloons, or are you just making something new up now?
No, CubeSats. They're the miniature satellites that are designed to burn up. They're like you were stating. They're used to assist farmers, etc.
Yes.
Once they achieve their mission, their orbit decays and they'll burn up in the atmosphere.
Yes.
What's their mission, Renee? What's their mission?
Their mission is to make it very cheap.
Renee,
to make it
is your
accessible.
name Renee? Oh, Renee, what's their mission?
Various with the CubeSats.
Yeah, with the CubeSats.
Various missions.
Okay, so can you present some evidence of CubeSats in space?
Don't be silly with me.
Don't be silly. Yeah, you are. Present evidence.
Well, you're just being silly. Of course they're not in space.
You just make baseless claims, and you can't ever present any evidence.
They're in low Earth orbit,
bullshit.
and they're not meant to last long. They're going once they start.
Okay, so I had a look, right? I had a look at his video. I had a look at his video.
Okay. Have you looked up what CubeSats
the
are?
images?
Have you
images
looked up what
from the
CubeSats
so-called
are?
satellites?
You can talk like that too. Have you looked up what
the images from the satellites that claim to be images, right? From satellites in space don't show any curvature at all. They hardly show any of the surface of Earth. They just look like cartoons, really, at the end of the day. But even if I grant you that they're real images from the satellite, they don't show any curvature. And I have to do better than that.
What does satellite mean?
So I want to just come back. It doesn't care if their images show satellites or not. The people who are operating them satellites, they know, or do you think they don't know? If them satellites have a balloon attached, a railroad on the firmament, or if they're actually floating above
Gives
Earth.
a shit.
We give a shit. I give a shit. You don't. I don't care if you give a shit. I don't give a shit. If you give a shit, I give a shit. So do the people sending them satellites to sky?
I don't know. Go ask them. Go ask them.
No, but they
name one. Can you name one of those people? Name one.
Yes, brother.
Name one individual.
Yes, just now it's called Kevin Weil, President, Product and Business Forum Planet.
Excellent. Okay, now email him and ask him those questions.
Yeah, he talks about that. So I'm just saying he talks about that they're not on a balloon. I mean, do you think he doesn't know if they're on a balloon, or do you think he knows if they're on a railroad?
Care less. I could really care less.
Yeah, I understand, because everything you would care about the topic would obviously disprove your arguments about satellites.
What does it disprove?
It probably disproves that satellites don't need a railroad or a balloon.
I don't have a claim about satellites, so I could give a shit less.
Yeah, obviously, because if you just think about the flat Earth and you ignore every fucking fact on this planet, then you can believe in the flat Earth. But if you integrate knowledge, you haven't
provided any facts that I have to ignore in order to acknowledge flat.
So, two documentaries about companies who say they operate in space, that's not facts. They're just part of the Illuminati, then, right? We can just ignore them.
It's a stupid straw man.
So every knowledge gained from science is a straw man,
What knowledge?
right?
Okay. Yeah, no. Who said that?
Yeah, you said that, because every information I bring up, you say it's a straw man, and the information I bring up is literally companies who
it
work.
must all be some sort of plot perpetrated by the Illuminati. I'm not saying that. Those are your words.
Okay, so all of them images they sent to the operators, they are fake. The satellites don't
No,
exist.
why would I even have to say that? None of them show the globe.
But they still know if they're floating or if they're hanging on a balloon, right?
Could give a shit what tech they use. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Show me a globe. That's all I'm asking for.
So it doesn't care if the satellite floats or if it hangs on a balloon, right? That's no issue.
I don't care. I don't have a satellite's claim or contention. I'm not here to argue fucking technology in the sky.
Why are you talking, by the way, dude?
Proof that the Earth is a ball. What don't you get?
You know, do you have any proof that the Earth is not a ball? Wait.
These questions, dude.
Okay. Then I have no more information. We acknowledge now that you don't even believe that them companies are.
What's our argument? What's our argument for flat Earth?
I wanna. That's what I'm asking you now. What's your evidence then that the Earth is flat? Outside of my aquarium, water is flat and level, and in the bathtube, my water is level. What's your argument then? What's your proof then? Your evidence?
For what?
For the flat Earth.
Oh, water.
Oh, so
Yeah,
okay.
have you ever been on a boat?
The boat, yeah. Okay. So you want to tell me that the ocean is flat?
Yeah. So there's this stuff called water. It seeks its level, right? You've heard of that before, surely?
Yes.
Yeah. So if water does
I've
that,
heard that argument hundreds of times too.
so if water does that, then by necessity, the Earth is a horizontal plane.
So
covered in water. So there you go.
If I'm on a boat in the water and I start driving my boat farther and farther away from the shore, does the shore change in any way? Is there a point when I'm farther away from the shore that I can't see the shore anymore?
So the boat doesn't disappear anywhere, right?
Why is it when I'm on the shore and I see a boat leave, the boat seems to get smaller and smaller, and eventually I can't see the boat anymore?
That'll be due to angular resolution limits and/or weather, atmosphere.
Angular resolution limits. What's that?
Yeah, so that's the angular size of something in your field of view. You see in angles, right? And when it gets below the angular resolution limit of your eyeballs, you're not going to be able to resolve it anymore.
You know, Jay, the flat earthers believe they can only see 50 kilometers far.
We can see further than that, and further than
Then have you ever taken a fucking telescope on the Burj Khalifa and have zoomed into New York State, New York City?
Yeah,
it would be so easy.
All I need to do is
no.
1.225 miles at the times the square root of my observer height.
Okay, have you done that?
All I need to do.
Have you done that? So show me your evidence then. Show it. Show your images and your calculations. Oh, you just did an experiment to prove the flat Earth.
It has been documented by other people.
Oh, okay. So you believe someone else on the internet, right?
No, they're just confirming what I saw for myself.
So you thought you're gonna prove the flat Earth, and you thought that's so unimportant that you not even do a screenshot while you're recording that, right? You thought that's so unimportant.
At the time.
So you did it with your bare eyes. You have zoomed in.
I wasn't doing it for your sake or anybody else's.
So with what?
You go and try it.
So with what have you done it then? What's your machine? What's your instrument? What's your telescope? What's your camera?
It's your first-hand observations of a horizon that's 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Where's that?
I've been in a very tall building. I've been in a very tall building. Let me tell you, it's a very tall building.
Okay, so it would be so easy to prove the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, well, if it's below the minimum angle that your eyes can resolve, you won't see it. Very tall.
No, you could just go to the Burj Khalifa, to the top floor of the Burj Khalifa, to the highest building on Earth, and you put the biggest telescope into the window, and you should see hundreds of miles, right?
Yeah.
So further than the globe geometry would allow for. Great.
If the Earth were flat, my vision would extend exactly as far when I'm standing at the base level as it would at the top of the building. However, it turns out the higher I am up, the farther my line of sight will extend to the horizon.
Yeah,
because your
exactly.
angle of view opens up over the surface as you rise.
My angular view opens up? Okay.
Yeah, the angle increases as you get higher above the surface, obviously.
Okay, I had no idea. Alright.
Yeah, well, just draw some triangles and you'll figure it out.
Oh, okay, I'll draw some triangles. Thanks, bud. I'm glad we could sort that out.
Well, I had it sorted a long time ago, but I'm glad I could help.
Yeah, the next time I'm on a boat, I'll look out for the edge.
What, of the globe? That doesn't exist. We looked for it.
Yeah, there's no edge?
Yeah, there should have been a geometric horizon.
Yeah, what the hell? What happened to it?
It didn't exist because water's actually flat.
Water's flat?
Yeah.
Holy shit. We're through the looking glass here, people. Okay, so when I'm talking to a friend in Australia and I'm in America, why is it that the sun is up slightly different from their perspective? Is the sun just in a different place? Is it a hole?
Yeah.
Is it a hole in the box that's covering us?
No, it's overhead a different part of the Earth.
Oh, it's overhead somewhere else.
Yeah.
Okay, what about a solar eclipse? What's happening there? More CGI bullshit?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Could be some interaction with the moon. You can't tell because it only happens during a new moon and you don't see a moon at that time, but seems like a pretty good inference that it's probably something to do with the moon.
What is a new moon? What does that indicate?
That's when the moon is waned out and there's no moon to be seen in the sky.
Well, yeah, but why don't I see the whole moon all the time?
I don't know. Why wouldn't you see a rock? I don't know.
Well, as I understand, the moon is reflecting sunlight. Is that not true?
I don't know.
Okay.
I've never seen.
What does it have to do with the surface? What does it have to do with the geometry of the surface we live on anyway?
Well, I see the moon all the time.
Everything to do with it.
No, you don't. You just pointed out when you don't.
From the
And sometimes I don't see the moon. Sometimes I see less of the moon. Why is that?
It's called a phase.
Yeah, the phases of the moon. Why is the moon doing that to itself?
Yeah, now we've just pointed out that it looks like it could be a very definite reason that the sun is illuminating the moon. Awesome stuff.
I think the sun might be illuminating the moon, yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can prove it too.
So
really?
Yeah, using spectroscopy.
You can prove that the moon is just reflecting the sun?
Yeah, 100%.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're getting somewhere.
What does it have to do with the surface of the Earth?
This is not an argument, so what does it not have to do with the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, so why are we discussing it when we're talking about the geometry of the surface that we live on?
Because we make inferences. Because if Earth's an orbital shape,
go ahead and make it.
Should be apparent, and it is so that these features are apparent, such as what matter is. He talked about the way that the sun looks at different parts of the world. The fact we have 24-hour days on Antarctica. These are properties to be exact, of a round Earth.
Yeah, I mean, why are days longer on different parts of the planet?
Because the sun moves. My goodness me.
Well, I know the sun moves.
Hold on. You say it's not an argument. You've only got two choices. It's either the Earth is moving or the sun is moving. You've only got two choices.
Well, it can be both, can't it?
Oh, sorry, you are correct. Yes, it can be everything. Everything is in motion. You are correct. So you've got three choices.
This is what Einstein talked about.
Okay, as long as we're down to those three choices, I'm sure we can figure this out.
Well, you'd need additional information, wouldn't you?
What else do we need?
A direct measurement to show which one is actually in motion.
Are there any astrophysicists in the chat?
Why would we talking about an astrophysicist when we're just going to be measuring the Earth's motion?
Oh, I thought that's what they did.
No,
sorry, Jedi. This is a stupid thing you're saying because there's no such thing as true velocity. Einstein talked about this.
Yeah, this is what I'm bringing up.
Yeah.
Einstein, relativity, right?
Yeah.
So standing on the Earth, you've got no way of telling what's in motion.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Sit down.
Well, nowhere in the universe we have a true velocity. But when you get a speeding ticket in the mail and you're going 10 kilometers over the speed limit,
sorry, what you're talking about this. You've just agreed. You've just agreed. So we don't need to talk about this.
You're just
it is relative.
Why are you talking?
Exactly.
Just going to need additional information. don't give me reasons why you wouldn't have the additional information, like you wouldn't expect to feel motion.
Well, it makes complete sense why we don't feel motion on Earth, even though it's velocity.
I wouldn't expect to feel it. And we're asking you how you prove it. Now you're telling us you wouldn't expect to be able to.
No, what are you asking me?
I'm not interested in your excuses.
What excuses have I made?
You wouldn't expect to.
Okay, that's a fact. You wouldn't expect to feel the Earth's rotation. You wouldn't actually. It's not expect.
What have I said? That's a fact. Okay. So how do you prove the Earth is in motion then?
By looking.
Give me reasons why you wouldn't expect to.
Well, isn't that how the seasons work?
Exactly.
No, dude, it's again the same choice.
Seasons got to be working, right?
My friend, seasons is because of your angular tilt of 23.5 degrees. That's a line of latitude, north and south of the equator. They're called the Tropics of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. Measurably, it can either be the Earth tilted on its axis or spinning, or the sun moving throughout the course of the year between these two locations.
Well, isn't the whole part that, it's on its axis and it's tilted slightly is the reason why some of this northern stuff has those longer days?
I wonder if you understood what I said to you.
I doubt I did.
Right then, so why are you fucking off onto something else? You should be asking, shit, I didn't quite understand what you said there, mate. It sounds like it could be relevant to the fucking subject.
But I doubt it.
What? So you don't think the angular tilt of the Earth has got anything to do with seasons within your model? You don't think the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn at 23.5 degrees north and south of the equator have got anything to do with seasons in your model? Are you an idiot?
Yes.
I thought so. Shut the fuck up. We'll talk to someone else.
All right, then.
Proudly declares that he's an idiot and wants to be taken seriously. Okay. Where's the other guy? Where's the other guy?
Oh, sorry, I'm here. I'm just looking to piss.
Okay. So you understand, right?
Oh, when you're referring to seasons and the tilt of the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that can only work on a round Earth.
No, so you understand what the lines of latitude are called the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. You'll find them at 23.5 degrees north and south of the equator. Does the 23.5 degrees ring any bells to you yet?
I would assume that's the tilt of the Earth. I haven't done extensive research on it.
Bingo. That's the tilt of the Earth that you say that's happening on a sphere that's rotating. Measurably and observably, this is the ground position or location of the sun throughout the year. The northernmost path and the southernmost path. Doesn't go beyond 23.5 degrees north and south latitude.
So what are you trying to insinuate?
You've only got two choices still.
Okay, what are you trying to say?
Still waiting for your evidence that it's actually the Earth that's in motion, dude. You said seasons.
Mm-hmm. The seasons are a result of the sun's position relative to Earth.
Okay, but being as we've got another choice, how have you circled this one and said this one is true?
However, I'm trying to comprehend the question you're asking me because I feel like we're talking about
how do you prove that it is the Earth that's in motion? You've just brought up inferences.
Doesn't remember the conversation about Einstein?
No, it's the well, you could make it. Well, yeah, this is the thing. So there is no true velocity. This was the Michelson-Morley experiment, trying to look at the ether, stuff like that. So I could say the Earth is moving relative to the sun, or the sun's moving relative to the Earth. It's just a futile argument, in my opinion. This goes nowhere. It's circular thinking.
Circular thinking. We're asking you how you demonstrate that the actual rotation or motion of the Earth is actually demonstrably true. You just keep giving us things that you can infer.
Demonstrably true. The fact that the sun looks different at different parts of the world, at different times of the day, at different times of the year. Whether it be one day over one period of night or whether it be over 6 months. The fact that it's different tells us something about the Earth.
So it's not possible that that's because the sun is doing something and not the Earth?
So this is what I meant by circular. Now you're saying, oh wait, is the sun rotating relative to the Earth? Or is the Earth rotating
So
relative to the
if you're
sun?
going to declare that it's because the Earth is in motion, right, when there's another option, as Jedi's pointed out, how are you going to, like he said, circle the one you're declaring as being true? Why are you doing that?
Yes.
Saying that the Earth is spinning relative to the sun? Or the sun spinning relative to the Earth?
Saying that it's the Earth that's in motion. Same things like it's a fact.
So are you in motion right now, sitting in this chair?
No.
Okay. Well, you're spinning through the galaxy at hundreds of thousands of kilometers, so you're not in motion. Now let's look at the galaxy. Is the galaxy in motion? Yes, it's in motion. It's spinning towards the great center of the universe.
I appreciate your story.
Futile.
But
A 6-year-old can understand.
Why are you talking? I don't understand. I want to know how you prove it.
How do I prove that there is a motion to the Earth?
Yes.
The fact that things are changing. That's
what, sorry, these things.
Go into the night sky, things change. Different times
are in the sky, right? Not the Earth, the sky. So you're getting an inference that the Earth is moving because the sky is moving. We're just back to Einstein's choices again. Are you stupid?
Regardless if we're back to Einstein's choices again, this is the circular nature of the arguments you're making. Things are changing. We are moving.
I'm pointing it out to you, but you keep circling and highlighting that you're going to affirm this consequence is what you're going to do. Well, we see, for example, the stars move in the sky. Therefore, the Earth is the thing that's in motion without demonstrably proving that it's the Earth that's in motion, just pointing to an inference and declaring that the Earth is in motion. Do you see your logical reasoning? It's yours, mate.
When you refer to motion, are you talking about when I'm like, for example, if I drive a car in front of you, is that motion to you?
Yes. There's lots of different types of motion. There's straight line motion without acceleration. Mm-hmm. There's circular motion, for example, like spinning on a top.
So I'm just
not the same as going in a straight line in a car. Now, is it?
So you're standing. So you admitted that if you're standing on a curb and you see a car driving past you, it's in motion. Now, if you're sitting in that car looking at the window and I see you, are you in motion?
Are you just going to bring the choices up again?
Well, this is the futility I'm talking about. There is no point in making these arguments because the stars
there is unless you can prove which one it is. We want you to prove which one it is instead of pointing out the inferences.
They're all equal to reference.
Why are you talking?
Because you're strawmanning.
Choices again. I could be still. Shush. I could be still and you could be in motion. You could be still, I could be in motion. We could all be in motion. Awesome.
Yes.
How do we prove which one's in motion?
When you get a speeding fine in the mail, right, and it says you've gone 10 kilometers above the speed limit, it doesn't say 10 kilometers plus the speed of the galaxy, because the motion we observe is all relative to us.
Stupid man.
No, you're stupid. A 6-year-old can understand this, but you can't.
Of the Earth moving when it gets a speeding ticket through the post.
No, I'm trying to explain to you Einstein's postulates.
Excuse me. I'm asking you to prove unequivocally, demonstratively, that it is in fact the Earth that's in motion. Why am I getting a speeding ticket?
Because I'm trying to explain to you Einstein's postulates, how one reference frame is the other.
Einstein's postulates. That's what we're talking about. We're asking you how you prove the Earth is actually in motion.
So we can't prove, by your logic, we can't. But this is there is no point about talking about the Earth. Let's talk about the speeding ticket you got, because you could make the argument. No, the speed camera was moving at 60 kilometers. I was moving at a constant. I wasn't moving. That's the argument you're essentially making. This is the stupidity, and the fact you failed to see that is just bad to me.
Which one is sunshine?
Sorry,
we're just asking you how you prove which one it is.
So I'll repeat it again. You're straw manning. Each reference frame is as equal as each other. When you get a speeding ticket for going 60 kilometers,
you straw man someone with a fucking question, you dickhead.
It'd be fucking impossible for me to do that.
So it's essentially impossible to have a true speed considering Einstein's postulates, but we can show that the Earth is moving. I think that's the important bit. It's moving, and we can see that from the day-night cycle. We can see that from, I don't know, seasonal changes, from the Doppler effect, from the Coriolis effect.
He's doing it again. I don't understand why he's doing it again. We understand the postulates. We understand that the inferences are the things that are moving in the sky. And then when I asked you to prove it, you said, yeah, we can prove it by the things in the sky. Are you stupid?
What about, do you want me to speak in terms of measurements?
That's a fucking serious question.
Do you want me to speak in terms of measurements? How we can measure things that are farther away and further away. Oh, sorry, farther away and closer.
These things that we're going to measure to demonstrate the Earth is moving. What are they going to be then?
You can use stellar parallax.
Okay, so stars then. We're going to measure the motion of stars across the sky to declare that it's not the stars that are in motion. That would be stupid. When we measure the stars move across the sky, we're going to say that that's the Earth moving. I'm going to ask you again, very, very seriously. Are you stupid?
Okay. I'm going to have to explain this again. If you get a speeding ticket for going 60 kilometers over the speed limit, you are going 60 kilometers over the speed limit relative to the camera. The camera is not going 60 kilometers relative to you. The reference frame of the stars and the reference frame of the Earth are equally as valid. The important part here is that there is a motion involved. How do you not understand this? A 6-year-old could understand this. I learned this in year 10. It is very basic.
Which one is the motion, dude?
They're as equally true as each other. This is where then we talk about time dilation.
So you can't prove either?
So now you're being very philosophical in what you're saying. So you can't say we can't prove that we're going at any sort of speed because there's no true velocity.
Yeah, by measuring the motion of the stars again. Go on, do that. That was funny.
Do what again?
Tell me that you can prove that the Earth is in motion by measuring the angular motion of the stars across the sky. Do that again. That was funny.
The fact it's in different positions.
So does that mean that the Earth is moving or the stars moved?
So you're strawmanning again. Einstein's postulates say the reference frame from the stars and the reference frame from the Earth will be involved. The true fact here, and what you have to appreciate, is the fact there is motion. There is motion involved, and that motion is the feature around Earth.
Is it not the stars? Then how do you prove that?
Why does I'm still failing to understand. If there's motion involved, what does it matter? The reference frame.
I think I get it now. He's saying that the Earth is both motionless and in motion at the same time.
In a sense, yes. That's what Einstein talked about, and this was the Michelson-Morley experiment. So I'll explain that to you. So they wanted to see if there was what's called an ether, if there was a wind that's
we know about Michelson-Morley sort of
experiment, and what they found is there's no true speed. Sorry.
You don't need to ramble on, dude.
Well, I need to explain it to you because you're not understanding how reference frames work.
We do understand the Michelson-Morley experiment. We talk about it fucking daily. Now, I'm going to cut this short for you. How do you prove unequivocally, demonstratively, that it is the Earth in motion? Being as we can measure the motions of things in the sky, and we'll concede to that. That's where we get the inference from. How do we measure and determine that the Earth's in motion? Please don't go back down to Einstein again. We understand that. Please don't measure stars in the sky because we'll come back down to the same circular reasoning and those choices again. So how do we determine?
So how are you essentially saying that? I feel like you could also work on a flat Earth model too, like the Earth is being pushed up. But okay, essentially we have I think. I'm just trying to think. Well, the fact the world the Earth has to be in motion, considering, I guess, things like the Coriolis effect, the deflection of like moving air.
What's the Coriolis effect?
The way that I guess the clockwise or anti-clockwise rotation of things at the equator or above the equator type of thing. You know, if I flush my toilet here or in the UK, it's gonna go down differently.
Sorry, do you think that that's true?
I observed it once, actually.
Okay, that's awesome. You observed something once.
It would apparently still want to occur for in a stationary reference frame. The Coriolis effect.
Who wants to talk?
Yeah, I'll get up the paper for you guys. One sec.
Fuck, right, I can't be asked with the idiot. Somebody tell him that toilet
effect was Earth spin and its drag within the atmosphere causing spin in air currents.
Coriolis effect is the observation of an apparent deflection, not an actual deflection, you fool. toilets don't all flush in the opposite direction south of the equator.
I'm just trying to understand this paper. Sorry.
I thought it was more to do with so like the way
was it
air currents and clouds.
Yeah, no, the Coriolis effect is. This is Coriolis force. What he's trying to talk about. It's not the same thing.
Yeah.
Coriolis effect is the observation of an apparent deflection because the observer's in motion.
Jedi. Hello?
Yo.
What's up, dude? Is anyone a mod here for the Flat Earth Discord?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, dude.
Are you a mod?
Yeah, what's up?
Bro! They banned me. Okay, bro, can I tell you what happened?
Yes, you're gonna.
Dude, I just asked, how do you get pick perms? Because in my question I was gonna ask, I have to share a picture. And then this guy responded with like a whole 200 paragraph essay about flat earth points. And I said that's irrelevant to pick perms. And then I got banned.
What, in this channel?
No, in the Flat Earth Discord server.
Oh, okay. I'll look into that for you. Give me a minute. Did you get banned from a text room or a chat room?
Text room. I think
Which one?
It's called lobby. I think it's called lobby
Gotcha.
in general.
Thanks.
Anything about it. Anyway, who cares? Jedi, you know what I'm going to call them now? I'm going to call them preference frames.
I like it. I like it. Bias frames doesn't sound as good as what you just said. So preference frames.
Right.
Good. I mean, I wasn't going mental there, T-Dub, right? We were just circling round to, well, we can measure the motion of stars, which proves the Earth's in motion. What? As long as I'm not going mental.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
You see, if you go to the star and look at the Earth,
Oh dear. Well, I've only been awake for 10 minutes, so my brain hasn't completely kicked in yet.
Still waiting for that caffeine hit, are you?
Well, it's slowly getting there, mate. It's slowly getting there. Quite a nice surprise to wake up and not see snow outside my window this morning. It's been bloody freezing around here for the last few days.
Oh, I got me curtains shut, me blinds drawn, got me heating on, and I don't intend to go fucking outside or even look.
Yes, that might be a good plan, mate. That might be a good plan.
The only thing that drives me out of my flat these days is the need for food.
Yeah, I understand that. Which reminds me, I've got to go to Asda at some point today. Fuck's sake.
Wait.
What?
Why is nobody talking?
We were waiting for you.
I don't know.
Oh. Okay.
We wanted you to talk.
All right, fair enough. Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
I don't.
It's measured that way.
I know for sure it
It's
is.
not.
It's not about belief.
What?
Sorry.
I know it to be the case.
You know the Earth is flat.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the only conclusion that can follow from the surface properties of water at rest.
Which are obviously influenced by gravity.
Great, I'll take it. Gravity or not.
I mean, do you believe in gravity?
Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it kind of does, though.
Well, why does somebody need to believe in a fictitious force then? Why does that matter?
Hold on. What's gravity?
It's obviously a proven force, but
No, listen to what Jedi's telling you, dude. Just calm down. Listen to Jedi.
We followed the red herring. So, what's gravity got to do with the surface description of water at rest? I'll ask again. What's gravity got to do with the surface description of water at rest?
Yeah, sure. So all of water is obviously drawn to the center of the planet because of the force of gravity.
Okay. But when we observe and measure the surface of water, we observe it and measure it to lay flat, horizontal, if you will.
No, we do not.
No, we don't. So, yes,
we literally do not. No.
Yes, we do. Yeah,
no, you're wrong.
Oh, quick.
Sorry, dog, you're wrong.
Just sit down. Calm yourself.
What do you mean sit down? No, you're literally lying right now. Like water literally curves over the horizon. It's observable, motherfucker.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It literally is.
Dude, you know what else curves? That ass.
I'm so tired of you dumb motherfuckers.
Hold on.
If you think about it.
I'll tell you what, big man. If you're not so scared,
up, motherfucker?
If you're not so scared, shush for a minute, and then we can prove it to you. Or are you going to keep talking?
Do you think you can?
Yeah, easily.
Okay, then try your best.
Okay. Now we can cite this from physics textbooks, as I'm sure Heretic is able to do so. We can measure this in a variety of ways. One of those ways would be a signal transit.
All right, don't make this a dick measuring contest, okay? No egos at play, okay? No egos, no egos.
Shut up.
Hello?
Stop bragging.
Shut up.
Stop it.
Shut up.
Dude, no bragging.
Oh, wait, you're not talking to me. You're talking... Okay.
Okay, dude, then stop bragging.
Well, the water's measured to level. It's got nothing to do with my penis, you idiot. So how do you want that? Do you want it citation or do you want direct measurements? Do you want the distance? Which one?
I mean, water obviously does not lay level.
Obviously, it doesn't lay level?
Yes, correct.
Really? Okay, so
correct.
Obviously it doesn't lay, hold on. Obviously, it doesn't lay level. Have you ever filled a bathtub before?
Sure.
Have you ever used water as a leveling tool?
No, I've never used water as a leveling tool. No.
Okay. We have done for thousands of years used water as a leveling tool. Are you going to tell me
I would actually disagree with that. Come on.
It's got to talk through me. He doesn't want to be humiliated by a flat earther, so has to start talking. It's okay, carry on.
But I mean, like, we don't use water as a leveling idea. We use water in a container with like a bubble.
No,
right?
That's a bubble level. I'm talking about the horizontal plane of water. This is the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, but nobody uses that as their definition of what level is.
Redneck fuckhead. Why are you talking? trying to explain something to you. All
I understand.
Oh, no, you don't, because I haven't explained it to you.
I think I do.
I don't think you do. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. You're telling me that obviously the water's curved, but when we observe it and use it, we use it as a leveling tool?
No, that's not what I said.
Sorry, all horizontals aren't parallel to the plane of the horizon? Yeah.
It's kind of a waste of time question.
It's a kind of a waste of time question.
It
I'm asking
is.
if you agree or not.
All horizontals are parallel to the horizon? Is that really what you're asking?
At the moment, yeah.
Okay, I guess the answer is no. The horizon is literally the limit of your vision, and the Earth is curved, so you can't see infinitely.
Yeah, right. That's got nothing to do with water being used as a leveling tool and all horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
Are you drunk?
No.
Right. Can you stop acting like it then?
Okay.
Good. So why did you say what you said? Because it had fuck all to do with what I brought up.
At the end of the day, I'm pretty sure the Earth is curved.
You are definitely drunk. Or you got a speech impediment.
Okay. All right.
Okay, you got a speech impediment then, and I apologise for taking the piss out of you.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you now saying that the horizon is the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square root of that observer's height in feet?
Yeah.
Okay, demonstrably it's not. Would you like me to demonstrate to you that it's not?
Okay.
Okay, give me a minute. I shall find the relevant information for you. We can go through it together. Sounds like fun, doesn't it? Cool. So you understand that if you live on a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of that observer's height in feet. You understand this, yeah?
I'm sorry, what's a radius?
Radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles.
Yeah.
Based on that radius, it's a mathematical calculation to figure out where the horizon should be for an observer standing on that ball, based on the height of that eye. 1.22 times the square root of that observer's height in feet. So if you're at the beach,
it depends on the observer's height, right?
That's why the observer's height's within the calculation. So if you're at the beach and your height of eye is 6 foot, the horizon's going to be at 2.8 miles away. If you're laying down at the beach and your height of eye is 1 foot, the distance to the horizon is going to be 1.22 miles away. If you're at 32,000 feet, the horizon is going to be 229 miles away. You agree to this, right? Yes? No? Maybe so? Do you agree?
It's accurate. Enough.
Good. So you see the video that I posted in the chat where we have a height of eye of 8 foot and the horizon distance, according to the math, should be 3.46 miles away. And we've got an oil rig which is just under 10 miles away, and the horizon is beyond that oil rig at a safe estimation of 10.10 miles. We understand the horizon isn't the curvature of the Earth. It's the limitation of view based on your optic, your height of eye, and the atmospheric conditions, not the curve of the Earth.
You can literally see in the picture that you posted that things that are further away are obviously smaller and going down the horizon.
Hell, really? Is that the reason why when things fly away from me, they
what a waste of time.
Hold on. Is the reason why when a bird flies away from me and appears to get smaller with angular size because the surface of the Earth is a curve?
No, when things go over the edge of the planet, obviously they disappear because they're gone.
Angular size. So what? Where's the horizon image? Is it after the oil rigs? Beyond the oil rigs?
Yeah,
Is that
you can literally see it in the footage you posted.
Yeah. If the Earth was a ball, it should be in front of the oil rigs at 3.
If the Earth was flat, you could see infinitely.
You're a dickhead. We've just pointed out that things get smaller with distance.
No, you're a dickhead.
No, you've just pointed out that things get smaller.
You're stupid as hell, and you honestly believe that the Earth is flat.
There we go. He's got to talk to him because he doesn't want to be humiliated by a flat earther, even though he thinks that things get smaller.
You can think that all you would like, dude.
Yeah, you're a dickhead. Someone else can talk to you and have some fun. Fuck it.
Okay.
What a prick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're dumb as fuck, dude. You don't have any actual arguments. You just throw out insults.
What do you mean? No, I made multiple arguments. Like you
didn't make any. It's just you're a flat earther. You have no clue why you think the Earth's a globe. Just that it's right think. That's as much as you know. You're a complete doofus. Retarded, actually.
No, I believe the Earth is a globe because it's provable.
Okay, how'd you prove it?
I guess the easiest point of proof is that it's obvious that when you're at ground level, that things that go away from you disappear from bottom up.
So would that not happen on a flat surface?
What?
Would that not happen on a flat surface?
It would not.
Have you checked?
No.
Have you checked?
It literally would not.
How do you know?
They would just get smaller.
Checked? You're not answering my question. Why are you being evasive? Have you checked?
I'm not being evasive. I'm answering your question.
No, you're not answering. Have you checked on a flat surface whether that'll happen?
How would I do that when I live on a globe?
So I'm going to take that as a no. So you're making baseless assertions.
What can I do with this?
Well, you can check to see if your assumption is correct or not, which you didn't do.
Let me magically move to a flat Earth real quick and check this, and then move back to the actual globe Earth.
So actually,
what a waste of time.
Would require magic. So you're definitely telling me that you haven't checked.
Now he doesn't think you can have flat surfaces on a sphere. Don't get him working.
You literally didn't say anything.
Yeah, I said that you didn't check if it'll happen on a flat surface or not. So how would you know?
How the fuck would I do that?
Yeah, the point is you didn't, so you wouldn't know if it would or not.
No,
so
how would I do that? No, answer the question. How would I do that?
That's your problem.
Oh, you fucking flat earther piece of shit.
Get a flat surface. I'll tell you. Get a flat surface.
Yawn.
My friend, gonna tell you. Get a flat surface. Get a camera. Put it on the floor.
Flat Earth everywhere. Let's go.
All right, you're just gonna get ejected from the room, dude. If you keep talking like that. I'm gonna tell you how you can do it, being as you don't think it's possible because you haven't engaged your brain.
Okay, dude.
Get a flat surface, a long corridor, for example. Put a camera down on that horizontal flat surface. Walk away from the optic. With distance, you will notice you will start to disappear from the bottom up. Now, this is on a flat surface.
No, that's completely false.
Have you checked?
Yes.
Hold on. Heretic spent 2 minutes asking you if you checked.
Yeah, when you do this experiment, the object just gets smaller. It doesn't disappear from bottom up.
Excuse me, dickhead. You've never checked. You asked me how you would do so. I told you how you would do so, and you said that wouldn't happen. I'm asking you if you checked. Now you're just pulling shit out your ass.
Okay, dude.
See, I have checked, and I do know that this is what happens. Do you want the videos?
Yes.
Yeah, I've already posted you some. You haven't looked at those. Why would you look at these? It's demonstrated.
Did you, though?
Yes. Would you like the over 30 videos?
You gotta post them?
Yep. So,
okay.
I explain it to you first. horizon is on a flat surface. Of your ability to see across that flat surface.
Even with you retards.
Oh, fuck off. Then fuck off.
Got him.
Just my word.
Played imbecile.
Yeah.
Heretic.
Help. Heretic, help me.
I'm doing everything I can for you.
Wait, what's the name of your server? Because you said I'm not on the ban list, right?
Not on it.
What's the name of your server?
24/7 Flat Earth.
What? Alright, invite me back then if I'm not banned.
I invited you.
What? Hold on. Where's the general text chat or the lobby?
It's called Lobby.
My bad, Ghost Rider. I was trying to isolate that idiot who wouldn't stop talking over Jedi, and you got muted because there's green around your name. It just looked like you were talking. I realized who it was afterward. So, my bad.
Yeah, no, I put my sensitivity higher. That's why.
That's fixed then.
Good. What, like a woman?
No, I think that would be oversensitivity.
Oh, oversensitivity, gotcha. I'm sorry. Oh, attention on deck, Alpha Veritas has joined us. What's up, Miggy Man? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Probably at work, so can't get to his microphone. I appreciate that.
Oh, there we go. I see it now.
Are you okay now, yeah? Is it all sorted out for you?
Yeah, thank you.
Good. I didn't do anything.
Thank you, Heretic. Oh, yep. Yep, this is the one. Oh, man. I'll show you what happened. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give you the message link so you can just read. Okay, is my mic loud?
Yeah, man.
It's loud? Fuck.
I mean, loud is subjective. We can hear you.
But I'm not annoying right now?
No, not over loud.
Okay.
You're fine.
Heretic, can you hear me?
What's going on?
Okay. I now know how to get pig perms, but the thing is, like, I said please give pig perms. It gives better context, right? And then Endless, look at his response. That has nothing to do with pig perms.
Who cares? Let's just move on.
And then I got banned for like just saying it has.
Oh yeah, just stop moaning, bro. Yeah, just stop
You're
moaning.
not banned, so whatever. Moving on.
Stop complaining. Yeah.
I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's okay. Never mind.
Yeah, just stop moaning.
Lower your sensitivity.
Leave moaning to the British guys. It's what we do best.
Like Jedi said, lower your sensitivity settings.
Calibrate your sensitivity settings, please. Thanks.
Is that better?
Oh, that was great. Yeah, moving forward. Anybody got any proof for the globe claim?
Anyone at all, don't be shy.
Ghost Rider, did you bring the globe evidence? Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Not right now, no. So far, I've heard like so many dumb arguments from like people that think it's a globe. Like that other guy, he might have been drunk. I don't know. So, I'm leaning towards flat. You know.
I like to believe it's a globe.
Awesome.
I'd also like to believe it's flat.
You don't have to believe, you can know.
My local experience, I know the Earth is flat because nothing else really matters to me. Doesn't change my existence on this plane of existence one way or another.
No, you're right. It always was and always will be measured flat. It's not going to change anything like that at all.
It just comes to my mind that if the globe, if it is a planet and it is a spherical shape, then nothing on this planet is truly flat or level. But that's not what I observe. I like the science programs and all the theories and all the science and all the sci-fi shit. I love all that. But yeah. Interesting stuff.
Jedi.
Yellow, what's up?
What did that guy say about gravity?
What with regards to the surface of water, he didn't actually answer.
So that was just a waste of time. Okay.
Yeah, that was a waste of time. Yeah, Heretic brought up water being level at rest. He said, "But gravity." Asked him what gravity has got to do with the surface of water, and then he started to melt down very quickly.
Oh, like springing out?
Yeah, man, you were there.
I do think it's interesting, though, that, you know, in a free fall, people say you experience weightlessness, and if you try to pour a liquid, it will just form globs, wobbly ball shapes. That's probably something to do with the weaker nuclear forces, atomic forces.
I'm just curious, do the globers like come in randomly and they just go crazy?
Yeah, man, that's exactly what happens.
That's I've experienced that when people believe things that are basically a foundational stone on which their life experience is based, because that's what they were taught at school. They become afraid to kind of look at any other viewpoint. So they will absolutely lose their shit when it is challenged.
I see.
Oh, it's like you guys see the flat earther guys in here. Have you always believed it, known it, felt it? Or did, like most people, you were taught science at school, Earth's a planet, in a system of other planets, with the sun at the centre, blah, blah, blah?
Yep. Yeah, that's what we're all taught. Ghost Rider, do you have any questions or anything like that?
I've been busy with work this past week, and I just came here, heard that guy ask the gravity question. I asked the gravity question. I don't know. I'm still like lurking, learning. Yo, I'm gonna join the VC in the Flat Earth Discord. I'm back. Anything crazy going on? Guess not.
You flat Earth or globe Earth? What are you?
Damn, why is everybody muted? What the hell? Damn, everybody muted in here. What the fuck are y'all doing?
I don't think everybody is.
Well, you're not now. You were just a second ago, but geez.
You're
why?
not.
Well, I'm not anymore. Yeah, because I came in here.
Good stuff.
What do you do muted?
Is that all you wanted to talk about?
I mean, like, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about flat Earth?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah?
Yeah.
Tell me about it. Why is the Earth flat?
Well, we know it's flat because water rests flat and horizontally.
You ever been in an airplane?
Yeah. Didn't see any curving water from a plane.
How high?
Airplane height? 30,000 feet.
From 30,000 feet, you didn't see a curve?
Of course not. There isn't any. And you wouldn't anyway, even if it were a globe, even if it were curved. Wouldn't be high enough to see it.
So at what point, you acknowledge there's a curve then? At what point do you...
No, I did not.
You just did, though.
No, I didn't.
Sure you did.
No, I didn't. The first thing I said is that there's no curve to see, and then the next thing I said is that even if there were, you wouldn't see it from that height. I didn't acknowledge any curve.
You acknowledge the curve. So what point did you see the curve?
You're going to have to take that back, because that's just a lie.
Are you that, like, I don't even know.
You're putting words in my mouth.
So there's a curve at 30,000 feet. You don't see a curve at 30,000 feet in the air.
Of course not. There isn't one. Water still rests flat and horizontally even if you're 30,000 feet above it.
That's to say, what about 50,000 feet? What about 60,000 feet? What about...
It doesn't matter what height you go to, the water is always going to rest flat and horizontally.
What about the moon landing? I'm looking at the Earth from the moon.
You're looking at it from the moon or from a TV screen?
What if I see somebody else come from it and jump off a Red Bull like space station and shit?
Okay, there's no curve to be seen from there either. Neil deGrasse Tyson debunked that, and he's a glober.
What do you mean a glober?
He's a guy who believes the Earth is a globe, and all these people are going around after watching that Red Bull jump going, wow, he's in space, look at the planet Earth. He's saying that all you're seeing is the effect of a wide-angle lens. It's just the fisheye lens, the GoPro that was outside the capsule that just made the horizon look curved. It's not. It's flat.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All the images from the ISS, all those are fake?
Well, touched up at the very least.
They're touched up.
Probably a lot of them are real shots of the Earth, but, through a wide-angle lens or something.
From a fisheye?
Yeah.
Photoshop, because it has to be.
Well, that's the blue marble. The blue marble Earth picture. That's a Photoshop, yeah.
So
yeah,
most is a fisheye lens, or it's like a flat Earth lens, right?
No,
it's a 120, like a 120 millimeter lens that's like taking pictures of the Earth from way out in space. The ISS, the International Space Station.
No, we're out in space. They say it's only 250 miles altitude, and space is quite a bit. Like deep space would be quite a bit further than that.
Well, obviously it's not deep space.
Yeah, it's not even that high.
Orbiting.
I mean, compared to what they say the moon is, they say 250,000 miles for the moon. So the ISS is just 250 miles. So like 1/1000th of the height of the moon, allegedly.
So everything that Galileo said was just bullshit, right?
I don't know if everything he said was bullshit, but the Earth ain't a globe. Water is demonstrably, measurably, observably, practically, navigably flat.
How?
How? Well, I mean, that's just the physics of water. That's how it equilibrates. It just, I don't know, Just does that.
Is the Earth spinning?
No.
Wild. How do you have day and night cycles then?
The sun moves.
So the sun moves around the Earth then?
Yeah, it's moving. Don't you see it moving?
So does the sun move or does the Earth move?
It's got to be the sun. That's what I see moving. How about you?
I see the Earth moving around the sun.
You see the Earth moving around the sun? From what vantage point?
Any vantage point. I could be in Brazil right now for all you know.
You got to be kidding me.
It don't matter.
When I look at the sky and see the sun, I see it move. I don't see the Earth move around
You
it.
sit at a single point for over a year. You're going to see the sun sit still in one spot, and it's going to move consistently towards the west. Rises in the east, sets in the west. And so it moves, right? Is it the sun moving, or is it the Earth moving?
Well, it's obviously the sun moving. That's what you saw move.
The Earth moves.
Yeah, you said you saw the Earth moving.
How do you know it's not the Earth? But
I don't see the Earth moving. I don't feel it move. I don't detect any motion of it. Nobody else ever has. So I think it's just the thing I see moving.
But that's because gravity.
No, it's not. What are you talking about?
How is it not because gravity? Do you not believe in gravity either?
What's gravity got to do with what you're saying?
Does gravity not have to do with you?
I don't know what it has to do with what you just said.
Sure it does.
I think more you're thinking of relativity.
Gravity.
Okay, well, what does that have to do with what you're talking about, boss?
All right, so you sat in one spot at all times, right? That's gravity. If you weren't sitting in one spot the whole time, you'd be floating.
What the shit does that have to do
in one spot? That's gravity?
That's gravity.
Yeah, what does that have to do with seeing the sun move?
Oh, boy.
If you're sat in one spot, you can see the sun the entire time. Like me right now. I'm sat here in
You
my
see the
chair,
sun moving, right? You see the sun moving, right?
I do.
Yeah. So why are you saying the Earth's moving if you see the sun moving?
Because
how do you logically put that together?
It'd be dumb for me to say it's the Earth.
Why? What's your experience? Well, you're actually right. Yeah, sorry. I misheard you. Yeah, it would be dumb to say that it's the Earth.
Definitely would.
Yeah. You got that right.
See?
Yeah, the Earth ain't moving. That's dumb.
See?
Yeah.
It's so easy to troll you guys. I love it.
Well, you have a troll pick. Yeah, troll PFP. Kind of just giving the game away up front. Yep.
What is it?
It's a troll.
It's not a troll. Explain to me. What's his name?
I have no clue.
Of course you don't.
So, have you heard of this stuff called water?
Yes. I've heard of this stuff called water.
It seeks and finds its level. Have you noticed that?
No.
Oh, shit. You might want to look at some water sometime.
Finds its level.
Yeah. You know, water seeks a level surface.
Because it's moving.
Because it's moving, it's seeking a level surface, sure.
Good point.
Yeah, great. And so most of the surface of Earth is covered in water. And that water is trying to equilibrate to a flat, even surface level. So looks like we're living on some sort of a plane. Couldn't be a ball if all the water on its surface is horizontal, you see.
What about if it had pressure? A constant pressure, aka gravity.
No, not aka gravity. I don't know what that has to do with what I just said.
Gravity.
Yeah, I mean, that's just your answer for everything. You just say gravity.
Gravity. Yeah, that's my answer for everything. Yep.
It's just gravity did it. It's like...
it's pretty consistent because, You have a certain force that's pushed on the Earth. What do you call that?
Who cares?
That's kind of fucked up. It's called gravity, bud.
Gravity is pushing on the Earth now?
It is.
I thought gravity was supposed to be the pull of the Earth, or actually, more correctly now, the bending and warping of space-time. I don't know about anything pushing on anything.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Yeah, they got a bunch of different terms, definitions for it. They can't seem to stick to one.
What's the other term then? What do you call something else? You call it relativity? No, come on, it's gravity.
No, not terms, definitions, I meant.
What's the definition of gravity?
You tell me, it's your claim that you keep changing. You keep chanting it, so why don't you tell us? It's your claim. I don't need gravity. I don't care. It's irrelevant to my point. Gravity or no gravity, water equilibrates the
object with mass towards each other. Gravity.
Pulls. Okay, that's the outdated Newton version. So you're over 100 years behind the curve here. Pun intended.
Yeah. Einstein superseded that one.
Yeah.
The fuck is your definition then?
Well, Newton's gravity doesn't even apply to the cosmic scale, the solar system, any of that stuff. So if you're in here thinking that that's what you live in, I mean, you got the wrong gravity. And I don't have a definition for gravity. It's not my claim. It's not my term. I don't use it.
So what do you call it then?
Call what?
What do you call the force pushing on you, or the force that pulls something towards the sun? What do you call that?
I don't assume that there's any force pulling anything towards the sun, man.
Crazy. That's crazy.
What makes you think you're getting pushed towards the sun? Like, you think that's happening?
Obviously.
Obvious?
Pretty obvious, yeah.
I think it's like quite the opposite of obvious.
Yeah, I don't think it's obvious.
Said it'd be stupid to say that the Earth is moving, but yet you think the Earth is moving.
Yeah, the Earth is moving. Yeah. Because the sun moves, the Earth must be moving, obviously. If you sit in a singular spot, if I sat in Cuba for the past year, I would see either the sun move or the Earth moving.
All you see is the sun move. We already did this.
So what's the argument here?
I don't know. Do you have one that goes against your own experience that you're describing to us?
So how do you know it's not the Earth but the sun?
Why would I think it is the Earth anymore? Moving if I see a bird flying overhead.
What do you?
Because it could be either, right?
Well, I mean, it seems more like it's just the thing that you see moving.
Okay.
I mean, if I see a car driving by, am I going to be like, how do I know it's not me that's driving by?
Because you're not driving the car.
No shit. I'm not driving the Earth.
You're not driving the sun either.
I don't think anybody's driving the Earth.
That's on you.
Yeah, so I don't know. If I see a thing moving, I just kind of go, well, that thing's moving. You know, I don't think, it must be me.
No, I gotta go to bed. I'm losing my voice now.
Okay, fair enough. Well, man knows when to call it quits.
All that gravity pressure on his vocal cords.
Yeah, it takes its toll. Gravity keeps pushing them.
No, I didn't mishear him. He did say, after saying that the Earth is moving, that it would be stupid to think the Earth is moving.
He did say that. And I think he misspoke because at first I kind of thought he said that.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, yeah, right. You're right.
Oh man.
I was like, my thoughts exactly.
Heretic is ugly.
Oh no. I'm so upset about this. By the way, learn how to say heretic.
And if I can't come, then fuck it, I'm a peer. Why did you do that?
Because it's trash. So I banned the bot. Oh, that was you, fucking degenerate.
It was not even near the good part. Like, fuck you.
We're not having this. Not on my watch. Anything else? That's all you got? I expected more for some reason.
The next 39 days, the survivors will experience a culture that dates back nearly 5,000 years. These survivors come from a wide variety of backgrounds. A former Miss Montana, a middle school lunch lady, a Christian radio talk show host, a gay Mormon flight attendant, a professional wrestler, a University of South Carolina honor student, a chicken farmer from Virginia, a professional poker player.
What a unique troll. Bye-bye.